A whole new season in the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup starts right here, right now. We're at Monza, the traditional home for the opening round of the Endurance Cup, for what promises to be another thrilling 3-hour race. It's been a busy weekend. Lots of fans have packed the Italian circuit to see a fantastic entry. 11 different brands represented, 57 cars having hit the track earlier this weekend. So where do we go in terms of looking for a winner? Well, there's always the WRT Audis, the Belgian Audi club here in force once again. With a fleet of cars, and in one of them, the brothers Vantour. And this year, Lawrence is joined by younger brother Dries. It's very much a family affair in Audi number 1.
I think it's a really nice experience for both of us. It's a dream coming true for my dad, for my mom as well. Yeah, I think we have a good lineup, we have a good team. I think we can show some good pace, but it will be difficult, of course, with 57 cars on track. But okay, we'll see where we end up at the end of the week. But I've got a pretty good feeling.
In a very short space of time, Bentley has been another of the brands that you expect to see right up at the sharp end of the field. Once more, the Works M Sport team is here with 2 cars. Number 7, as ever, driven by Stephen Kane and Guy Smith, and number 8, Andy Soucek, one of the guns behind the wheel. And although traditionally number 8 Bentley is the one that seems to be woefully short of luck, the car, and indeed the team, had a great start to the sprint series at Misano.
It went well. We started on a high, winning the first race. But the important one, which was the main race, we were unlucky to be hit by another car. So hopefully here in Monza we have a clean race and we can fight for some important points for the championship. I think the most difficult bit will be qualifying to find a clean lap. But also during the pit stops, as you say, we will have to find the right spot to pit in, to have a bit more space in the garage. Otherwise, if you have a car in front which is just after you and you can't really exit, you might lose 5 seconds, which are very important.
The Kiwi, Shane van Gisbergen, took 2 wins last year on his trips to Europe, and he's back for another season. And now he knows what this championship is all about. He knows the cars and he knows the circuits. He's better prepared.
We have 2 new cars here at the team, but they're the same spec as last year and just a bit more development and setup work, so they should be a little more competitive. So yeah, looking forward to the racing. When you look down there, the entry list coming over here, I studied it, and there's some great names, great drivers, and some pretty fast cars. And yeah, to be in amongst it, I think we'll be there, but it's not going to be easy. The way the series is, it's pretty cool.
So here's another combination to get your head around. Stefano Ortelli and Jaguar. No longer an Audi driver, he's looking for a new challenge for 2016, and he's found it with the Emil Frey team that scored a class win last time out in the endurance race at Nürburgring.
Many reasons to be excited. You know, it's of course a new car, but it's also a new team, new teammates, new guys. I'm the new one also joining the team, so all these things are really exciting. At the same time, it's all new, so you are looking for your mark, where you can be settled in the team, what you can bring, what you can learn. So it's coming as a new challenge, but it's a very exciting challenge. I like it.
There are Lamborghinis in profusion this year, and new teams running them as well. And one such team is Attempto Racing, that's had a spell with Porsches and McLarens in the past, but now a Lamborghini, and it's going to be a very competitive car. Certainly the Pro Cup example. And one of the men behind the wheel is the Italian Fabio Babini.
Now I'm working this year for the Attempto Racing with the same Huracan GT3 after the win of the last year. It's incredible to return here in Monza. It's a good emotion because last year is the debut of the new Huracan GT3, and now I'm here with a new experience and for a new program with Attempto Racing. I'm very happy to be here with my teammate Zampieri Niederhauser.
After back-to-back German Porsche Carrera Cup titles, the Austrian Philipp Eng now moves to the Blancpain GT Series. He's also become a BMW driver. And the season started well with a very encouraging showing in the first sprint races at Misano.
Misano was really good for us. It was the first European podium for our BMW M6, so it was a good success. We were a bit lucky in race 1 with the code 80. But we took it, and I think we showed some good pace in race 2, and and we really hope to be on the podium again this weekend. I think we have a good package, but you know, with 57 cars, with all these professional drivers and top teams, it's going to be very strong competition. But we feel strong, and we hope to be finished up front.
Another new driver to the Blancpain GT Series this year is the Canadian Alex Tagliani. He will be driving the Mercedes along with fellow Canadian Jean-Frédéric Laberge. They're keen to impress.
JF has experience in touring car, he has experience in the Porsche Cup in Canada. Obviously the GT3 series is a higher level, something that he has never done. We've seen a lot of speed from him in the test, and you know, I think there's more to come, and if we stay here long enough, I think there's going to be some good sparks from our team. When I drove the practice here you know, a month ago, I had goosebumps just driving on the track. So with the Blancpain series, we have the chance to visit amazing racetrack that made racing history for drivers like me, and having the chance to be in this series with the level of competitions that we have here and the talent and the drivers, for me is a good challenge, and I'm looking forward to it like there is no tomorrow.
There are plenty of Ferraris here this weekend as well, to the delight of the Italian fans, and those in the Pro Cup have a real chance of a proper outright win, such as this AF Corsa car. Alessandro Pierguidi, one of the drivers.
This series is the strongest championship in the Europe, maybe one of the strongest championships in the world also. And racing Ferrari for Italian driver in Monza is always special, but also the other manufacturers are really strong, and we have to see. The car is brand new, and we start a new adventure with the turbocharged car. We will see from the free practice.
Nissan enjoyed a great season last year. The 23 car won the Pro Cup in the Endurance Championship. Well, for 2016, yet again there's a Pro Cup car, and there's one in Pro-Am as well. Again, it'll be crewed by two of the PlayStation GT Academy winners, and the third driver, somebody who ran his own team last year, Sean Walkinshaw.
We thought that Misano was bad with 39 cars. Now coming here with instead 57 cars, it's going to be really, really tight going through that first chicane on the first lap. Obviously both Roman and Matt are very, very new to GT racing. It's their first year ever. You know, they came through the PlayStation Academy. So yeah, it's their first ever race weekend. It'll be possibly one of their first ever starts, first ever driver changes. It's going to be a massive challenge for them, but they're really, really good guys.
So we're almost ready to go here at Monza. We are about 20 minutes or so away from the cars leaving the grid, and a very full grid it is. The grid itself full of people and full of cars. 57 here this weekend. One was damaged yesterday but has been made good and was out practicing the qualifying this morning, so a full entry that we have to look forward to. It's been a very good weekend in terms of weather, largely. Friday was fantastic. We had a little bit of drizzle yesterday, but the sun has been shining all day. There's a stiff breeze, but it's not too hot. It's a lovely spring day here, and a very busy crowd. In all the years that Blancpain has come to Monza, I can't remember a weekend where we have quite so many people. The car park's very, very busy all around the Monza park, and many of them have crammed in, hopefully to see an Italian car win. Well, it's a Mercedes and a Nissan on the front row, but then you get to the Ferraris, you get a Bentley and a Mercedes on the third row, and it just keeps on going back. This multi-million euro grid of 11 different brands represented going into the first Endurance Cup race of this year's Blancpain GT Series. And so we're looking forward to what should be a tremendous season and a great race as well. David Addison trackside, Bruce Jones and John Watson will be patrolling the grid and the pits for us. Watty will be up here for the duration of the race as well. And it won't be long before we'll be able to start to hear from one or two of the key drivers. And let's start with Maxi Buch, because he is the man on pole position. Dominic Baumann starts the car. What are Maxi's chances? Let's join John Watson on the grid.
Max Buch, you just pipped the Nissan to the pole, but it's a checkered flag you're after.
Yeah, we are. We just did half of the job now. Now we have 3 hours where we have to show our performance we showed in qualifying, and then we'll see where we end up.
So what do you reckon? 57 car grid, very busy racetrack.
Yeah, I think already halfway through Dominic's stint, we can have some back markers we maybe lap, but it's the same for everybody. Everybody's driving with 57 cars on the grid, and it's a such a nice grid. I think especially for the spectators, for the fans, to have so many cars on the grid where they can have so much joy to watch, and I think it's really great.
Now the field, I mean, from where you are on pole all the way down to 34th, just over a second covering those cars. How are you going to get past?
Yeah, maybe over pit stops, over strategy, maybe using the traffic. But you need to have a quick car on the straights, otherwise it will be difficult. But I think it's so close with the BOP. The BOP is great. You can see it in qualifying, and yeah, it's tight, but that's why we are here.
Well, you go out and enjoy yourself, young man.
Yeah, a bit. We see afterwards.
So Maximilian Buchel smiles in anticipation of the race. Monza, steeped in history. There on the right is the old famous banking from the so-called race of two worlds, when we had the cars running on the conventional road circuit and the banking as well. And although it's no longer used, it is still somewhere that people always want to go have a look. And just remember the history of Monza, incredibly steep, that banking as well. But the modern day circuit looks like this: 5.793 kilometres, 11 turns broken into the 3 sectors. Yes, there are chicanes these days, but it's inevitable. And the first one is right at the end of the pit straight. The second one is just at the start of sector 2. The Variante Ascari, the third chicane, is there in the third sector. But the Parabolica remains unaffected. It's got more runoff these days, but it's a long right-hander that brings the cars round onto that very long, very fast pit straight. And it's a part of the circuit where you need horsepower, but you also need some good aero as well. And one car that's certainly going to be worth watching is that from the outside of the front row. It's the Nissan, and John Watson is with all of the drivers.
Lucas Ordóñez, you have the pleasure, I have to say, of starting front row of the grid.
Yeah, fantastic to be in P2. Obviously, Alex and Mitsu did an amazing job in qualifying, and yeah, we'll try to do our best for sure. We don't know how it's going to be the long run for us on the rear tires, but we will try to keep steady. Important race to score some good points for the championship, and yeah, looking forward to it.
What are you going to expect Lucas to do? Because you want to have a nice, clear racetrack before you get into the car. I'll say it slowly. When Lucas returns the car to you, what would you like?
What position? Good car, good pace.
Change me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll do my best.
Yeah. We'll come back. Alex, have you been hiding the performance under a bushel? Because all through practice, you really were nowhere. Suddenly, you had pole position, and then just in the last second, it went.
Yeah, no, we were playing the long game a bit. You know, we wanted to save up precious back tyres for qualifying. So, yeah, we didn't. We just ran our old tyres just to get a good sort of balance in the race, and yeah, we stuck the new tyres on, and the car felt amazing. So managed to get a pretty good lap in.
The question everybody at home is going to want to know the answer to: how many sets of new tyres have you got for the race?
We've got 2.
2. This is not a new set.
This is a new set. Yeah.
Who's going to get the second new set?
Me.
Our friend this is when he didn't understand the question. Anyway, guys, have a great race.
Thank you.
So that's the Nissan on the front of the grid then. And this year, as you've heard, Lucas Ordóñez is back, but Mitsunori Takaboshi comes to Blancpain for the first time. All new circuits, new car, new environment, new teammates, new team, a new interviewer on the grid. Everything is new. And Takaboshi was very, very quick in his element of qualifying, so he's going to be one to watch, that is for sure, when we go racing. And the countdown continues, 15 minutes before blast-off here at Monza, the opening round of the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup, which heads to the UK. Just planning ahead a little bit. Silverstone next month is where you need to be, May the 14th and 15th weekend for the second round, but who knows what we're going to have in this. Traditionally, Italian cars go well around an Italian circuit, and one driver of one of the quickest Ferraris is Giancarlo Fisichella. Let's hear from the Italian. He's with Watty.
Giancarlo, long time. You're looking great.
Yeah, not too bad. It's my first experience here in the Blancpain series. I have to say it's a great championship. There is a fantastic organization. 57 cars on the grid, unbelievable. It was a fantastic start of the day this morning. I did the third time overall and the first of my category. just 500 slower than the leader, so it's a great start. I hope to do a good race and go through the end of the race and score a good result.
Giancarlo, Eddie Jordan always said you were a mega, and that was a mega performance.
It was a mega performance because it was my, let's say, real first experience with the GT3 cars. The car is really good, there is a very good setup, and I feel comfortable.
Judging by your attire, I mean, you look like you're all set to go out for a late lunch in Milan. You're the last driver in.
Yeah, I'm still fit. I'm still enjoy. I'm really busy with the championship in America, with the IMSA championship, and this year I will do Le Mans with Risi Competizione. So I'm looking forward for it, and let's see.
Look forward to watching you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it's good to have Giancarlo Fisichella in Blancpain this year, and you can guarantee that when he's behind the wheel of that car, it is going to be very, very quick indeed. He will do the third stint. Of course, many of the teams will keep the third driver as the fastest driver, because if there's a late race safety car, that's when you need your really quick guy to get on board and to, if you like, wring the best result out of the car. There's no point in having a slower driver in with everybody bunched up behind, because he won't be able to repel the challenge of everybody around. So there is a good strategic reason for keeping your faster driver until the very end. The other argument is you put him out first and try and build an advantage, but it could well be that over 3 hours that is negated. Safety cars, of course, are always a part of endurance racing, but it has been the case at Monza, despite fears of the first chicane, that sometimes we haven't needed them until an hour or two even into the race. There was one year in the wet that we had a lengthy 40-minute safety car period at the start of the race as the drivers had to get used to the conditions. But under normal circumstances, I hope it's going to be a good, clean, green race. If it is, that's going to affect fuel strategy, of course, and fuel consumption. The teams want to try and go to the hour mark, but if they are coming in before the end of an hour, then it could be that a splash and dash is needed before the end. It could also be that we have to start looking at how some cars are nursing and looking after the fuel so they can come on strong later in the race and avoid a splash and dash, which is how Porsche won here in that very first Blancpain race all those years ago. So we have 10 minutes before the start of the formation lap, and in a few moments' time engines will fire up and the cars will be released, ready to get this race underway. Before though, let's go to Bruce Jones on the grid and hear from Blancpain.
Alain de Murat, there's not a better scene in the world than a grid full of cars for your Blancpain race here at Monza. 57 cars.
That's quite fantastic. We are here with Stefan Rattel organization for more than 7 years. We believed in that concept from the beginning, and we still believe in it, and we will stay on his side. This is a real human adventure, fantastic.
And the conditions couldn't be better, but it's a lot of cars to fit in a track, even Monza.
Yeah, we are just anxious for the first end of the droite ligne, but we'll see. We hope it's okay, but so many success, it's just fantastic.
Well, the sun's shining us. Enjoy the race.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Yeah, the partnership between SRO and this series and Blancpain has been a very successful one, and perhaps as a brand it wasn't that famous before its motor racing support, but in the last few years the full title of the championship is barely used. Most people colloquially refer to it as Blancpain, the Blancpain series, and it certainly has been a very successful partnership between the Swiss watchmaker and this very exotic grid of cars. So Dominic Baumann and Alex Bunkum's co-driver Lucas Ordóñez there having a quick word. Dominic Baumann in the black overalls, it was Lucas Ordóñez in the white. They are the two drivers on the front row, and I suspect that was a little bit of a conversation about how are we going to treat the run to the first corner here, because we don't want to do anything silly, we don't want to tangle, and we don't want to give the others a chance. But the last thing that the front row drivers need is to go off the road. Standing in front of the grid is the race director Alain Adam, who will of course oversee all of this. He's got 3 hours to make sure that the race is run safely. He'll be looking at pit stop times as well. There's a regulation for this year that says you can't have a pit stop that lasts between 75 and 95 seconds. It's to try and prevent an arms race of people buying trick gear to feed the fuel into the car too quickly, and therefore get to a situation where more money is being spent than is absolutely necessary. So there's a kind of delta time for a pit stop to pit in, pit out, including fuel tiles and driver change, and if you do it within that, then don't. It needs to be the wrong side of the delta time. So the grid is formed, and let's have a look all the way through with Dominic Baumann and Lucas Ordóñez on the front row. It's Mercedes and Nissan. The second row is Ishikawa Matiaki in the Ferrari near the pit wall, and alongside is Jiri Pisarik's Ferrari on the outside of the grid. Go back to row 3, Mercedes, Indy Dontje is at the wheel, Bentley, Andy Soucek is the best of the Bentley boys on the grid. Then Frederic Verviche in the number 1 Audi, and Duncan Cameron in the green and white Ferrari lining up alongside on the outside of the circuit. Behind there is Passin Lathoris, the Thai driver in the yellow Ferrari, Daniel Kalbitz, very quick in the Black Pearl Racing Ferrari. Next up you find Philippe Eng, and lining up alongside him is Michael Brozniewski in the black and red Ferrari. Next on the grid is Ahmad Al-Hathi in the Oman Racing Team Aston Martin, and the Audi alongside is that in the hands of Henry Hassid, who's just had a win in the previous race here for Lamborghinis. Alex Fontana is next in McLaren. Rob Bell is alongside him, the two Garage 59 cars alongside each other. Then you've got the Emil Frey Racing Jaguar. Stefan Ortelli goes first, alongside him Miguel Toril in the blue Mercedes. Hubert Haupt will go first in the green Mercedes. On the left as you look, Jeroen Bleekemolen in the Lamborghini alongside. Then it's former Grand Prix racer Will Stevens, and alongside is the AM Cup Ferrari of AF Corsa. Peter Mann, the American driver, will go first. Go back a row, Frank Stippler's ISR Audi is up near the pit wall, and alongside is the green Ferrari that Marco Seefried will start the race in. Then the next to the Santilok Audis, 25, Christian Kelders will start, and Leo Machitsky is at the wheel of the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini alongside. Then the red and white Zack Speed Mercedes, started by Darrell O'Young, and the Audi of Rodrigo Baptista alongside. The Bentley next is in the hands of Derek Pearce, and on the outside of that row, the Attempto Racing Lamborghini, Nicola Armindo, a race winner already today, is alongside Porsche, I should say, on the outside of row 15. Row 16 is where you find Steve Earle's Ferrari, Mike Parisi's Audi alongside. Then BMW, the new M6, it's Max Kerbolt at the wheel, and Alexander Moisieve's Ferrari is alongside. On the 18th row, Lukas Stoltz and the Lamborghini has Tom Onslow Cole for company in the Bentley. Row 19, Sean Walkinshaw's Nissan, switching away from his own team to the Bob Neville squad for this year. And Michael Meadows, double Carrera Cup GB champion, will start Audi number 2 on the outside of that row. Row 20, another of the WRT Audis, Adrian Delina at the wheel, and then Guy Smith a long way back, starting 40th in Bentley number 7. 21st is Richard Abra, on the 21st row I should say, Richard Abra, and alongside him it is going to be Christopher Brook in the Conrad Lamborghini. The next row, Alessandro Balzan's AF Corsa Ferrari, and Daniele Perfetti, former British GT champion, alongside. On row 23 there's Max van Spluntren's blue Lamborghini, and alongside him Jean-Luc Bobelic in the Mercedes. Row 24, Benjamin Lariche up against the pit wall, and then Klaus Graf, one to watch from 24th row of the grid. On row 25 there's Vadim Gittin in the red Ferrari, and then the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari alongside in the hands of Stefan Kampenhout to go first. Row 26, the Ombra Racing Lambo, Giovanni Berton, and the Antonelli car alongside is in the hands of Christian Pasuti. And we're not done yet. Row 27 is where you find the Porsche, the yellow and black car in the hands of Thierry Cornac, alongside is Patrick Niederhauser, one to watch. Then Karim Oger's BMW lines up alongside the yellow Lambo of Miro Konopka. And on row 29, Thomas Nicole will complete the grid in the CMR with Sport Garage car. And that is 57 cars, and that is what a Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup grid looks like as we are just about ready for blast-off. This promises, as ever, to be a spectacular race, and the cars are all lined up and will be underway shortly for the green flag lap. So that's the front row of the grid, and it is Mercedes and Nissan. And having enjoyed himself in the sunshine on the grid, soaking up the atmosphere, John Watson, you're ready for a race now.
I mean, it is. The grid was unbelievable. You could barely turn, let alone move. But one point I want to make a clarification of, as I understand it, and during the race, if we have what we call a full course yellow, which means the entire circuit is under waved yellow flags, and that means that everybody has got to essentially hold position at 80 kilometers per hour. But you never know, somebody might be out on a Sunday afternoon drive and think that 60 suits them better. The car that will be behind the car going slower than the 80 kilometers per hour, which is the maximum you can do, has been, the rule has been clarified, and that car can overtake the slower car without penalty.
Okay.
And that's opening up a slight sort of anomaly, because ordinarily, under waved yellow flags, it's a major penalty if you overtake another car. So that clarification, I understand, was made in the driver briefing, and we have to wait and see how, if we have a full course yellow, how that will unfold. Interesting. I think lots of drivers were not necessarily comfortable with it, but they will go with it.
So that's the way the regulation has been clarified. That is looking down on the grid, and the safety car has pulled away, and the green flag is now waved. The race director, Alain, flags them away, and so they do one lap behind the safety car, and then that will peel into the pit lane, and then you take a deep breath, and we will be racing, and it's going to be an absolutely manic first few laps. The full title is the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup, but the word endurance just means a long race because it's a 3-hour sprint. It is absolutely flat chat from beginning to end. The days of thinking about having one car in a team as a hare to try and go off and break the opposition, another one have a reduced pace and be there to pick up the places at the end, forget about that. The only way you might think about a different pace against the opposition is to try and save fuel, but most teams will be banking on a safety car. This is foot to the boards for 3 hours.
Yes, and the other factor which will be a major factor in this race, and we heard from Alex Buncombe that they had 2 sets of new Pirelli tyres for the race itself because of the weather conditions not being as good as we were having them now. They've saved 2 brand new sets, so we'll see Lucas Ordóñez going with a brand new set. We'll see Alex Buncombe in the final stint going with a brand new set. And I suspect that the majority of what you might call the prime drivers in any of the 57 teams here are the ones that have hogged those brand new tyres to get the maximum of benefit and effect. So a lot of strategy going on in the pit lane, lots of unknowns. Very exciting, can't wait.
We talked about the grid car by car. Just remind yourselves as the grid graphic scrolls through who is going to start where. Just going back to that point about the new tyres, it ties in with something I was saying, John, as you were coming back off the grid, which is that most of the teams will keep the fastest driver for that third stint in case of a late race safety car. So you take your best driver and your best set of tyres, you bolt them together, and then you like the blue touch paper and stand back. Everybody then getting warmth into the Pirelli rubber. Everybody has to run on Pirelli tyres in this championship, but just look at the number of different brands, 11 in total. What a mouth-watering grid.
Yes, it is. Just caught up with Peter Cox on the way back up to the grid. He's in an Audi for the first time, and he said basically, love it, but I just couldn't get energy and heat into those front tyres when I went out to do my qualifying. Now that's going to be something that he may suffer from. So some drivers who are in new locations, new teams, new cars, might find that when they get into the car with cold tyres on, new or used, they might struggle for the initial opening lap or two.
Interesting, isn't it? And that's to make the point about Audi. Everybody in the new generation of car that we saw in 1 or 2 teams last year, the LMS, the old Ultra, has gone. Peter Cox did drive one of the older cars in the Sepang 12 Hours at the back end of last year, but it's a new car that he has, new team, new teammates, and that's going to be one to watch as now this massive field starts to form up in the 2x2 formation, working their way down then towards the Parabolica. The race director, if he's happy, he's going to be able to give the command, and then we will be in business for 3 hours of racing as they work their way up towards the timing line. I dare to ask you to pick a winner because it's almost like sticking a pin in the entry list. It is such a wide open race, this, and we are about to get underway. The first Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup race of 2016 is about to blast off as the cars work their way out of the Parabolica. Are they all in neat formation? In comes the pace car as it is. 3 hours of racing at Monza is about to get underway now as they cross the timing line. And is the starter happy with the formation as they come up towards the starting line? If he is, he'll give the command and the lights will go. We're racing as they come across the line down towards the Rettifilo for the first time. And a good getaway they're made by the Mercedes on the inside line. It's Dominic Baumann then who's going to be able to hang on to the advantage. Ordóñez slots in behind him and then keep everything crossed. Is everybody going to make it through safely? No, there's a bit of bodywork that's gone flying. There's a huge traffic jam. There's one on the grass, one up the chicane curve, up the escape road. Blimey, if they could all survive this. Wow, damaged Lamborghini, the Conrad car, arrives out of nowhere. Christopher Brook comes all the way across the grass, trying to keep out of trouble. But the good news is I think they've all just about got through safely.
I mean, at one point I think the traffic line had stopped before they got into the first chicane. Such a big field, and now coming down into the second chicane, it's still the Mercedes Dominic Baumann ahead of Ordóñez in the Nissan. But this bit in the middle from about the third, fourth row back is a nightmare.
There is a yellow flag, or there was a yellow flag in the first sector. It's just gone in, so somebody came a cropper. And we've got the Bentley number 8 trying to work its way up the order. Andy Soucek at the wheel of the car. So, on this opening lap of the race then, and you can see some of them that qualified out of position, trying to carve their way through the field. We've got the battle raging on at the front of the field. Dominic Baumann ahead of Lucas Ordóñez, Mercedes ahead of Nissan as they work their way now down to the Variante Ascari. But a really good getaway by Souček in number 8 Bentley, gone storming up the order into 3rd place as they head down towards the Variante Ascari for the first time. And also going strongly, Daniel Kalvitz with the Black Pearl Racing Ferrari down to the Parabolica. Then they will come to complete lap number 1. 3 hours of racing, and in strife there, bouncing all over the curb, looked like passing Lathoris in the yellow Ferrari.
Well, just draw your breath. Look at the field. Aston Martin pulls out of the slipstream, tries to get up alongside the Audi coming down into Parabolica. Gets the job done. Good job indeed.
Through the Parabolica they come up towards the timing line at the end of lap 1. Dominic Baumann then will lead the way as there is an effort made up on the inside. Number 16, Blancpain in the green Lamborghini gains track position, or does he? Duncan Cameron's alongside him. Lamborghini versus Ferrari, Pro Cup car versus Pro-Am. Down to the first of the chicane. Daniel Kalvitz there, right on the back of Andy Souček. It's Baumann leading by 7/10 from Ordóñez. And does Blancpain make the move stick? Yes, he does. There's a slippery surface flag out, suggesting liquid and or bits of bodywork lying on the road, and in real strife there. The 74 Audi, which is Henry Hassid at the wheel.
Looks like there's maybe a bit of damage to the left side of the splitter on the front of that Audi. Maybe just caught the curbing as he was bouncing across it. So things will sort of gradually, as we're now on the second lap, slowing down marginally, but there is the lead, the Mercedes, Dominic Baumann ahead of Lucas Ordóñez, then Andy Souček, who made a blinding start from the 3rd row of the grid to take that 3rd place away, to expose the 2 Ferraris, the Pro-Am car, which of course is the car Giancarlo Fisichella is in, but it's Kawawaka, well, whatever.
That's easy for you to say.
Yes, I can. So the Ferrari 53, yeah.
Now, race lead gap at the end of the opening lap, 7/10 of a second, but Kalvitz in 4th place, doing better sector times than anybody, and Andy Souček has just done a very good middle sector as well, but already we've got cars heading for the pit lane. In fact, 4 pitted at the end of the opening lap, one of which, number 41, Benjamin Lariche, is heading for the garage. Also in was the Pisarik Malucciani Ferrari that's been so quick over the course of the weekend. The Sport Garage Ferrari 42 was in as well, and so too number 59, which is, I'm afraid to say, the Garage 59 McLaren of Alex Fontana. So one of the McLarens in real strife already. That's the Struan Moore Fontana Andrew Watson car. There it is.
Well, that's disappointing. At lunch with Andrew Watson, and he was looking forward to this event.
Look at this little battle shaping up nicely, coming off the Parabolica as over the timing line. You've got the Audi in the middle of all of this. This is 5th, 6th and 7th coming through, where over the line comes Matoaki, then Frederic Verviche, and Michael Broniewski is in that as well. In fact, it's Verviche that goes backwards as Broniewski in the black and red Ferrari picks up 6th place. Frederic Verviche at WRT this year. They brake hard, they get to the Rettifilio. Into that sequence of corners they go, and 53, which is Ishikawa Motoaki in the Pro-Am Ferrari, doing a really good job here, hanging on to that place.
Yeah, the Ferrari's got a little bit of an advantage in a straight line, both the 458, the previous model, now the 488, the twin turbocharged Ferrari, so still back. Andy Souček's really joined into this lead battle. Top 4 covered by as they came across the line, just, well, it was 2.3 seconds. A little bit of squeezing going through. Again, that's the Audi getting past the Ferrari, which sort of got wrong-footed and is about to be mullered by the Lamborghini.
Yeah, Motoaki Ishikawa there being forced offline and losing a couple of free spots in the process. He's now got Jeroen Bleekemolen behind him, and then Duncan Cameron as well. That's the leading quartet then, with 4 different brands. You've got Mercedes, Nissan, Ferrari, Bentley all running in that leading group. And then in 5th place now, it is Michael Broniewski, who was really good here last year. He's getting a couple of spots. Bleekemolen looking for a way through as well here in that green Lamborghini. Interesting putting Jeroen Bleekemolen out first, but it's a really good combination of drivers, that. And Jeroen Bleekemolen, massively experienced. I mean, if you were given his CV to read, you'd die of old age before you got to the end of it.
Well, it's certainly a great CV, but didn't have enough straight line speed to catch the Ferrari, overtake the Ferrari. That's the 488 Ferrari, the twin turbocharged now. Quicker off the Ascari chicane, gets the run on the left-hand side of the straight, coming down into Parabolica. He will be able to brake a little bit later than the Ferrari, and he's got sufficient air between himself. He's taken that place over. Good pass, thought out by Jeroen Bleekemolen.
The other one to watch is Daniel Kalvitz, who's still hunting down the race leaders. Verviche with a bit of damage, I think, possibly comes up to the timing line, but he's under attack, isn't he, now? Because you've got Rob Bell looking for a way through, and the McLaren just breezes on by. Look at that, down towards the Rettifilio, but Verviche now will hug the inside line and brake as late as he dares and stands on the anchors, and back through he goes.
Yes, Rob Bell will try to make the undercut coming out of the 3rd part of the element of the first chicane. As we go back to this, the middle to the tail of the field, they're still coming out of Parabolica as the lead cars are going into the second chicane. There's almost a mile between the tail and the front of the field.
I'm so glad I'm not doing a lap chart on this race. 22 then, which is the Simmons Walkinshaw Nissan, pounds on. The Emil Frey Jaguar also in shot. Walkinshaw's in 29th place at the moment, going strongly, yeah.
Yeah, he made up a bit of ground on his qualifying.
Indeed so. And how's the Jaguar getting on? Because Stefano Ortelli was due to do the first stint in that car, switching away. Now he's no longer a factory Audi driver. And 19 Lamborghini getting into the back of the Bentley there. Ooh.
And that Bentley way out of position. I don't know why it was down on 34th, I think, in the grid. 17th row, and they are going to have to just be patient. But of course, it's not patient about overtaking. It's being aware of people behind you, being impatient, as we saw in the second chicane, making a substantial whack into the rear of the Bentley.
So Luca Stoltz is the driver you're riding with, and that's Guy Smith just up the road.
Big damage to the nose of that number 7 Bentley as well.
Interesting where that come from early on. It must have been in that bottleneck down at the first chicane, as diving up on the inside. Frank Stippler, I think that was, yes, gaining places. So there is Guy Smith in Bentley number 7. Hustling on, works his way out of the Variante Ascari.
Half the front, not the grille, but I mean the emblem of the Bentley has certainly been attacked, or Bentley did attack somebody, but with them 3 abreast coming down, almost trying to make it 4 abreast as they dive into Parabolica, and 3 into 1 doesn't go, and somebody's going to concede, and up the inside is that Jaguar trying to sneak through and get a position. An easy pass, read that situation well and used. Bentley really missing out badly, getting squeezed on the outside, trying to get back in to make sure he's on the racetrack, not on the outside of that white line, which is not really racetrack. And again, Guy Smith under attack, one way, the other, and directly behind. And I mean, he's now pushing the Ferrari and being pushed from behind, so gets himself into a better, clearer air. But again, the performance of the Ferrari, the straight line performance, certainly very impressive this weekend.
We've got a couple of cars under investigation already. Just quickly to mention, the Bleekemolen Lamborghini is one, and another car that's under investigation is the Conrad Lamborghini, started by Christopher Brooks. So 2 Lambos under investigation. And there's a car that has stopped out on the circuit as well, we are told, number 15, the Cobalt Colombo Giorgio Roda BMW Team Italia Pro-Am Cup car. We've had a few in and out of the pits already as well, one of which was Klaus Graf's BMW number 98 from Rover Racing, so that has suffered early on. As up front, it is Baumann, Ordonez, Karvitz, Suchek, Broniewski, and then Bell in the top 6. You're on board with Stoltz.
The exit of Lesmo too, very careful not to overrun the exit of the corner, drop a wheel off. But apart from anything else, it'll throw a load of gravel onto the racetrack. Then the run down up into the Ascari, one of the parts of the racetrack. As long as you can get track position, you can make a pass. But if you're not certain, back out of it, because the closing gap into the first part of the Ascari chicane inevitably will end up in contact. Look at the Guy Smith, it's the Aston Martin, directly under the back of Duncan Cameron as they come in, almost as the contact between the 2 cars. Just about, I think, avoided it, but close as you can get.
Oh, and Harvey that was, gaining track position against Duncan Cameron, and Daniel Karvitz is up into 2nd place there, number 66. Look, this is somebody who specialises in winning races and titles in Corvettes. Done really well in the old FIA GT3 Championship days, and then the German GT Championship, but now in a Ferrari he's up to 2nd place, and he's been a real gun all weekend as Daniel Karvitz. So you're seeing him in the first stint, but he's going very strongly, adapting to a new type of car for him. And now we've got a bit of lappery, haven't we? Because, for example, Klaus Graf, after an early pit stop, is about to be lapped by Dominic Baumann.
Yes, but it's the Ferrari in 2nd place, really, that is, I think, significant and indicative of what may well be the outcome of this race in, 2 hours and 50 minutes. That's the straight line speed of these brand new 488 Ferraris to get past the Nissan Lucas Ordonez. That is not a slow car in a straight line. And, okay, it makes a big hole, so there's a bit of an aerodynamic, but to me, that's just sheer straight line grunt.
That's Lappery, I think. No, it's not. That's a proper battle for position, isn't it? That's the 99 BMW. Apologies. Duncan Cameron coming under attack from 99, which is being started by Philip Eng. That was a quick car in the first 2 elements of qualifying. Duncan Cameron has to do effectively 2 hours to the 1 hour of Matt Griffin in that, because it's a 2-driver entry.
Yeah, and he sort of got mugged between the 2 Lesmos, got bullied one side and the other, and he did the right thing. He just allowed the pros to take that track position. Look, again, down in, right overtaking into Parabolica, the 98 BMW. Oh, big problems over the Ascari. What was that all about? 75?
That's Stippler, isn't it? Frank Stippler from 15th place, getting it well wrong.
Well, not wrong, maybe safe and steady Frank, that was far from it.
Absolutely. So a wild ride. How did he get there? Was he given a nudge? And there's somebody else in strife. That's the Barwell Lamborghini, isn't it? 78.
I wonder, was that what happened? Was that did the Audi and the Bentley as well? So 3 cars, possibly, certainly 2 in the middle. That's going to be, I think, a safety situation.
Derek Pierce Bentley was just getting going. Leo Machitsky was in the Barwell Lamborghini. Fingers crossed the road is going to be clear. There are no yellow flags shown on our timing screens, and there's the Bentley it's got going. It's out of harm's way, but the Lamborghini is still stuck. There it is. And now the yellow flags are being confirmed on the timing screen. Go on, Leo, get it going. He has. Yeah. And now Leo Machitsky is rushing away.
Yeah, that yellow flag should be very... Oh, why did he do that? He just almost...
You tell me, John, you're the racer.
Please explain to me why you would want to attack a curb when you're just getting back underway. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm losing the plot some days.
We'll get an answer. We'll depute Bruce Jones up the pit lane to ask Leo Machitsky about that at the end of his stint. But anyway, he's got the spin out of his system, hopefully. Now, up front, Dominic Baumann is being caught for the race lead by Daniel Kalvitz here. There they are, Mercedes versus Ferrari. In third place, it's Lucas Ordóñez, and then the car behind is lapped to ignore the BMW just for the moment. In real fourth place, at the back of that queue, is Andy Soucek in the Bentley. And number 8, traditionally, has had the rotten luck, hasn't it? But it went well at Misano, and it's outpacing 7, the other M Sport Bentley, in this race. Flash of the lights from Soucek. I'm coming through, he says.
Yeah, but watch the Ferrari. That's going to be the car that's going to be on the tail of Dominic Baumann as they come through and exit out of Parabolica. And that ease with which the Ferrari was able to get past the Nissan, I wouldn't be surprised if it'll do much the same with the lead Mercedes.
89 trying to get out of the way, coming out of the second of the chicanes, which is the Daniel Perfetti driven Laurent Cazeneuve, Michael Lyons ACA ASP car. We were told it was Perfetti to start in that, but he's got a problem, hasn't he? It's pulled to one side.
Yeah, there's a problem with the car we're getting. There's the battle for third, Ferrari in the middle of that. Fourth place Bentley, Andy Soucek. Andy Soucek made great progress in that opening lap, but really has never been able to make much more. And then again, Duncan Cameron coming under threat in 13th place from the Marco Seefried Ferrari. So it's up alongside, and I suspect Cameron on the outside will concede, and in doing so opens the door for the Audi, who tried to push its way through. That's the number 2 Audi.
So we're working lap number 8 here, and 8/10 split Baumann and Kalvitz in the lead of the race. Some very, very brave efforts being made there. Look behind Duncan Cameron with 89 trying to gain track position out of all of that. Also in the midst is Christopher Hassan, number 74. Stippler again gets in on the act and almost gets squeezed onto the grass. And Duncan Cameron gets out of the way here. He doesn't want to put the car in jeopardy so early in the race.
No, he's really being mumbled by just simply the pro drivers that are in these midfield packs. Maybe some of these cars out of position in qualifying. Not everybody got the clear, clean laps that you needed to do your best time. Waved white flag for that car coming very slowly down on the left-hand side of the track into Parabolica, so everybody needs to be aware, particularly if you're in a big group of cars, that would be a blind spot for you. So everybody is forewarned of a slow car on the racetrack. So Dominic Baumann has managed to open up a small amount of gap. The Ferrari on the previous lap was a little bit closer as they come across the line. The gap is just under a second. So under breaks into the first chicane. Ordóñez dropping back 2.7 seconds to the second place Ferrari. So his race is now going to be about the defense of that third place from Andy Soucek in the Bentley. And then looking further down the field, 58, Garage 59, the McLaren of Rob Bell, so he's been making good progress as well. So Rob Bell, but he's a further 9 seconds behind the Bentley in fourth place. So there's the battle for the lead 2 cars. Again, the Ferrari closes up quite a lot compared to what it was when it came on to the start-finish straight. So whether there was a small error somewhere or something got in the way, but the gap between the lead Mercedes of Dominic Baumann and the second place Ferrari is, well, that's around about half to just under a second.
And a drive-through penalty is being given to Jeroen Bleekemolen and also to 29 Christopher Brook for short-cutting turn 1 and gaining an advantage out of that bottleneck at the first corner.
Yeah, I mean, both drivers, with justification, might well say. We didn't have any options. We did it because if we hadn't, we'd have been involved in a collision. But by gaining an advantage, and it may not have been a single car position, it might have been 3 or 4 cars that you benefited from, so that may be why the penalty has been issued.
So 57 starters. We've had quite a few in the pits, and in fact a couple still in the pits, as though their race may well already be run, a legacy of early damage. But the race leaders go through, and 84 Dominic Baumann is ahead of Daniel Kalvitz, the gap 9/10 of a second now. In the background, Lucas Ordóñez is in 3rd spot.
It looks to me, for some reason I don't quite understand, the Ferrari's advantage is around different parts of the racetrack, but in the final corner, Parabolica coming onto the straight, the Mercedes seems to gain whatever it might lose around the sort of end of the first, second sectors of the racetrack. Gap was virtually the same, 0.949 on the last lap, about 100th or so of a second. Adenia's now back to 3.2 seconds behind the second place Ferrari, and Souček within a second of that 3rd place Nissan, and Rob Bell hovering around the 9 seconds behind the Souček Bentley in 4th place.
There are the leaders. They got themselves absolutely together, and as they work their way out of the first of the Lesmos, then we've got more news of people having strife of spin for the Derek Pierce Bentley. I think we'd seen that, haven't we, already? It's just come up on the timing screen just to clarify what happened a lap back. But this is your lead battle now. The reason they both got a 0-1 on the Lumirank display is because they're both class leaders. Pro Cup for the Mercedes, Pro Am for Kalvitz in the Ferrari. Dominic Baumann, who spent last year driving BMWs in GT racing, switching to Mercedes, and doing a very good job in this new car.
Well, it's from this point back to the start-finish line that the Mercedes seemed to gain marginally over the Ferrari, which you would not expect the Ferrari pulling out. I wonder why he's doing that, other than he's got a cooling problem or maybe trying to cool the brakes. There's some reason why he's pulled out to the right. Look how much he's fallen back just on the point of entry, and that's where Dominic Baumann gets that little bit of comfort. He knows that certain other parts of the circuit, the Ferrari has been closing that gap down. It was 0.949 of a second, down to 3/4 of a second. But the Ferrari's having to do something to compensate or consolidate. He may have an issue of brake cooling, maybe engine temperatures, oil temperatures.
Closes up under braking at the end of the straight. Of course, the Mercedes a good grunty car. The Ferrari good through the corners. Daniel Kalvitz has just come from years of driving big grunty cars, the Corvettes, but now chasing on at the Ferrari. Of course, Lapri is going to be a factor all the way through this race. There's more up the road, the pit lane for the moment. The calm before the storm, but it's awaiting cars for drive-through penalties, and a big lock-up by the back-marking Ferrari ahead of the leaders. That's going off, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got a problem. He may have a throttle that didn't fully shut because the front wheel was locked solid and the car was still being driven on, and whether that was maybe, again, I mean, if you get a brake problem, if your rear brakes, for argument's sake, have gone, you've overheated them, that's what's going to happen. The brake pedal's going to go forward, and in that case it might have been a front brake lock-up, maybe could have been a throttle problem. Certainly wouldn't be surprised to see him in the pits to change that right front tire, because it'll be as flat spotted as you can get.
I think that was Thomas Nicole in the Sport Garage car, and it was a big lock-up. He did rejoin, but at, it must be said, a rather reduced pace. So Daniel Kalvitz then pressing on in number 66 Ferrari. Came out of racing minis, the new shape mini in Germany. He's also, as I say, been successful not just in the German Championship, but was the 2010 FIA GT3 European champion. Now a little bit further down, Philip Eng in the Rover Racing BMW there, just coming off line, the white and yellow and black car. He's on the back of Ahmad Al-Harfi in the Oman Racing Team Motorbase Performance Aston Martin. That is Stefan Ortelli, 11th in the Jaguar. Thumbs up all round, because
Absolutely.
It's a great underdog story, this.
I mean, it is the story. I mean, we know there was a story of the race last year at Nürburgring, and with Stefan Ortelli in the car, undoubtedly will lift emotions and joy and maybe a bit of unhappiness, but he certainly will be giving that Jaguar a right talking to. And in 11th place, great effort.
And I quite like this from Ahmad Al-Harfi as well, because the Omani is 8th, and he's monstering the #1 WRT Audi, which is the best placed of the Audis at the moment. And look at the Aston go. It's the only Aston in the race, and David Bartram's team, little small team from Rutem in Kent, and they're on the outside line here. Al-Harfi down towards the Rettifilio. Job done. Good effort.
Yes, I mean, it worked it out. Coming out of Parabolica has an advantage in a straight line, because he could pull up behind and pass the Audi, BMW 90 was going to be pushed back in the
that's the
garage.
Klaus Graf car.
Yeah, this is not maybe the Audi, the best circuit in the calendar for it, but of course it's the WRT team that are so consummate in winning races. But there was an example of an old, if you want to call it, the Aston Martin DB whatever Vantage with a V12 engine, the only V12 engine in the event, pulling out, passing the V10 Audi in its latest form, and you don't often see that. But this was a circuit that Audi felt would not necessarily play to their strengths. Maybe Vervish has gone down a place, so that was a disappointment.
Indeed so, but Baumann and Karlovic remain the top two. There's a punch in tyre there.
Right rear.
Yeah. And which of the Audis is that that's going up the escape road to get out of the way?
I think it's number 2. Yes, it is. It's number 2.
So that's the Michael Meadows, Stuart Leonard, Robin Frinn's car.
Of course,
Michael Meadows at the wheel of it.
Was that contact that led to the tyre being cut down, or was it a curb? Let's look and see. Maybe there was some.
So a look under braking.
Yeah, but just that right rear. Did somebody cut across? Or there's contact behind.
Bang.
That's what it was. But that was part of it.
Yeah.
But it was the right rear that went down.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
That's the left rear. It was the right rear that went down. So maybe bits of bodywork got displaced and cut into the tyre.
So Michael Meadows has got to bring that round to the pit lane. And of course, he's got the bulk of the lap to do, so it's a slow in lap, and he doesn't want to go too quickly and incur more damage, does he?
No, and we saw that at Silverstone last weekend, where somebody who should have known better, an LMP1 car, came back and, shred carbon fibre till the cars come home.
Another great battle pack here. There's the damaged Ferrari heading into the Parabonica, and that's struggling as well, isn't it? Number 50 now, keeping out of the way, but front damage there to the Passin Lathoras, Michele Rugolo, Alessandro Pierguidi Ferrari that heads up over the timing line now. So that car dropping down as a result of the contact.
Again, a little bit of nudging coming into the first chicane. 53 Ferrari clipping the back of the Lamborghini. So that was the AF Corsa car. That was the car that was actually on pole position for the Pro-Am Cup. So a little bit of contact there, and that will not do the Ferrari much good. As we see Duncan Cameron come in, that car's been up on the jacks and going into the garage.
That is not good, is it? That's a real worry, having that car in the pit lane so early on. Second in class last year.
Yeah, but I just wonder, again, contact with the Bentley and the Audi.
Oh!
How clumsy is that?
Well, that's Derek Pearce in the middle of it in the Bentley.
Well, there wasn't his fault.
Absolutely.
He got whacked behind. There was contact with the Audi going in. Then the Audi spun, the Bentley had nowhere to go, and then he got clobbered from behind as well. So again, yellow flags down at entry to turn 1. And are we going to see? Will this be just simply a quick removal of both cars? The Bentley is probably drivable, having an eventful afternoon.
Is he ever?
Up at the Ascari chicane, somehow or other find himself pointing the wrong way.
And the other one, I think, was Christopher Brook in the Conrad Lamborghini. They're the turquoise car, which virtually disappears underneath. And that, remember, has also got a drive-through to serve. Damage at the front right of the Bentley. Now, have a look. It's the 25 Audi that gets a little tag, and then he loses it, I think, through the next corner. The Bentley brakes. The Lamborghini's got nowhere to go. Drilled him up the back. Launches him up in the air. Carries on.
I tell you what, the spare parts manager at Lamborghini's going to love this.
Tell you what, Lamborghini's a strong old car as well, isn't it?
So there is the Audi in, and that's the number 2 car that had the tyre. Yeah. You can see the damage to the left rear. There was the right rear that was the tyre. There's the Lamborghini. Now, aerodynamically, that's not going to do an awful lot for it.
No.
Now, do you come in, or do you continue on? And there's still, finally, the Bentley's been disengaged as a melee of cars make their way down into turn 1.
Now that may well be investigated. The incident between the Ferrari number 50 of Passin Lathoras and Michael Meadows is under investigation. And that's a very slow Ferrari that's limping on. There's no safety car. We just have a yellow flag localised down at the first corner. 91 is back in. Darrell O'Young, Mercedes.
2 cars running nose to tail, absolutely, what, 40 kilometres per hour? And that caused confusion with this group of cars because have we got a full course yellow or something?
So there, Vervish goes back ahead of Al-Harfi, so Audi back ahead of Aston Martin, and Philipp Eng is with them in the BMW. This is your battle for 7th place now, heading down towards the Parabolica.
Watch Philipp Eng, because he's up alongside the Aston as he came out of the Ascari on the tail, and the Aston about to get mugged again coming down into the Parabolica. Maybe not, well, he manages to retain his position.
Fantastic.
He was late in the brakes. I thought the BMW had that deal all done, and there's the Aston back. Great straight line speed from the Aston.
A good racecraft by Ahmed Al-Harthi, and that now means Hubert Haupt in the green Mercedes. He's dead set level with Philippe Eng in the BMW, and behind there's another little pair, Marco Seefried trying to come up alongside Stefan Ortelli. Over the timing line they have gone. This is the battle for 7th place, remember, and it's what, 5-6 cars diving down. Haupt goes up the escape road.
He's going to have to stop, let all these cars pass before he can rejoin.
And of course that was the yellow flag zone. Thankfully it's now clear. Haupt rejoins back in the traffic, doesn't he?
Well, he certainly would not have made up any position, so no. I suppose he saw the gap, he took the opportunity, but the net loser was Hubert Haupt.
Yeah, he's fallen to the back a bit. Indy Johnshire has just gone through, so that sorts out Hubert Haupt, the very experienced German driver. He was a DTM Audi factory driver going back 25 years, so he now falls down to 13th place. And there's a yellow flag out in the 3rd sector of the lap at the moment as well, so it's been a busy first 27 minutes of the race, hasn't it?
Well, I'll tell you, I hope the rest of it isn't as busy as this, because you barely catch your breath. So the BMW back now, Philippe Eng trying to regain that position from the Al-Harthi Aston Martin. So that's the battle that's going on all around 7th, 8th, 9th. Eng in 9th, Al-Harthi at 8th, Vervish in 7th. Vervish, quite cute. Car stopped now in the Ascari chicane. That was one of the 2 cars that we saw coming very slowly up that straight into the chicane, so it didn't make it any further. So again, waved yellow flags at the chicane, no overtaking. Once you get the green flag, then you can recommence. BMW trying to do something with the Aston Martin, but the speed of the Aston in the straight, I think, is going to give it.
So you've got Kalvitz in the lead of the race now. He's found a way past Baumann at long last, and that was a good run coming out of the Parabolica. Blue flags busily being waved by marshals at just about every post now. We've got more and more cars serving either penalty pit stops or stopping out of sequence, and so we've now got Kalvitz ahead of Baumann. Stefan Ortelli is in 11th place, and that means we've got 10 different brands in the top 11 places as the Derek Pierce Bentley is having some TLC. The 11th brand is Porsche, example of which is just being lapped at the moment. We don't have any Pro Cup Porsches in this, they're all in Pro-Am, so for the moment they're not running in that leading gaggle, but the IMSA Performance car hops out of the way. But yeah, how about that? 10 different brands in the top 11 places.
Well, I suppose you have to say it's competitive motor racing, wouldn't you? I mean, if you really want to push me on the point, yeah. No, it's fantastic. I mean, it's just amazing. And what's great is we've got so many new products with all the new BMWs, the new Mercedes, the updates to the Lamborghini Huracan, the latest incarnation of the Audi, and on it goes. And there's one of the older cars in the race now, the Nissan GTR, followed by the Bentley Andy Suchek, still hovering around 3/4 of a second behind the Nissan, not able to make any further progress. But it is looking at the Aston Martin. I mean, they've been around since, well, has the Aston fundamentally changed?
Not much over the last 2 or 3 years. I think David Barton's going to hang on to it and run it in historic GT racing in due course. But it's still competitive. That's the main thing, isn't it? There it is. And Michael Broniewski gets chopped in the traffic. He's trying to get past the Mercedes there, and he didn't do it. So he's lost a little bit of ground on this lap. But Broniewski going very well indeed. 6th in the Ferrari.
Yeah, he made the right choice not to try and force it. He was on the inside of the corner. He had a much more acute turn, and if he had forced it, then undoubtedly contact would have occurred. So you've got to think about it. Vervish trying to defend from the BMW into Parabolica. We're getting the opinion that the straight line performance of the Audi is its Achilles heel as the Ferrari finally is pushed back into the garage to effect whatever repairs to the bodywork. You can see the right front after the contact with the Audi down at the first chicane. Yes. Aston just able to maintain its advantage. In fact, it's dropped the BMW, and it's the Mercedes directly behind now.
So Tiaki and also Alexander Mosiv's Ferrari is under investigation for an incident. Passing Lathoris and the yellow Ferrari in the garage. Marco Seefried's on a mission, having got himself up past Stefan Ortelli. And the BMW coming under attack as well now. Yes, there's Marco Seefried on the tail of him. Now Seefried should be able to get through the traffic here. The Ferrari always goes well around Monza, but just look how busy it is. Everybody going for track position as they head up towards the second chicane, and Philippe Eng is able to hang on in there for 9th.
Yeah, clever bit of driving by Philippe Eng. He was in the middle of the track and he knew the Ferrari was looking at coming down the outside, trying to squeeze around. but he just placed the BMW more and more and more, and eventually Siegfried had to get out of the throttle. And that's what you need to be, aware of what's going on ahead of you and what's happening behind you. So dive up the second of the HTP Mercedes, dives up the inside in the second. Esmo takes that position away from Stefano Telli, not like Stefano Telli to be caught napping, but he was that time.
And now also he's coming under attack from Hubert Haupt in the green Mercedes there as they head up towards the Variante Ascari. Hubert Haupt looks for a way by, can't do it, and Haupt at the same time he's trying to keep Frank Stippler at bay. So you've got three hugely experienced drivers here running absolutely nose to tail. The collective years of experience of Ortelli, Haupt and Stippler will take you well into three figures, that is for sure. Now there, through the traffic, goes Philippe Eng. Through he goes and picks up the place. That's Stefano Ortelli in the Jaguar. Now this is how the lead changed. The race leader gets a little bit balked in traffic. He gets delayed, and Daniel Kalvitz has a far better run, pounces. Great opportunistic driving there.
Yeah, I mean, it just read the situation, saw that the lead car, Dominic Baumann, was about to be, not deliberately, but just inadvertently got caught behind a slower car. And the Ferrari had the momentum, used it, ran right to the edge of the racetrack. But once he got that advantage, the Ferrari straight line speed was never going to make it an easy return for Dominic Baumann. He just had to sort of suck it up and accept that on this occasion, and now he's already almost the best part of a second behind the Ferrari in second place, as we still see this battle going on for 10th and 9th place between Eng in the BMW and Siegfried in the Ferrari. The Ferrari still finding it a problem to deal with the Philippe Eng BMW, who is just making that wide BMW as wide as possible.
Absolutely right, and one side and then the other tries to go Marco Siegfried.
You're allowed to make one move to block, you're not really permitted to make a move back and then back again, so Philippe Eng needs to be a little bit mindful that on-board shots like that can tell an awful lot. So, but he's got good performance, and Marco Siegfried probably capable of lapping quicker than the BMW, but not being able to find the opportunity to prove the point.
BOP working to equate everybody. Frustrates some, but it gives good racing. And the race leader has just put 18 laps in the book, and 0.8 of a second up is Kalvitz now in the older Ferrari, the 458, ahead of Dominic Baumann in the new Mercedes. And then at the head of this train is the 488 of Michael Broniewski, the newer Ferrari. There's Marco Siegfried pounding on in the green Ferrari behind Philippe Eng, double German Carrera Cup champion. Stefano Ortelli trying to work his way through traffic, and off he goes.
And that looks to me that the brake pedal went a bit on the long side, unless his feet fumbled. But that was certainly an issue for Stefano Ortelli that he wasn't anticipating. He's got his lights flashing. I wonder why he's doing that.
Well, Hubert Haupt is flashing the lights in the traffic ahead of him. Ahmad Al-Harfi is keeping Frederic Verviche at bay, and Eng is keeping Siegfried behind him. So Ortelli in traffic lost out. That's given Frank Stippler a place, former co-driver. And 89, the Daniel Perfetti Mercedes then is being lapped as the leading pack works its way by.
So once again, just getting the tail of this battle between the Ferrari and the BMW, and the BMW's got a lot of straight line performance, including Marco Siegfried from being able to launch an attack down the inside. So once again, the frustration of having to think about where can I use my strengths. The BMW is a physically large car, it takes up a lot of the racetrack. Philippe Eng places it right in the part of racetrack that Siegfried would like to use, and not being able to get the opportunity.
.888 Ferrari that runs in the AM Cup. Vadim Gitin at the wheel of it. The AM Cup at the moment being led by the AF Corsa Ferrari of Alexander Moiseev, ahead of Stefan Kampnaut's Ferrari. But now going strongly in third in the class is 888 Vadim Gitin. That's the top two overall. Daniel Kalvitz carrying on the good work really from last year when Pierre Caffer did a good job in this car around Monza, and Daniel Kalvitz has been brought in as the gun this year. He leads the way, but Dominic Baumann looking very strong. Now, we've talked about this lead battle. Just bear in mind that these two are now 9.4 seconds up the road from the third place car of Lucas Ordonez. They're getting away a little bit now.
Yeah, they're getting away, and that's partly the benefit of clear air. The 458 Ferrari, as opposed to the 488, which are further through the field. And in a sense, Going back to the 333 Ferrari, Giancarlo Fisichella, who looks very chilled and relaxed. He's not going to be in the car for another hour and roughly a half, I would imagine. So the 458 Ferrari able to use its strengths, which we know are great here at Monza, and the Mercedes-Benz of Dominic Baumann trying to get back, but it's a done deal, I think, for the Ferrari. And Andy Soucek has not really had any opportunity to do more than he's been doing. It's been hovering around 3/4 of a second. It's just over half a second as they come up on lap 20.
And then a bit further back here, Philippe Eng still in 9th place in the BMW. Just up the road ahead, there's Ahmed Al-Harfi doing a really good job in 7th, going after Bronizeski. The best of the WRT Audis. Frederic Verviche is only in 8th spot at the moment. That's the car that has the Vantor brothers in it, Dries and Lawrence. And the car's currently working lap number 20. Now we are 23 minutes away from the end of the first hour mark. If the cars can go to the end of the hour or a bit more on fuel, they'll have done very well indeed. But of course, so far we've gone without a safety car.
Yes, and that's great to see. Just thinking about strategy, maybe the car that's leading is a Pro-Am car.
Yes.
So really, why would anybody in 2nd, 3rd or 4th place get stressed about it? Because as soon as Kilovitz hands over, respectfully, the car's not going to have the same performance that we're seeing right now.
That's true.
So Baumann in 2nd place effectively will become the leader. That car will become the leader. Ordonez in 3rd place will become 2nd place, and Soucek will 4th will become. That's what I would. If I was running in each of those 3 cars, I'd ignore 66 Ferrari. It's not an our race.
Here's the AM leader in the red and white and green Ferrari. Alexander Moisiv at the wheel of it at the moment, and that car is running in 28th place overall, the Kaspersky Ferrari, which with more experienced drivers, with an extra year of experience, has been much more competitive this weekend. And right behind is Stefan Kampenhout in the other Rinaldi racing car. So this is a 1-2 battle with a 1/5 of a second between them at the start of the lap for the AM Cup lead. Here they come off the turn, and Stefan Kampenhout on the inside as they work their way out of the Parabolica is going to try to make the run here. Now Van Kampenhout's been racing for years and years and years. He knows a few tricks. Down they go towards the Rettifilio. Is he close enough to make a move? Doesn't look like it.
488 can't get it done on a 458. It indicates that the balance of performance between the 2 models of Ferrari is very, very good indeed. And it is a 458 that is currently leading the race. And there you see the 488 with that twin-turbo V8 engine. A little bit of extra torque. We called that, I think, in practice on Saturday, that during a long run, maybe that extra torque's putting a lot more load into the rear tires on those turbocharged Ferraris than the aspirated one. So it's something to keep an eye on.
Remember, Michael Meadows was drilled by the number 50 Passin-Lathoris Ferrari. Well, that's gone back out into the race, the yellow Ferrari, but has been given a drive-through for causing a collision. So Passin-Lathoris, after a lengthy pit stop, is now 6 laps down anyway, and has got to drive through for his pains.
Interesting that while all this has been going on, Rob Bell in 5th place actually has fallen further behind Andy Soucek in 4th. So the McLaren, he's in pretty much clear air, but he's 13. No, he's not. He's 13 seconds behind the racer. He's actually, sorry, I beg you, closed the gap to 1.6 seconds on 4th place Andy Soucek. So Soucek, not only is he thinking about trying to take 3rd place away from Ordonez, has now got to be concerned that the McLaren is about to swoop down and make that a 3-way battle for that 3rd place.
You're looking at 99 BMW, the sister car of Klaus Graf, who's in the pits early on. That had suspension damage. It's been repaired. It's been sent back out. How's 3rd place battle getting on? It's 3rd, 4th and 5th now. Look at this. Ordonez, Soucek and Bell as one. Nissan, Bentley and McLaren. So the 3 of them running together as they work their way now down towards the Variante Ascari.
And it's Rob Bell who will have the momentum, because Soucek has been sort of literally bogged down behind the Nissan since the race got underway. So Rob Bell pulls out, but he's got to go back again because the Bentley sort of cut that off. Andy Soucek knew the threat from the McLaren. He saw how quickly it was closing to the rear of his car. Now he's got to try and prevent Rob Bell maintaining that momentum, and at the same time think about how am I going to get past a Nissan, which I think it's rear tires. Remember, Alex Buncombe alluded to rear tire wear, so maybe we're finding Lucas Ordonez struggling for rear end grip.
Could be as he comes towards the end of the stint, but he's still got to get around 20 more minutes, give or take, hasn't he? So up towards the line, the leaders have gone through with the gap widening between the quick Kylvitz, Dominic Baumann. This is Daniel Kylvitz chance to shine, really, because the car's going to drop away as the race wears on. So he wants the glory of the first hour, and he's getting it. Lucas Ordóñez third, Souček fourth. But here comes Rob Bell, pulls out of the draft down towards the Rettifilio. Is he going to be able to get the McLaren up the inside? No, he has a look, he thinks about it, and he starts to get Andy Souček on his toes by way of being defensive. And look, straight away, that drops them back from the Nissan. So the gap widens between Ordóñez and Andy Souček. Into the pits again is the Duncan Cameron Ferrari. Well, it's had one lengthy stop. Back in again, potentially with a problem. It's 4 laps down. It's out of the hunt. Souček goes wide. Bell up the inside now. Side by side to the Variante della Loggia, and he still can't quite do it. Andy Souček does not give up without a fight. He's raced the old-style McLaren, the MP412C. He's raced Aston Martins, and he's been a real asset to the Bentley team, and he's keeping Rob Bell at bay.
Yeah, and what he's done is he's stemmed the progress of Rob Bell. He rushed up to the back of the Bentley, had been at 1.8 seconds behind, so relatively clear air. He was able to make good progress. He's caught the back of the Bentley. He's now being forced to run at the pace of the Bentley. Can't find a way in this lap and a bit that he's now been on the tail of the Bentley. Another opportunity would be available up into the Ascari. Andy Souček, wise enough to know when he needs to put the Bentley in the middle of the road. Didn't have to do it that time because there was no deep threat coming from the McLaren. Rob Bell may have to sort of drop back momentarily, pick up momentum, see where he has got performance advantage over the Bentley, and again make an attack, see if Andy Souček will respond again.
Duncan Cameron's Ferrari, just going back to what we saw in the pits a moment ago, it's suspension damage, I understand. It's brought him back in, so that really is, I'm afraid, a poor start to the season for a potential winner in Pro-Am, Duncan Cameron and the ever-quick Matt Griffin. Hopefully the car will go back out, but if only so we can watch sparkling lap times from Matt Griffin. But in terms of a result, it ain't going to happen for them today. Third, fourth, fifth over the timing line.
Best opportunity for Souček and Bell is going to come with the lapped traffic ahead. So Lucas Ordóñez, he needs to be bold.
Oops.
But a little bit of Souček at the back of the Bentley, and Rob Bell gets up. He got the momentum off the corner. He's going to go the long way around the wonderful so-called Curva Grande. That's what it used to be called in the good old days, and he gets the job done. He's going to be in position. Andy Souček has got nothing left to try and get past or alongside. Good job, Rob Bell. Andy Souček, you gave it to him. You dropped it momentarily in the exit of the first chicane. Rob Bell didn't need to be asked twice.
That's all it takes, isn't it? One tiny stumble and through goes Rob Bell. So that's the change at long last for fourth place. Up the road ahead is Miro Konopka's ARC Bratislava Lamborghini that's about to be negotiated. That's an AM Cup car. It's going to go a lap down. Miro Konopka has been a mainstay of GT racing for a long time now. Lots of experience of the old FIA GT Championship and the early days of Blancpain. He moves out of the way as Lucas Ordóñez comes past. There's 59 after its earlier lengthy pit stop. The other of the Garage 59 McLarens with Alex Fontana at the wheel. And of course that, shortly, is going to be negotiated by not only its sister car, but the car that it is chasing. It wouldn't get in the way of the Nissan and delay it, would it, to give the other McLaren a chance, John?
I somehow doubt it, but let's see if we can see. I don't think that kind of team play will come into the more amateur-driven of the two Garage 59 McLarens. So both second and third negotiate. Third and fourth, that is, negotiate cleanly. And now Rob Bell, what goes across the line is just 0.8 of a second behind the Nissan. Relatively clear air for another lap or so until once again there will be lapped cars ahead. Rob Bell closes up, under brakes into this Ascari chicane, into the first chicane.
And a big effort being made there through the traffic. Michael Meadows, number 2, having been lapped, the number 2 Audi. So Indy Donja goes storming past. Hubert Haupt is there, and behind Haupt is Stippler. Over the timing line they go. Still up front, Daniel Karlvitz leads the way by not very much at all. Michael Meadows' Audi number 2 is down in 42nd place after that puncture and the slow lap that it suffered, and it's lost a couple of laps against the race leader as a consequence. So disappointing start to the year for Michael Meadows and for Robin Prince and for Stuart Leonard, new to the team this year. Right, Bell getting closer to Ordóñez then. It was 0.8 at the start of the lap. He was quicker by a good 0.6 in the first sector, so they're virtually together now. So where does the McLaren try to make this move? Where's it going to come? And look at the way also that Souček has dropped away now.
Yes, and I think the move will come not into the Ascari chicane. It may come in the exit or in the run down to Parabolica. because I'm not totally clear, but I think that Nissan Ordóñez is beginning to suffer from rear tyre performance. So that's where you hope Rob Bell would be looking to try think about something. He's not close enough. Remember, the Nissan's got very good straight line performance. That V6 twin turbo engine holds the gap between the two cars into Parabolica. Should be quicker off the corner, the McLaren that is, than the Nissan. And if he can stay under the rear wing, he might again be in a position to put a bit of pressure onto Lucas Ordóñez as they start on their 26th lap.
Not quite close enough as he comes across the line. Let's see, the gap was 0.3 at the timing point, but the Nissan with good straight line speed hangs on in there. Rob Bell pulls out. Is he going to be really late on the brakes? Yes, yes, yes! Oh, didn't quite pay off, but he really was committed to it. He thought about it, he kept on thinking, but in the end, Lucas Ordóñez takes the place back.
Yeah, it was a bit of, good off that chicane. Gets a really good traction drive off the chicane, right on the tail of the Nissan now coming through Curva Grande. And then the run down. This is where we saw him getting past Andy Soucek a couple of laps ago. Lucas Ordóñez maybe not going to be as forceful in defending, but he managed to have enough of an advantage going into the second chicane. So the McLaren again runs the curbs on the exit, trying to get the power down, get the drive off that chicane to force the McLaren alongside, but hasn't got the power to do it.
So through the first of the Lesmos they come now into the next right-hander. Andy Soucek hoping they squabble and hold themselves up, because that will bring him back into the mix. But they work their way down again to the Variante Ascari, and Lucas Ordóñez then returning to the Blancpain GT Series has got tucked up behind him Rob Bell, winner of 2 races last year, of course, Rob, along with Shane van Gisbergen, who will do the 3rd stint in that car.
So for Rob Bell, you can sort of sense the frustration, because he knows he's got a car, again we've seen this in earlier parts of the race, quicker than the car that's rightfully in track position ahead. Look, under the rear of the car, you can't even see the McLaren now. You can see the Bentley. The McLaren pops out, comes down into the braking zone. Nissan stable and good under brakes. The McLaren's always been a little bit less comfortable for a driver from that high-speed brake, and at the same time you're sort of just getting off the brakes, turning into Parabolica. Runs wide on the exit. May have carried a little bit of extra speed as a consequence.
Well, the real key point is going to be not only the close up the inside. Is he going to make it happen here? Yes, he is! Through on the inside. Ordóñez didn't put up much of a struggle there, because that very rapid McLaren was going to come through. It was either there or coming out of that chicane up through the Curva Grande, but the job was done under braking.
Well, the job was done actually on the exit of Parabolica. We saw him run wide. He carried that little bit of extra speed, and by the time they got sort of towards the pit lane exit, you could pick up the speed of the McLaren beginning to make that little step forward, and eventually he made a very comfortable pass under brakes into turn 1, and now he's got in effect clear air, and Andy Soucek has now been drawn back up to the tail of the Nissan. This is what Soucek has been hoping for. Let that battle for what is currently 3rd place, let it go on. I'm going to be here in position. I'm not going to put stress into my car, not into the tyres. I'm going to rely, and was that Ferrari off
the road? Yeah, that's the Lesmos.
Don't reverse back onto the racetrack, please. Yeah, Lesmo 2.
And it's the 111 Kessel car that was started by Steve Earle, the American back specialist. So the car in strife as now Soucek back onto the tail of Lucas Ordóñez here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Soucek was sitting back for, not stressing his car, giving the tyres a chance to recover. Now, look at Ordóñez, who lost out into the first chicane on this, the 27th lap. Thought he had sort of released the pressure, but he didn't realise that right behind him, Andy Soucek is going to apply it in much the same manner. And whether the Bentley can do any more in the straight line than we saw it do earlier in the race when he couldn't handle the Nissan at all. Again, quicker off the Parabolica.
So is this Soucek's chance to challenge? Let's see another flash of the lights, but it's not like he's terrorising a back marker. This is a proper battle for position, and it's 4th place they're arguing over now. Rob Bell getting himself up through the traffic. Soucek has a look. He commits at the last moment, does he? But no, Ordóñez able to move across then and hold on to that place.
Well, it's pretty clear that the Nissan slower off Parabolica, but was able to consolidate, and just that little bit of a straight line speed advantage keep Andy Soucek behind, and Soucek sitting there, foot pushing through the firewall, probably knocking off the... I don't know. Anyway, Soucek could do nothing. Quicker off the corner, but just didn't have enough speed where it counted. So the gap between these two battling away is, well, a quarter of a second on timing and scoring as he came across the line. So Andy Souček right now, traffic up ahead. That's what he's going to try and make best advantage. What Ordóñez is going to do is likewise use that traffic to slow down Andy Souček, to frustrate him, and then pounce on the lap car and use that to his advantage.
Now we're about 9 minutes away from the end of the first hour. We'll start to see which the thirsty cars are, because if they start to pit round about now and don't go the end of the full hour, you'll know in part about fuel consumption. It could be that if it's the slower driver, they'll get him out of the way early, but even so, we'll start to see shortly pit stops. And in fact, the IMSA Performance Porsche has just come in from the Pro-Am Cup in traffic. Then down towards the Parabolica is Ordóñez. Souček up the inside. Is it going to happen? The door is prized open, and he has done it indeed. The Bentley goes through. The Carimogé BMW is the car being lapped, but now Ordóñez is right on the back of the Bentley, so can he fight back on the way past the pits? Yes, he can.
No, he can't. No, Souček said, no way I'm going to let you pass me. You're going to go the long way. You're going to go to the left, and I'm going to stay on the right.
But he's not given up, Ordóñez, has he, as they arrive nose to tail down in the Rettifilio. He doesn't dive up the inside, but he stayed on the tail, and he's still there looking for a way back past on this next lap.
And Souček knew there was a momentary... Oh, Ferrari spun on the exit. And that's, again, a sort of risky position. No flag being waved at the minute to give the drivers warning. That was probably about to catch Andy Souček and Ordóñez all off guard, but the Ferrari straddled on the curbing and waiting to be helped or assisted to safety.
Trouble is, if he goes forward, he'll be in the gravel. If he reverses, he's into the traffic. So this is a really awkward place to be.
What would you do, David?
I would ask you for advice, John. And I would panic like mad, I think, if I was sat there. Instinct, I suppose, says, well, you reverse and get going, but there's just no gap in the traffic. There's this constant stream of cars, so there's a yellow flag at the first corner. But yes, what does the poor driver do now to get that out of the way? Look at the vigorously waved yellow flags to warn everybody of what's around the corner. And is it still stranded? Oh, he has reversed.
Even worse. Stuck in the middle of the racetrack.
Creeps forward.
Horrible. And it's horrible to see something like that.
Away it goes.
Well,
and a big drama there for another of the Ferraris.
Yeah, that's a massive blow up from the Ferrari coming up into Ascari, and that may well be blood and guts on the racetrack, oil, water, or whatever. It's a 458. It's rare to see a 458.
That's Steve Earle's car that we'd seen spinning a little while ago.
I'm saying it's a blow up. I wonder, is it just to check, because he did spin, is that bodywork damage? That's coming out of the right bank of the V8 engine, so that's not going to go very far. And there's the oil flag or fluid flag, so it may be oil, water, or a combination of both.
So liquid being spilt. The marshal saying, come here, come and park over here. Confirmation that it was 888, which was Vadim Gitin, who was the spinner at turn 1. That doesn't look long for this world.
No, it's about to self-destruct. I mean, he should have pulled over before he got into the Ascari.
Now over the timing line, side by side, the Pro-Am second place battle. Ahmed Al-Hafi about to make the move against Michael Broniewski. He was ahead when they came over the line. There's Frederick Verviers right up behind them as well. And then behind them, you've got Eng and Siegfried. So Al-Hafi goes round the outside. He's second in Pro-Am. And there, Broniewski loses out as well, as up and past goes the Pro Cup Audi in the hands of Frederick Verviers. Almost at the end of the first hour, still a huge amount going on, up and down the order. And there, Siegfried look round the outside of Philip Eng. 9th and 10th, the Ferrari just gets in front. Has he got the drag around the corner? Let's see, here they come, still side by side, into the braking area for the second of the chicanes. And yes, Marco Siegfried at last gets the job done.
Yeah, it's been a long, long time coming, and he found himself on the outside, but with more speed. And once you get onto that final little bit, straight into second chicane, there is the Ferrari, and it's out of oil, water, and whatever other fluid, and that's just at the point of coming into the pit lane. In my opinion, when an engine blows like that, the driver should, at the earliest opportunity, remove the car from the racetrack, pull over to the side, find a gap or wherever you can in the barriers and get it pushed to safety. That doesn't help anybody whatsoever.
Leader in, Daniel Karlowitz into the pit lane then. So number 66 Ferrari has done 30 laps, but that's not quite an hour, is it?
No, it's not.
54 minutes that it's in.
Yes, 56 and a half minutes.
So It's been a bit thirsty, but in a sense it doesn't really matter because the other two drivers of that car aren't as quick. So over the course of the remaining 2 hours and 4 minutes, the fuel consumption of that car should balance out, really. The fascination is going to be how the 84 Mercedes gets on, as now Bronizeski starts to lose out, doesn't he? Because having lost one place, and the yellow flag waving there as he comes off the corner, he, I think, was perhaps responding better than others. They come swarming past him.
The Ferraris, look where it's stuck.
In comes Bronizeski, in comes Haupt.
Yeah, people are coming out of Parabolica. Some are going to be on the inside, and they're not going to see that Ferrari until they arrive at that spot. So teams need to make their drivers aware coming in that there is a car stopped at a vulnerable part of the beginning of the pit lane. Ferrari just diving in as the lead car, the former lead car, makes its tyre change. There's a minimum amount of time you can do your pit stops. Minimum time for a normal driver change, refuel, tyre change is 95 seconds from pit lane entry to pit lane out. Anything quicker than that will be a penalty. But this isn't going to be a problem because a little bit slow getting the car fired up and rolling down the pit lane at 50 kilometres per hour.
Experienced team manager Malcolm Swettenham has just offered us the Steve Soper theory of engine blow-ups. Drive it back flat out to make sure you never see it again.
And that's why he's not on motor racing these days. Mind you, he does drive a GT40 remarkably well.
We ought to have Malcolm running a team in this championship, I think. Anyway, rather than just watching at home. Is pit in clear? Well, people are heading down the pit road, but the marshals are sprinting up to the Steve Earle Ferrari. This is Dominic Baumann, so the race leader now is in, and he's got a lap longer than the Ferrari. So Dominic Baumann, 84, got the lead back, and he comes in at the end of 31 laps. Not quite to the hour, but a lap longer than the Ferrari. As away goes number 11, which was brought in by Michael Bronizeski. Alessandro Bonaccini and Andrea Rizzoli are the other two drivers of that car. Right, Baumann then will give way. This is the car that he shares with Jasmin Jaffar and Maximilian Buch. Put Jaffar in for the minute.
Yes, it's Jaffar. Max, he told us in the grid that he was doing the final stint, which of course he likes to do. It means if he is in lead position, it's the checkered flag.
So that means that now Rob Bell takes over the lead of the race.
Yes, but he will be making a pit stop within the next lap or 2 laps. We're still not a full hour of the race completed with just 2 minutes to go.
But interestingly, every lap that Bell or Soucek or Ordonez stays out is more impressive on the fuel consumption, isn't it?
I think it's going to be key because the cars that came in early, maybe it was a strategy call, you don't know. We don't know how much fuel they've got, but they will not want to make that sort of dreaded splash and dash in the closing minutes of a race, so you do try to monitor your fuel as best as possible. You will give a little bit more to your hot rod driver because he will use that to get the car into track position, and then your gentleman drivers will probably be given a slightly different setting to use that little bit less fuel to conserve fuel over the course of their hour stint.
So the pseudonym Steve Parrow has taken over from Daniel Karlwitz in the Ferrari. There it is. Still the yellow flags wave because of that stranded car at the pit entry. And just as you get to a pit stop window, in quotes, it could be in a worse place, really. And that's Jasmin Jaffar slowly out of the pit lane. What's going on there? This is the car that was leading, and it's kind of got up to speed, but it was a very sluggish exit.
I mean, he may have had to do a reset or something in the cockpit, some strange reason. The car left the pit lane, of course it's on the speed limit, or maybe he got confused. But anyway, the car was not doing racing speed after it crossed the white line at the exit of the pit itself.
Right, Ordonez is in. So number 23 Nissan has done 32 laps. So Rob Bell and Andy Soucek staying out nice and long. This is looking good for them.
So Ordonez in. And no new set of tyres for the Nissan. So Takaboshi will go out on a set of almost new, but they're not brand new, Pirelli tyres. The final set will be used by Alex Buncombe when he gets into the car in approximately an hour from now.
Vervish is in and Ortelli in as well, incidentally, just to recap on some of those that we've been watching.
So Devon Modell just taking over the Aston Martin, and expect to see then Johnny Adams in for that final stint.
Yeah, again, keep your quickest driver to the end in most cases. Teams trying to coordinate cars coming in as others are trying to release cars, and that doesn't help Nissan one bit, does it?
I mean, how are they going to get the Nissan rotated? How are they going to get the car? Can't go back because they put some Junior BMWs there. Then there's it a Porsche? It is a Porsche. in front, and you can see the Porsche's pulled in. It didn't have a lot of space to maneuver, so it's actually making the exit for the Nissan even more difficult.
Well, there you can see it. The Nissan is absolutely wedged in. It's got nowhere to go.
Well, all they can do is put the dollies under it, rotate it, and what a mess.
But this is where teams need to.
There we go. There's the dollies
yeah,
going under.
Yeah.
So that's all they were able to do. They would otherwise be sitting there waiting for the Porsche to finish its service. Now they've got to air jacks up again, take the dollies out, drop the car down. I mean, how much time have they lost over a regular pit stop? Probably the best part of maybe 15, 20 seconds.
There is this delta time for pit stops this year of you can't do one between 75 and 95 seconds, but even so, and you don't want to lose time if they can avoid it. The car is back into the race then now. It's Takemoshi at the wheel.
Well, that's time lost, net time. They can do nothing about that. All they can hope for is that maybe we get a full course or a circuit yellow or whatever. The lead car is in.
So 33 laps done by Rob Bell, but Andy Soucek staying out in number 8 Bentley.
Good stuff. Bentley's found fuel.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, although we thought the car was dropping away just a little in that first stint, it wasn't running in the lead battle. It was, what, third, fourth, fifth? It was around that margin. Maybe that was all to a plan to make sure they could go the other side of the hour on the fuel. And that is what has happened. Number 14, Jaguar, back into the race. Then Stefano Ortelli has given away that car.
So the lead car, we assume, is going to be handed over to Com Ledegaard, because it'll be Shane van Gisbergen that'll take that car to the checkered flag. And again, whether McLaren have saved enough tyres or whether it's going to be a used or the best of the rest of the set of tyres for Lagarde is a mute point. But the car, you can see well up on the air jacks, relatively clear space front and rear to assist the exit. Always tons of room, the McLaren, but traffic coming down the pit lane, so we need to be careful as Sean Walkinshaw pulls into the pits. Having completed his stint, he's been hovering around 19, 20, 21, so he's into the pits.
Steve Parrow there, about to lose track position in the 66 black Ferrari as he comes up towards the line. More traffic ahead. So car number 8, Bentley, leads the way. Com Ledegaard joins in the Rob Bell McLaren as was. And there is Steve Parrow there who falls back, heading down towards the Retafilio.
What a difference in performance, but no disrespect, because that's the difference between the AMs and the pros.
Indeed.
And the McLaren, in a way, it's been made rather easy because Nissan were seriously compromised by that. We have to see where the Mercedes, when this all plays out after another couple of laps.
Got both Bentleys in, different laps. So that works out nicely. One goes as one arrives.
Yeah, so the 7 car just leaving the pits. That started away down in 34th place. Couldn't believe Stephen Kane when I spoke to him what was going on there. So that'll be Vanderbilt, yeah.
So 34 laps done by Andy Soucek, and Will Stevens also 34 laps into the pits. Frank Stippler will take over the lead, and that 75 Audi hasn't pitted yet. It's going very nicely on fuel. But 34 laps, a good stint from Andy Soucek. There it is. Fuel done, driver change done, now the tyre change ready.
Yeah, Andy Soucek fought long and hard to find a way past the Nissan, got it done eventually. So Jack's down, the car up in the air, the number 8. This is an example of time and motion study. That's a used set of tyres going on to the car, maybe one fresh set remaining for Stephen Kane. In fact, it won't be Stephen Kane, it'll be Mark Soule to get into that car.
So there is Com Ledegaard, who's going to get the lead of the race back then, as the Bentley is ready to drop down, but the McLaren goes through and retakes track position.
Yeah, the 22 Nissan just leaving the pits as well, so let's see if that can do any more than get beyond that top 20.
But how many more laps can Frank Stippler stay out for? Because that's now the leading car in the race. It's on a very, very low tank of fuel, so its lap times are very good. As away goes number 19, Lamborghini. The Lamborghinis haven't really factored for the race lead yet.
No, they haven't, and they dominated here last year when the Huracan entered his first serious competition. And again, well, there's a thing called BUP, and on top of which, just the level of competition this year in both sprint and endurance in the Blancpain race GT series is big. Of the door, problem of the door, looking like it didn't want to latch properly. But the level of competition and the depth of competition is such that what was quick here last year is not quite the class of the field anymore.
Right, that's Stippler. 35 laps from number 75 Audi. That has been a very impressive stint indeed. And it's brought the car right into contention now. So in it comes, and Frank Stippler will give way. But that's been a very, very good effort indeed. And there are more good cars in terms of fuel consumption cycling through pit stops. 59 McLaren is at the front of that shot, out of sequence because it had its long stop early with some damage. So we're into the middle hour, and 75 was able to go for an hour and 6 minutes, pretty much. A very good effort indeed.
It's extremely good.
And that was despite his rallycross.
Well, I mean, safe, steady, long, tall. I mean, you got all the descriptions of Frank Stippler there, haven't you?
He's a star. A very, very good driver indeed, and has been in traffic for the bulk of that stint, but he's brought the car in a good place into its pit stop and got the most out of that tank of fuel.
25 Audi being brought back, looking very sad on the back of a flatbed truck. Coming up the access road behind the main straight as we 75 makes its way back out. That was the Stippler car.
The Castle team that operates the 111 Ferrari that we saw expire at the end of the pit lane, and of course belch smoke all around half a lap. The team manager of that car is being summoned to the race director. You'll not be surprised to know.
Well, I wonder why.
Yeah.
And I would actually summon the driver as well. You know, I just can't find an excuse for when there's been a major mechanical failure like that you would want to continue around the racetrack depositing, you know, extremely slippery modern lubricants. I mean, if you walk on it, you'll end up in your ear, plus water and whatever else might have been disgorged. In fact, might not have been water in the cooling system. It would be something like antifreeze, which has got a higher boiling point, and therefore you can run a slightly smaller radiator, better aerodynamics, and on it goes.
Except on it doesn't go in that car's case, because, sad to say, it's a retirement and the team faced the consequences of the driver limping back and it ending up in the pit in. Right, so we've had number 75 from the lead of the race serve its pit stop. Marlon Stockinger has taken the car over. At the end of this next lap, we should be able to confirm the race order, but it should give number 58 back into the race lead. So Combe Ledegar then, at the end of the first round of pit stops, is going to come through in the lead. So the Garage 59 McLaren goes through now, and 58 is the leader there, Combe Ledegar. In second place, 84, Jazamen Jaffar, despite the slow release from the pit lane. He's in second spot. In third is 66, Steve Parrow, the pseudonym German driver, is still going strongly, leading Pro-Am after the great work of Daniel Kalbit. So Stephen Parrow is up into third spot. In fourth is Andy Soucek. In fifth is not Andy Soucek, it's Maxim Soule. In fifth place now is 23, Mitsunori Takaboshi. And the next car through, when it crosses the timing line, to slot into sixth place, we'll confirm in a moment, but it's going to be number 11 Ferrari, Alessandro Bonaccini at the wheel. So Stockinger, taking over from Stippler, is seventh in number 75 Audi. Eighth place now is Dries Van Toor, number 1 Audi. In ninth place, number 19, Giovanni Berton, Lamborghini. And in 10th place, it is 28, which is Antonio Garcia, who's taken over from Will Stevens.
It's Wolfgang Reip, in fact, in the fourth place. Bentley, he took over from Andy Soucek, so the German driver who was so familiar with the Nissan over the previous years, come through the GT Academy, has transferred to Bentley as Stefano Telli looks at information on the pit wall, having given up the Jaguar, and I'm sure he was pretty pleased overall, apart from that one momentary, well, aberration, whatever it was. He ran very wide, deep into Parabolica, ran off the track, but got back on again. There is, in effect, it is now, in fact, the lead McLaren. Be interesting to see what Jazamen Jaffar in the Mercedes can do, compare the abilities and the performance of the two cars. Not much to choose between the cars, but it'll be interesting to see if Jaffar can eat into that 6.6 second advantage as they came across at the end of lap 37. Traffic again will be another element that will come into play. I wonder if Jaffar is maybe a little bit more edgy in terms of overtaking with his single-seater background.
The Jaguar, incidentally, 13th. Lawrence Fry at the wheel of it, keeping at bay Andreas Simonsen now in the green Mercedes. But the Jaguar also, bear in mind, has been moved now back into the Pro Cup rather than Pro Am. It's got 3 pro drivers, and so it moves up against the big boys. The Am category at the moment being led by 488. Pierre Arret has taken over that car ahead of Riccardo Ragazzi, number 49 Ferrari, and then third in the category is 87 Maurice Ricci in the ACA ASP Mercedes. Fourth of the AMs is number 69 Lamborghini, which is the ARC Bratislava car. Andrzej Lewandowski is now behind the wheel of that. So we've seen dramas for the Kessel team in that category, but now it's Pierre Arret in the Rinaldi car into the lead of the Am Cup. As there, 44, Devon Modell in 15th, currently third in Pro Am.
And a car that's got a straight line advantage, so if he can get clear air and drag himself up to the back of his fellow Pro-Am competitors, he will have something that, and there's a lot of cars between. He's currently in 15th, and the second place car in the Pro-Am is up in 6th place, so a lot of cars he's got to find a way around, or they've got to find a way around the second place Pro-Am car.
Dirk Werner's BMW we had a look at there, that's down in 12th place now. It was running, what, 9th-ish early on when Philippe Eng was at the wheel, but it's fallen away a little bit. Vincent Abril just up the road ahead. And Cobre Ledegar leading Jasmine Jaffar. The last lap that Ledegar did was a 150, and the equivalent lap from Jaffar is a 151, so 1.7 seconds lost.
Well, over the last 2 laps, the gap's gone from 6.6 seconds to 9.5, so Jasmine Jaffar has either got an issue, we saw him coming out of the pit lane slowly, or he just hasn't got raw pace.
Steve Parrow still runs third, but he's being caught by Wolfgang Wright. That gap third to fourth is now 5.7 seconds. Number 19 trying to make progress up on the inside there, and succeeding in so doing. Giovanni Berton goes through, working his way through the traffic and taking with him now number 28 Antonio Garcia, the very experienced Spaniard who's raced for Aston Martin, raced for Corvette, and now in the WRT Audi. He's taken the car over from Will Stevens, and now Garcia is up into the top 10. Vincent Abril is behind, and behind Abril is Dirk Werner. So there's still quite a lot that's going to be up for play in this group. An hour and 47 minutes of the race still to go. And Cobre Ledegar in the McLaren leading the way now and still pounding on in the sectors.
And just looking down that little bit of a battle that will hopefully be joined 4th, 5th between Wolfgang Wright, who's in the Bentley, who was a Toyota driver, a Nissan driver, and Takabashi, who is a Nissan driver, trying to catch him. 3 seconds the gap between 4th and 5th, so that could be a little battle that might shape up in the next number of laps, so keep an eye on that place, battle for 4th. Dries van Thor, 8th place in number 1 Audi, so a 17-year-old brother of Laurens van Thor.
But he's lapping quicker than everybody ahead of him on
Well,
the
I'm
last
just looking,
lap.
he's got personal best, he may just have gone out. Last lap 150.6 as opposed to race leader at 151.7, so over a second a lap quicker. I mean, when you're 70 years old, you don't even think about it, just get in and drive it.
Exactly, yeah. There's a drive-through penalty for the number 333 Rinaldi Ferrari, Renat Salikov at the wheel for clipping the white line at pit exit. Well, he did it, so he's going to have to serve the drive-through. There's 98 BMW that was in the wars early on, so it's out of sequence now with everybody, and Steph Dusseldorf will take it into the race, taking over from Klaus Graf. This little battle was developing nicely between Antonio Garcia there and the man that he's chasing in the number 19 Lamborghini, which is just up the road ahead for 9th place now, getting ever more dramatic because the Audi is looking the quicker of the two. Yep, pulls to the inside, is blocked and has to think about it all over again.
Just to get a little thought about what's going on in the battle for the lead, it was 6.6 seconds and it ended up being 9 point something. Now it's back to 7.9. So Jasmine Jaffar, he may just have got caught in traffic, but you never saw precisely what was going on. So he's closing back down on the lead of the lead McLaren, and Dries van Thor has closed up to Marlon
Stockinger
in 7th place. So that gap's down to 1.1 seconds.
Well, number 8 Bentley we've been discussing quite a bit, and Andy Soucek had a very good first stint in the car. Wolfgang Reip is currently now behind the wheel of it. Andy has done his work for the day, and we'll catch up with him in a moment as you look at the sister Bentley in the background there, number 7 of Vincent Abril, but 8 with Wolfgang Reip at the wheel, running in 4th place. And Andy Soucek, we can hear from now. Bruce Jones has caught up with him in the pit lane. Let's hear from the Spanish driver.
Andy Soucek, that for Bentley, you were really having a great battle on us in the Nissan.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas is a good friend of mine, so I tried not to push him too hard, but I was flashing him because I was obviously quicker. But look, the start went well. I could overtake the 2 Ferraris, which was a bit of a concern because they're very quick on the straight line. And then I was just keeping up the pace. The Mercedes was a bit quicker than us. There he is.
We're coming to you in a minute.
And we had a nice battle, but I just wanted to stay out of trouble and be as quick as possible to open a gap. But then I saw Rob Bell with a McLaren, and I thought, I better don't close too much because we would lose more time, and I let him go. We need to play the long game, and I think my teammates will have a good car for the end of the race.
How about fuel economy? Because you pitted after most of your rivals.
I was struggling more than the field, to be honest, because he was coasting on every braking. I was catching up a lot. He's a very good driver. He does no mistakes, so I had to just be clever to find the moment to overtake, and he overshooted a little bit with a lapped car. I used that to go on the inside. He closed the door. I was like, I'm going to hit him, but it went well.
Well, it looked fantastic.
Well, a bit of damage down at the second chicane, bodywork just on the right of screen. But interesting to hear Andy Soucek, racing drivers put great spin on how they managed to deal with the situation. Didn't want to put too much pressure. We're friends. You're both racing drivers, both competitors. Andy Soucek is as focused as anybody out there. But nevertheless, he spun it out well, and the battle continues, and that's done. It's the 87 Mercedes. Still got the bodywork down at the second chicane. Jasmine Jafar, in the meantime, on that last lap, gap down to 6.5 seconds between first and second. Fastest second sector so far in the race.
So he's pushing on, as you say, bringing the gap down then, so having a real go. How's Dries Van Thor getting on? Still down in 8th place. He's still lapping quicker than a whole chunk of cars ahead of him. And with Ripe up to 3rd, and now Stephen Parot down to 4th. There are changes happening all the while. Michele Beretta coming under attack now there, because right on his tail is Vincent Abril. So Garcia through and gone, and Michele Beretta under attack as the Bentley tries to line up now for a run over the timing line. So Lamborghini versus Bentley. This is the battle for 10th place.
I mean, if you're in the Lamborghini, you saw the Bentley behind you, would you not want to get out of the way? Because it is massive in relation to some of the mid-engine GT cars. And again, it comes down, stays on the left-hand side of the track. The BMW behind is just hovering there, so there's no way that anybody can relax. As Vincent Abril accelerates out of the thing, and directly behind Vincent Abril, you have got.
Behind Abril,
Dirk
Werner.
Yeah. Nico.
So Dirk Werner is in 12th spot, and the race leaders currently are on lap 42. On board with the Bentley. This is Vincent Abril's view of the back of Michele Beretta just up the road ahead of him. Another man in a hurry in the sectors in 13th place, Andreas Simonsen in the green Mercedes that he's taken over from Hubert Haupt. But up front, the lead gap is coming down. 6.5 seconds it was. Ledegar's just gone through in a 1:52.2. Maybe a legacy of traffic, but Jafar has taken 2 seconds out of him, so the lead gap down to 4.5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that's just raw pace now from Jafar. Slow lap from the McLaren in the lead. Again, going back to that battle for 7th place between Stockinger and Dries Van Thor. Only 0.3 of a second, so I expect to see the number 1 Audi pass the 75 Audi somewhere on this lap. Certainly great run by young Dries Van Thor to close down the 7th place 75 Audi.
Marlon Stockinger in 75 then, as you look at Vincent Abril working his way through the Parabolica. That is Parot versus Takaboshi now for 4th and 5th places. Pro-Am Ferrari, class-leading Ferrari indeed, ahead of the Pro Cup Nissan. If Takaboshi gets by, that's going to give Alessandro Bonaccini a run at the Pro-Am leader. Bonaccini being 2nd in Pro-Am in number 11 Ferrari. They came close to scoring a class win last year, if you remember, but then had problems and fell to third at the end. Bonaccini and Bronizeski when they were joined by Michael Lyons last year. Right, up towards the second chicane, the leader's turn. The Nissan, this is Takaboshi's view, still pushing on. Stephen Parrow up the road ahead. But as we've seen, it's very hard to overtake given the balance of performance of these cars. Everybody equates, you've got to work hard to do it.
Yeah, well, the Ferrari's got good straight line speed. The Nissan quicker off. Lesmo too, so Takaboshi may well think I've got an opportunity. Ferrari stays in the middle to the left-hand side of the track now, pulls over to the right. Takaboshi isn't close enough to think about it, but certainly the Nissan is not here just to follow my leader. It's looking to try and take a position, put that Nissan up into fourth place, and then it'll be the Bentley directly ahead of Wolfgang Reip. There it is, as you see, midway down the back straight. So Takaboshi has a little look and see, can he get alongside? He's sort of, can he make it stick? Yes, he does. Nice pass, well thought out, even better executed.
Indeed so. Takaboshi then racing here for the first time, up into fourth place. And now we need to see what the gap is between Stephen Parrow in the black Ferrari and Alessandro Bonaccini behind. It will be about 12 seconds or so. And as they come up towards the timing line, 5th and 6th now will be the top two in Pro-Am. So Parrow has gone by, and in that next group coming off the Parabolica, there will be Bonaccini. In fact, he really is pounding on. Bonaccini has brought the gap down to 9.7 seconds. So it won't be long before we get a Pro-Am lead battle. In fairness, Bonaccini has got lots of traffic to wriggle away through, but it'll be on before long. Stockinger versus Dries Vanthoor. The gap is half a second as they come down to the Parabolica. 7th and 8th overall, these two.
Yeah, that's the usual story. You catch the car really quickly, but you get in behind the car, and then your pace is then being dictated to by the car that you want to get past. And Stockinger is doing a good job. Nothing wrong, just driving his race. Different pace to the 17-year-old Dries Vanthoor. But Vanthoor now is going to start thinking, how do I earn my money at 17 years of age?
The frustration for both teams is these cars are 45 seconds away from the lead. They're in 7th and 8th places, but a long way back. Now, Jasmin Jaffar has just done a personal best and an absolute best in sectors 1 and 2. The gap was 4.7 seconds anyway, although his last lap wasn't as good as Ledegar, but Jaffar this lap really is pushing.
Yes, and I mean, to start knocking out fastest sector times coming up to mid-distance in this race, very impressive indeed from the young Malayan driver, and 3.8 seconds as they come across the line at the end of lap 44. So bit by bit he's nibbling away at the lead of the lead McLaren. I wonder what's going on in the Garage 59 pits, because they'll be thinking or something like that,
yeah. And also thinking relative pace, Shane van Gisbergen and Maxi Boek, which will be an interesting third stint.
Yes, very interesting.
Won't it just, yes.
Yeah, it does. I think it'll come down to who can turn the cars around in the pits. That's where this race, if these two cars are still the lead cars when they make their respective pit stops, that may be where the battle for the lead will be won.
The gap's down because Jaffar has done a personal best lap, and so now it's 3.8 seconds between the top two. Meantime, Stockinger versus Dries Vanthoor, they're side by side. Young Dries Vanthoor up the inside, brakes late, he's got the job done. Does he slow it down? Yes, he does. Good execution. So he's 7th now, Dries Vanthoor.
His older brother couldn't have done it any better. In fact, he might have done it better than his older brother.
Well, older brother had a spin yesterday.
We didn't see that, did we?
He went off into the gravel at the Parabolica.
I can assure you, senior members of the Audi WRT team weren't aware of it either. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Yes, he did. He spun coming out of Parabolica. Well, we didn't see it. We were busy doing something. We didn't know about it.
If they don't see it, it can't have happened. Right, Ledegar, quicker in the first sector, quicker in the second sector, but they're only separated by tenths now. So real terms, Jaffar is having a very good go. There he is, dives out of the traffic, doesn't want to be delayed in the Parabolica. Jasmin Jaffar, who we have seen in Blancpain before, but now switching full-time really away from single-seaters. Former Formula 3, Formula Renault 3.5 racer comes over the line. And the lap done by Ledegar is a 150.2, by Jaffar 150.7. Gap goes up again.
Yeah, the gap, again, that's the ebb and flow of traffic. Obviously, Ledegar was caught in that traffic. There is the McLaren, and he's got to pass the Ferrari and a second Ferrari. So it's that ebb and flow, but nevertheless, the pace that we've seen from Jasmin Jaffar in this Mercedes-Benz has been impressive, because he's had a couple of fastest sector times in his stint. and he's been the only driver to do that really in this stint so far.
Lap 46 here in the opening race in the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup, and we have McLaren leading the way. Comme Ledegar then, former French Carrera Cup champion, now a McLaren driver, is the man leading from there. Jasmin Jaffar in the HTP Motorsport Mercedes, that's the leading McLaren, which is only 4.3 seconds up the road, and in the first sector the gap had increased ever so slightly. We have gone thus far without a safety car or a full course yellow period, even though we've had a few cars off in awkward places. But so far, the race director, Alain Adam, has been able to keep the race going without interruption, and that will have an effect on the fuel of these cars. Now, a very fuel-efficient car in the first stint was Wolfgang Reip in the number 8 Bentley, or the number 8 Bentley as a car was fuel-efficient, but it's now 26 seconds back. So it's quite a long gap that has opened up. Bas Leinder's here this weekend, running Garage 59 McLarens. Let's hear from him.
Bas Leinder's, you're watching your McLaren leading the race at Monza, but the Mercedes is coming in fast. Can Come stay in front?
Well, difficult to say. For sure, at the moment, the Mercedes is a little bit faster. We hope that we have a better tyre degradation, so that in a few laps it might inverse. But Come is a good driver, he's experienced, he's fast, so he knows what he's doing, and we just try and keep have a steady race.
But in the opening stint of the race, Rob Bell seems to be the driver doing almost all the overtaking, so the car's clearly very well balanced.
Yeah, the balance is good. I mean, we saw that maybe outright speed we were missing a little bit, but well, on the race stint, already in practice it looked quite good, and Rob Bell confirmed that in his first stint.
Okay, better let you back to your screens. Thank you, Bas. That's Bas Leinder's.
Who, of course, we used to see racing in this championship, then running the team on behalf of Mark VDS Racing, and now at Garage 59, and it's one of his two cars in the lead of the race then by 4.4 seconds. And Ledegar upping his pace again last time, back down into the 49s.
When you listen to Bas Leinder's just give his explanation, you look at the guy and say, he's not just doing this for a bit of fun, he's here to win. And that's what Bas Leinder's, in effect, and ultimately last year in the Spa 24, brings to a team.
And he's an experienced team manager these days, but of course a very good racer himself in years past, from single-seaters into GT racing. So Comme Ledegar leading the way, Jasmin Jaffar having to fight his way through the traffic. There he is, coming through the Variante Ascari. Takaboshi doing good lap times, and Dries Vanthoor has got himself a bit stuck in traffic as well now. We've got one or two more pit stops under investigation, and there is a pit lane drive-through penalty being given to 56, which is the Miguel Toril Oliver Morley Maro Engel Mercedes, for cutting the pit white line. More team managers being summoned to see the race director, and we're almost at halfway.
Yes, just looking at the second place, Mercedes Jasmin Jaffar, 4.7 seconds, sort of hanging around that kind of area. On a different sort of tact, I spoke to Michael Lyant, who's on the 89 ACA Pro-Am McLaren, Mercedes, who had come from 458 Ferrari. He said, what's the difference? And he reckons that from his perspective, you can hustle a 458 more than you can even the latest AMG GT3 Mercedes-Benz. He said you're sitting so much further back that when you turn the wheel, it takes a little bit longer for the message to get from the steering wheel to the front wheels. That's how he basically explained it. But obviously,
going off
big
the BMW.
Problem. Big problem.
That's at the Parabolica, and that is Dirk Werner. Was that a puncture that caused that? Because the front of the car on the right-hand side looked damaged, as though the tyre had let go and he couldn't stop it in time.
Something massive has gone wrong on that right front, and literally the braking effect on the car was halved, if not worse than that. Coming down into one of the quickest, the second quickest part of the racetrack, down into Parabolica, and fortunately there was plenty of runoff on the outside, but look at the bodywork damage. That's going to take a time to get repaired and cleaned up.
It just looked like the tyre had exploded, hadn't it? And as it exploded, it took the bodywork with it. So thankfully the runoff was there, but that's going to be a long stop for that car, and that is one very punctured tyre.
Yeah, that's going to go back into the garage box.
Here it
Let's
is again.
see if we can see why did it. You can see something go
there.
But there it did indeed. It was really late. I mean, no time whatsoever to do much about it. Again, one of the benefits of a circuit like Monza with all its very... the people complain about the runoff, but that enabled the car to get around the corner, get back into the pits, in effect safely, but a lot of bodywork damage. The violence from the tyre finally letting go. Well, that's going to take more than a lap to get that repaired.
And that, I'm afraid, is out of contention now. 333 Ferrari continues. Now, that's been delayed after serving a drive-through, so it's down in 24th place now. Renat Salikov at the wheel. And it's about to be lapped, isn't it? Because the race leader, Koblerogar, works his way around on the outside. He's got to press on in the traffic, but he doesn't want to take too many risks in the traffic. Dominic Baumann did a good first stint. His car 4.5 seconds back. Maxi Book still to go in it. But is anybody else going to get into the mix, or are we having a two-way fight? At the moment, the gap between second and third is 24 seconds, so the top two way gone up the road.
Yeah, and at the minute, just wondering where the second place Mercedes is in that group of cars. Can't see
right
it
at the
coming.
back there.
Yeah, it is. It's, I was going to say it had marginally the advantage. Look at the response and reaction from the team, because that was potentially a big problem. Steph Dusseldorf standing on the right with his back to us, and he would have been getting into the car for the last stint, so that car may not make it back out as the lead McLaren swoops its way through. The second place Mercedes-Benz has got 4 cars, including another AMG GT3 Mercedes-Benz, to make his way past. So good job from Lagarde to get the car cleanly through and into clear air, relatively speaking.
Yeah, both the BMWs now in the wars. The Steph Dusseldorf car dropped way down early on, didn't it? And now 99, the sister car, in strife. Now the Pro-Am battle that I was teeing up a while ago has happened, because now look, Bonaccini has got himself onto the back of Steve Parrow, and here they come together up towards the Variante Ascari. So the two Ferraris battling for Pro-Am honours. Alessandro Bonaccini up the inside, has a look, slots back in again, but he's applying lots and lots of pressure now to Parrow. This is for the class lead.
Again, it's the 458 versus the 488. And you'd like to think that the 488's got that little bit of advantage, but the 458 is such a good race car, such a well-balanced car. But now side by side, and the pass is executed cleanly and safely. So that's a change of lead in the Pro-Am category.
And so to the timing line they come. Bonaccini, having gone through, should now be able to build the advantage out of all of this as he comes up towards the line. So we are on lap number 50. Koblerogar it is, leading the way in the Garage 59 McLaren, and the lead gap has come down again. It's 2.5 seconds now. Jasmine Jaffar pushing on to close on the leader. So we're just about at the halfway point. Let's remind ourselves how we got to this point. The race underway with Dominic Baumann leading into the Rettifilo, but have a look at that great concertina of traffic in the middle of the pack. And some had to go up the escape road and try and avoid contact. Some gained places. One, Jeroen Bleekemolen gained lots of ground and got a penalty for it. And there, look, gaining huge amount of ground, Christopher Brook, and he also was penalised. There was bodywork flying off some cars early in the race and drama around the Curva Grande. And quite a few cars ended up heading for the pits at the end of the opening lap as a result of contact and of damage. We had also the slippery surface flag out to warn people of debris on the road, and some great battles raged on between Ferraris out on track, and the 53 car of the Japanese driver Motoaki forced down the order as he, for the first time, raced at Monza. The Luca Stolz Lamborghini into the back of the Bentley. Frank Stippler bouncing his way across the gravel. The car would ultimately get into the lead, but has just been given a penalty. I'll come to that in a moment. There was a big lockup from the back-marking Sport Garage Ferrari as that went up the escape road, and then drama as for the first of 2 incidents. Derek Pearce was in strife, given a tap going into the Variante Ascari. He got going again as a battle raged on between Ahmad Al-Hafi and Frederick Vervisch in the number 1 Audi. Then Michael Meadows was clobbered from behind by Passin Lathouras, and that meant that the punctured tyre on the Audi forced him into the pit lane. Number 25 Audi was given a tag inevitably and involuntarily by Derek Pearce, who in turn got hit from behind by Christopher Brook once again. Pearce was the innocent party in all of that. The Audi was out of the race as Vervisch still battled with Al-Hafi. There was a change for the race lead as Baumann was delayed in traffic, and Daniel Kalvitz came up and made his move, charging through onto the outside line. That put the Pro-Am leading Ferrari into the lead overall. Stefano Ortelli having his first race in the Jaguar from Emile Frey's team went wide at the Parabolica and lost track position as working his way through the order was Rob Bell. He'd taken 4th away from Andy Soucek. He took 3rd away from Lucas Ordóñez. Ordóñez then ran wide going through the Parabolica. Andy Soucek pushed the door open and through he went. There was more mayhem among the Ferrari ranks as cars spun and then expired. Steve Earle's spectacular demise from the race, belching out smoke. The car ground to a halt at pit-in. Jasmin Jaffar took over from Dominic Baumann and was slow down the pit lane. Eventually the car picked up pace and rejoined. There were dramas though for the Klaus Graf Stef Dusseldorp car. That had been delayed early on. Another spinner coming out of the second of the chicanes was the 87 Mercedes, the Maurice Ricci, Jean-Luc Bobelic, Gilles Vanelay car, but on track there were some great battles. The race leader became, after the pit stops, Côme Ledogar, and as he turned his way out of the Rettifilio, the opposition was coming from Jasmin Jaffar. So 2 things to pick up on while we've been watching the highlights. Jasmin Jaffar has dropped back in traffic to 6.2 seconds, but Frank Stippler, remember early on how we were praising the fuel consumption on the Audi and how he'd done such a good job of looking after the fuel. Well, he did, but he also went too far in his driving stint. So he's been given a the car has been given a drive-through penalty. You can do 65 minutes only in a stint. He did more than 65 minutes, so a drive-through for number 75 for going too long in a driving stint.
Yes, well, that's sloppy on the part of the team because they monitor the duration of a driver in the cockpit, not the driver. So whether there's been a miscommunication, in other words, Frank Stippler was not getting the message or he didn't understand the message, whatever the outcome is, there's a penalty for car 75 for longer than that 65-minute duration. The lead gap up to 6.2 seconds, mainly because of the amount of traffic that Jaffar had to get through. That in part was why the Jaffar closing rate and gap on the lead McLaren was occurring. So last lap for the lead car, 1 minute 50.3. Second place Mercedes-Benz, 151.5. And that just adds to the pain for the second place Mercedes, who thought maybe in my stint I can get onto the tail of the McLaren and do some serious work.
So 75 is now the Stippler car being driven by Marlon Stockinger, and there's another drive-through penalty being given, and it goes to number 38, which is the Case Magali Passuti Lamborghini. That's for a pit stop infringement as well, but that's sort of in midfield anyway. But Stockinger 17th getting a drive-through. That's bad news.
On board with the Bentley into Lesmo 2. So I'm assuming it's Wolfgang Wright we're on riding with. A long run. Sun beginning slowly to drop a little bit lower in the sky. There had been rain forecast.
Indeed.
And actually had been forecast to fall at the start of this race, and I think that's been deferred as the number 7 Bentley makes its way through. That's Abril is the driver behind the wheel. That was Abril coming out of Lesmo.
But still the top 2, the best part of 20 seconds ahead of anybody else. So third and back have got a lot of work to do to get back into the hunt here. All they need a safety car. We've got a couple of drivers now being warned about respecting blue flags, and interestingly the team manager of the number 8 Bentley in 3rd place has just been summoned to race control as well.
Can't imagine what for. I mean, unless there was something in the pit lane that we weren't able to pick up. We didn't see anything that looked inappropriate. Most likely it would be within the pit lane that any offence might have occurred. So a bit of a trip down the pit lane and up into the schoolmaster, the head schoolmaster, will get a bit of a ticking off.
Indeed so. Lead gap's going up, isn't it? Jasmin Jaffar's done 2 slow laps. Now, Bentley number 8 stopped in the wrong place. The fuel tank churn was moved, and that you're not allowed to do. The car has to stop at the refueling rig. You can't take the refueling rig to the car. So we'll wait and see what comes out of that. But I'm a bit more concerned about Jasmin Jaffar's 2 slow laps here, because I know there's traffic out there, but he lost about 4 seconds on the last one. Let's just see what this next lap is. Côme Ledogar's just gone by and done a 1 minute 51. Is Jasmin Jaffar going to be back to a proper pace? Yes, he is. Okay, so he's still lost out relatively. He's 10 seconds back.
Yes, and the McLaren on the previous lap actually done a 1:49 again. Yeah. So 49.797 was the quickest lap for that car, which was set on lap a little bit earlier, lap 29, but it was very close to the car's previous best time. So the lead McLaren has got plenty of pace. And for Jafar in second place, dropping down to 10 seconds, that indicates to me there's more than just a traffic issue for young Jasmine Jafar.
I wonder if what we've seen with a slow lap or two also is anything to do with that slow exit from the pit lane. Remember, we saw him hesitating coming out. Could there be something in there that's not quite right, I wonder?
You don't know. I mean, there are any number of different opportunities, reasons. I mean, he might be in a situation where the team are saying, look, you need to back off a little bit. We're going to be very marginal on fuel. We don't want to have to stop early. And then before we then get to the end of the race, have to then do a splash and dash. So it might be Jasmine Jafar has been given the message, just back off, we need to gain fuel rather than use it. If those are the things that are going on between the driver. You're driving a racing car today isn't just about sitting behind the wheel and playing with the pedals and the throttle and the brake. You've got to take instruction, and sometimes complex instructions, from the pit lane. I know in other elements of the sport you're not allowed to coach the driver.
But in this, it's absolutely essential. The car stopped at the 31 lap mark with therefore 2 hours and 2 minutes to go, so he didn't quite go to the hour. So let's see when it comes in, because again, if it's short, then they've got a problem. If they can, by saving fuel, nudge it the other side of the hour, as you're suggesting, then they're sort of back on track. Yeah, so that lap, he's just gone over the line. Well, he's done the absolute best last sector, and the lap is a 1:49.831.
You know what?
We were saying.
You know, I'll tell you why. Sometimes when you're told to slow down, there are different ways of slowing down. The way that I would have done it, and I did it previously, is you actually reduce engine RPM. You don't reduce or change your driving rhythm. So if you knock off 500 RPM off whatever 6.8 or 7.5, whatever the Mercedes revs to, it doesn't actually, surprisingly, make a massive amount of difference in an overall lap time. And in fact, partly because you're going to be driving more thoughtfully and more smoothly, you might match or even, in fact, improve upon times. We're only speculating, we don't know. It's a good question to get Bruce to go down to the garage, the HTP garage, and ask it directly, but of course they're never going to give you an honest, direct answer, are they?
Well, if it was saving fuel, they did it for a couple of laps, but it's now the quickest car on the circuit again in that last round of laps, so interesting to see how it next lap will fare. We've just watched Andreas Simonsen get himself up past Michele Beretta, so that's the change for 9th place. Mercedes going ahead of Lamborghini.
The other little interesting battle that's beginning to sort of shape up as we get to, well over halfway into the second stint, is Takaboshi in the 23 Nissan is bit by bit nibbling away into the third place Bentley of Wolfgang Reip. It's just 4.7 seconds on this lap. Both drivers, Reip and Takabashi, have done their personal best in Sector 1. So the Nissan's responding to the charge, or the Bentley's responding to the charge of the Nissan. Get it the right way round.
Lead gap's down again because another lap in the 49s has just been done by Jafar, and now it's Ledegaard doing the slower laps in the 150s. But 58, remember, did 2 extra laps on its first tank of fuel relative to the Mercedes. Whereas Wolfgang Reip in third place in the Bentley, that was very good on the fuel. That did 34 laps and was just within the maximum driving time allowable for a driver in the stint. Michele Beretta hard at work, down in 10th place, number 19, Vincent Abril behind. Well, Bentley number 7 from its lowly, very lowly grid position has worked its way up the order by way of position, John. It's in 11th place at the back of this little group, but it's still, in terms of gap away from the leader, a long way adrift.
Yeah, we just got a glimpse of the Nissan in 4th place coming onto the back straight, and the Bentley, there it is, the Bentley in 3rd place, Wolfgang Reip.
That's number 7.
Number 7, okay, that's Vincent Abril.
Yeah,
the Bentley will be coming into view.
7, of course, had its damage early on, didn't it, at the front?
So the opening lap.
Yeah, car down the order. So there's Andreas Simonsen, now coming under attack for number 100, which is trying to get its lap back. That's the Van Splinteren car. Now currently in 27th place out of Pro-Am that. Now 28, Antonio Garcia getting himself onto the back of Steve Parrow now. This is for 7th place you're looking at, Ferrari versus Audi.
Yep, and Antonio Garcia, an Aston Martin driver, a Corvette driver in an Audi, and running strongly in 7th place, running, well, best lap 150.7, but they're being consistent and running, closing just within 0.2 of a second.
And it's going to happen any moment, isn't it?
Well,
Garcia
there
right there on the tail, waiting for his moment. And where's he going to make the pass?
It ain't going to be in a straight line because that's the weakness the Audi has got here at Monza. It's got good overall lap time, but it hasn't got it where it really counts at Monza. If he can do something, it'll be a big shot punt down the inside, but he's not close enough to the Ferrari. He'll just sort of glue himself to the rear of the Ferrari coming through the Ascari, closes up on the exit, carries more speed on the exit, but as soon as the Ferrari gets in a straight line, it's got clear air as well. So Antonio Garcia is sitting there, nothing he can do. He's going to try and, no, he's not even far enough to try and throw it down the inside. Well, having said that, he's gone and done it. Well, good job, Antonio Garcia.
That's the difference between a pro and an am, isn't it? Because he comes up to challenge Stephen Parrow, he can have the confidence to brake much later. So from a reasonable distance back, very late on the brakes, through he goes, and he's gone. Look, I mean, he's pulled 3 lengths already.
But actually, Stephen Parrow did. He was the guy that did the right thing, because he knows he's not in a battle with Garcia because they're in different categories. He only has to be in a battle with his fellow Pro-Am drivers. So by letting the Audi go through, it's a net situation.
57 is there, that's in 9th for Mercedes of Andreas Simonsen. That'll be the next car to challenge Parrow's Ferrari. And Parrow is still second in Pro-Am, but third, and not a million miles behind, is the Devon Modell Oman Racing Team Aston Martin. So an hour and 13 minutes of the race remain as they're diving up on the inside into the Rettifilio. The Audi from the ISR squad working its way back through traffic. Marlon Stockinger 16th of the sister car, 74 and 17th place. The leader has gone by a lap in the 151s. There's Devon Modell in the Aston trying to get past the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, and at the same time keep Rolf Eichen behind him in the green Lamborghini.
Well, the Aston's also got good straight line performance, so he's got that comfort knowing that when they get into a straight line they're not going to be too challenged. It's just this traffic it's slowing down everybody's pace to the pace of the Nissan. That's the 22 Nissan. You can see the lights in the Jaguar just doing all it can to distract. Gets up alongside, gets inside, clean easy pass into the Ascari chicane.
Yeah, that was Lappery, wasn't it? Putting a lap on the PlayStation Academy winners Nissan, which is currently down in 28th place. And so now Lorenz Frey at the wheel. He's in 12th spot in that car, going strongly. Just got past Matthew Simmons. Devon Modell there, turning his way through the Parabolica. 13th place overall, 3rd in Pro-Am. Just having a quick look up the pit lane. Our team starting to get ready for the second round of stops. The regulations are that you must make 2 pit stops for fuel and tyres. And there's a car off at the Parabolica, I think, because we saw a snatch vehicle heading that way, and also there's a yellow flag out in the 3rd sector.
And that's not going to make Jasmine Jafar, who has actually managed to get the gap as they go 3 abreast into the first chicane. The gap between 1st and 2nd had been up to 10 or so seconds. Now there it is.
That is at the Parabolica, and it's been helped off there by the look of it by number 1, because Dries Vanthoor is being investigated for an incident with that Team Parker Racing Bentley. We understand number 1 had spun into the gravel there, but there was certainly a coming together unseen by us between the Bentley and the Audi. So number 1 has had a drama. Dries Vanthoor at the wheel, according to the information we have on the timing screen, and the real casualty out of all of that was the number 24 Team Parker Racing Bentley of Ian Loggy. So both of Stuart Parker's Bentleys have been in the wars, haven't they?
Yes, they have. Early in the race, the second car was in the wars up at the Ascari, then it got into that sort of unusual circumstance down at the first chicane a little bit later.
So the yellows are out at the last corner. 70 minutes of the race to go. And out of the Variante Ascari comes Devon Modell, keeping at bay the Lamborghini behind, but the Nissan is a car that he's trying to find a way through and put a lap on. So he's got his work cut out here. Rolf Eichen tucked up behind, having been very good last year in the German Carrera Cup. Now switching to a different car, different discipline altogether.
Yeah, but you see what the Nissan has got. It's not just the 23 car's got good straight line performance. The 22 car's got identical performance, and the Aston Martin, which is a slippery car as well, just is really struggling. He can just stay with it as they come across start-finish line. And it's going to take a pretty brave manoeuvre. He's getting in position. He's looking to have a look down the inside, but the Lamborghini. But so in the last second, the Aston pops out. Devon Modell gets it done. The Lamborghini slips through as well. So that's the benefit of being the third car in a three-way battle. You can sometimes use the second place car to ease your way through as the Nissan steps out of the way and lets this battle continue.
Now, the race director's office has just offered a correction. Number 1 was involved in the incident with Ian Logie, but did not have a spin into the gravel bed. That car survived. As there, Rolf Heineken makes his move against Devon Modell, and through he goes, up on the inside, and that's the change of place for 13th. The cars are in different classes, so it doesn't affect Pro-Am position for Modell, but it does drop him 1 overall spot. But just to go back, clarification, although Dries Van Tor was involved in that skirmish, he didn't have a spin, but continued on his way in 6th spot.
And just to keep you abreast of what's going on at the front, it's now up to 8.9, so it's really a race for the lead about who can manage the traffic best and who is fortunate enough to meet it in a part of the racetrack that helps you as opposed to a part of the racetrack where it hurts you. So it's sort of pretty much even Stevens, the lead car in the second place, Mercedes trading lap times in the middle to high, 1 minute 49s one lap, then a 151 or even a 152 on another lap. The same, in fact, for third and fourth. The gap has opened back up to 6.5 seconds between Wolfgang Reip and Takeboshi in the Nissan. So again, same story really. You know, it only happens about 3 laps later when third and fourth catch up to the traffic that first and second have been dealing with.
But we're not that far off the next round of pit stops, so this could shuffle the order a little bit if people have good or bad stops accordingly. So it's Lerogard leading Jafar, Reip is third, Takeboshi is fourth, Bonaccini fifth leading Pro-Am, 6th is Dries Van Tor, 7th is Garcia, 8th is Simonsen, 9th is Beretta, 10th is Abril, 11th is Parot, 12th is Fry, 13th is Heineken, 14th is Modell, and 15th is Stockinger.
Here's a little question. Who do you fancy? Shane van Gisbergen or Maximilian Book? They're going to be in their respective McLaren and Mercedes for the last stint. Gap currently, well, it's up to 9.1 seconds. I still think that a lot of this race is going to be won or lost in the pit stops. Both teams will do a good job. It just depends when they come in. Have they got ease of access as somebody kicks up the dust, and which car? I couldn't quite see it. It's the Mercedes, the second of the HTP cars.
Yeah, it's 85, isn't it, that, which has dropped down in the course of this stint. Luciano Bacchetta at the wheel of it. It is in 17th place. Right, we're getting ready at Nissan. I think only just I'd give the nod to Maxi Book.
I mean, for me, it'll all be about not just the pit stop, but when you decide to make your pit stop, will there be other cars either ahead of you or behind you that will impair your entry or your exit? We saw what happened when the Nissan was going out of the pits. They had to put the dollies under it to rotate it to get the car able to point out. So is that going to be a factor that will come into play when the 2 lead cars make their pit stops? That's where the teams earn their money. That's what they are here to do. They're not just to sit in the pit wall and get photographed and look like a race fan. They're there to work all this out. And with 57 or so cars, not that they've got that now running in the race, we're down to something that somebody can see. Well, still about best part of 50 cars in the race. One of 2 Porsches. Look at that straight line performance. Can't beat it. Flat 6, even though it is water cooled.
Now the laps from the race leader hovering around the 1 minute 50 mark. The McLaren went further in the first stint as 22 comes in for Matthew Simmons to give way to Romain Sarrazin.
And that's a very early, but relatively early. I mean, there's 5 minutes or more to go. So I'm surprised, other than the team feel it's better to put Sarrazin into the car at this point. It's second guessing it all, of course, but earlier than we anticipated because the sister car went over the hour before it made its pit stop.
But it also gets one out of the way for that team, and it means they can pit when there aren't too many around, so it might be a strategic thing. They're happy that they can do 65 minutes on a tank of fuel, get it done, keep him out there until the end of the race, out of harm's way. Rolf Heineken has been in. That was the car in 13th place. And there's number 2 in. So Michael Meadows for Robin Frintz via Stuart Leonard. The team manager of number 1 now being summoned to the race director. So the Vantor Vervish Audi.
And it's not being, it's immediately.
Yeah.
It's not about in your own time, it's immediately.
Immediately, yeah. And that is potentially to do with the incident that took the Bentley off the track.
Yeah, but we did get that second clarification saying that actually it doesn't seem to involve the number 1 Audi, and now they want to see...
Well, no, it's involved, but the first message said that number 1 had spun and gone into the gravel. They corrected that. He hadn't spun into the gravel, but he had been involved. So he was being investigated for it. And now the investigation, I think, has finished, and they want the team manager to go and be given the bad news. So there was contact between the two, and the first message we had was that number 1 had spun into the gravel. That was corrected to confirm 24, which is what we had seen. But number 1, currently in 6th place, might end up with a penalty here. Right, Giancarlo Fisichella is good to go.
Yes, and delighted to be here. Blancpain delighted to be back at Monza.
Quite right too.
And one of those great drivers of a generation that finally. What's all this?
That's 24, having another moment. It's got out of the gravel.
Yeah, down to the second chicane. Yeah. Giancarlo runs around. Door is opened. Any seat insert. He's taking his... There is a seat insert, throws it away. He's got plenty of time as the mechanics are diving in to do something as well. There's loads of cables and pipes and whatever to get reconnected. I don't know if any of these drivers are wearing a cooling vest. Some of them do in GT racing. Not warm enough here at Monza, I would imagine, to need or warrant the use of one. And then the whole process of getting the driver harnessed up, there's no pressure because they're still refueling. The fueling is now complete. The car will be jacked up and 4 wheels and tyres will be replaced. Plenty of time for Giancarlo to get belted up. Radio connected and all the other little bits and pieces. And well, let's have a look and see the performance of this 53 Ferrari when we get it back on the track. What lap time potential is going to be.
19th the car was when it came in. Let's see how high up the order Giancarlo Fisichella can bring it. Number 19, Michele Beretta, is under investigation for overtaking under a yellow flag as well. Away goes Fizzy.
Yeah, that car's best lap in the race was a 50.230, which is not a bad time for the AM of the Pro-Am team. So Giancarlo Fisichella, no doubt with fresh rubber, or new maybe rubber, will be able to get back out, and one would expect to see something in the low 50s, maybe in the high 49s.
So 62 minutes just under of the race remain, and Ledegar is in. So at the end of lap 63 he has come into the pit lane. That's interesting because that's less laps than in the first stint, but anyway, maybe Ledegar, having done his work, it is felt that he can be now replaced with the quicker Shane van Gisbergen. Yeah, they need to maximise what Shane can do.
And a bit tight getting in, but basically clear on the way out. So it was a difficult entry for Ledegar to get the car placed precisely that the fuel hose and all the air hoses will be attached. So refueling is underway, driver change also underway, and then it'll be the final wheels, tyres change. That car will be back, so the driver's in, seatbelt all as the Mercedes pulls out from behind.
Yeah, and also that's going to put now Jasmine Jaffar into the lead of the race. Now, how far can that car go? Of course, it's all very well talking about good fuel consumption, but if now, because they're tripping into the last hour, they can run to the end, which they should be able to, there's no point keeping Jaffar out if he's lapping slower than Van Gisbergen. So bring him in as quick as you can now and put Maxi Boot behind the wheel.
Well, ordinarily, if the lead car comes in, you'd be inclined to sort of follow it in the following lap, because you don't want to be, as you point out, wrong-footed, getting caught out on a set of tyres that's well past its sell-by date and losing lap time to a guy like Shane van Gisbergen on a brand new set of tyres who'll be nailing it at every opportunity. Even leaving the pit lane is pretty sharp and getting the car moving again.
So there's the Mercedes. Is it going to come in this time?
In my opinion, yes. It'll be called in. They've got to shadow what the lead car's doing.
Wolfgang Reip in as well for number 8. So let's wait and see, does the Mercedes pit this time? I agree. Down to us, we bring it in. Van Gisbergen goes back out. Yes, in comes Jasmine Jaffar. Maxi Book to take over.
So this is going to be the pit stop that will win or lose the race, in effect, for either HTP or for Garage 59.
So a pit stop is about a lap, effectively, isn't it? So we need to see the end of the McLaren lap relative to where this pit stop is. If the car is being released, then it's in with a chance. If it's still stationary, it ain't got a chance.
Well, the pit stop must not take less than 95 seconds. That's the delta time that's been assessed for Monza with the length of its pit lane. The sort of time that you take to refuel, change wheels and drivers is a fairly standard time regardless of the racetrack, but it's the length of the pit lane entry to pit lane exit, and here it's a 95-second delta time. Or if you come to the closing stages of the race where you want to do a splash and dash, it must not take more than 75 seconds. And the 49 Ferrari has set the fastest first sector of everybody.
Yes.
Obviously just got back out.
No, you're absolutely right. On the blinding lap by Riccardo Ragazzi. Now the fuel loads come right down. Right, so there, going through, Shane van Gisbergen. He's on track. Down the pit lane goes the ISR Audi, and the Mercedes cycling through its pit stop. And it's got hemmed in, hasn't it?
It's got hemmed in, that's what I said.
Yeah.
The problem that I think it might be able to get out, it's the gap between the Mercedes and the car ahead of it is tight, but it might be just about doable, but it will be lost time. Now you see they had to push the car back actually to give it room, so that has been a pit stop possibility negative to Mercedes.
Right, the McLaren's got the lead of the race still. It goes through, there it is on track. The Mercedes is about to blast out of the pit lane. There it is. So Maxi Buch here has got quite a bit of work to do, hasn't he?
And the traffic that's also between the lead McLaren, Shane van Gisbergen behind the wheel, Maximilian Buch, and that was the unfortunate aspect of having such a big field that they were the team that got slightly hemmed in. They had to push the car back. That cost additional seconds before Buch was able to get the car rolling again. And as I mentioned earlier, this is a race that could be won or lost in pit stops, and that may well be Maxi Buch with an impossible task to try and run down Shane van Gisbergen as the Nissan Takahashi comes in.
If anybody can do it though, Maxi Buch is the man.
Yeah, but that's, against Shane van Gisbergen. I asked the question, if they're going wheel to wheel, car to car, it'd be hard to pull, hard to judge. But with the kind of gap, I think it's going to be in a double figures. It's going to be certainly more, in my view, than 10 seconds. And plus, there was about 5 cars between the McLaren and the Mercedes when it came back onto track.
I've just seen Johnny Adam rejoin in the 44 Aston Martin. We've got Alex Bunker taking over number 23. And so the order for the moment puts number 7 Bentley into the lead of the race. But it really is the gap at the end of the next lap between the 58 McLaren and the chasing 84 Mercedes that we need to look for. There are more team managers heading to race control. There are more cars under investigation. Not in the leading battle. Alex Bunker was good to go. Number 8 Bentley through. That has put Maxime Soulet into it now after its second pit stop. Right, where is number 58 Shane van Gisbergen relative to the timing line? Number 8 comes through. Of course, that's fighting in real terms with 23 Alex Bunker. They pitted on different laps, but here now comes the Bentley up over the timing line past the pits, and that's going to get the place back because the Nissan is only just on the move, but by the time that gets out of the pit lane, the Bentley will be long gone. There it is, storming past the pits. The Bentley now secures 3rd place on track.
And again, it's the same story. The Bentley comes through, the Nissan just rejoining the racetrack. Got 2 cars, going to be 3 most likely before he's got a chance to see the back of the Bentley.
The fastest lap of the race has just been done by Giancarlo Fisichella. He's in 24th place and has done a 49.226. Perhaps you'd expect it, ex-Formula 1 driver, Ferrari, Monza and all of that. But Fisichella is now the fastest man on the circuit.
Mega.
Well,
wonderful.
You said he would be. Right, out of 333 gets Renat Salikov to give way to Norbert Siedler. That car's never really sparkled, has it, in the way that we hoped it would?
No, I think grid position didn't help it particularly. I mean, it wasn't the expectation we had. As we see the Jaguar in for its final stop of the day. And we're going to have to really take this Jaguar, I think, much more seriously. We saw the potential of it last year at Nürburgring, and it's also now Stefano Telli is in that car. In these endurance races, the next one, of course, be at Silverstone. Interesting to see where Jaguar, with their current interest, that piece of real estate, might end up.
Right, we're waiting for 58 Shane van Gisbergen to come across the timing line. Number 1, now Lawrence Van Tor, is going to be given a drive-through penalty for the incident involving the Bentley. So number 1, currently 11th after his last pit stop, is going to be given a drive-through penalty.
Cause a collision. Drive-through penalty, car 1, cause a collision.
Alan Adam, you heard in the background, just explaining a drive-through penalty for number 1 for causing a collision. So that's going to condemn it even further down the order than 11th place. Right, Van Gisbergen has gone through, and his last lap was a 1:49.6. Maxi Book a 1:49.9.
And as much as I don't wish any misfortune on the number 1 Audi, but I do support race director in that if a car is involved in a collision with another car and that other car is the loser, then the perpetrator deserves a punishment. Sometimes a drive-through, in my view, isn't sufficient, but those are the regulations that we have to run to.
Well, it's been a pretty challenging day all round for WRT, but the car in 11th place will slip further down the order. And we've also got a drive-through for the number 100 Lamborghini for speeding in the pit lane. And fingers crossed there are no penalties going in the direction of the top 2 in the race, because we're looking forward to seeing whether or not 9.4 seconds is going to come down. And in the sectors at the moment, it's looking as though Van Gisbergen is going to build that advantage.
Well, it's just under 10 seconds, 9.5 seconds, so I think if it got into double figures, then Maximilian Bug would really struggle, but the fact that it's just under that will give him hope, because he knows that while at the minute he's caught in traffic, which is not going to help him, eventually what goes round comes around, and it will be then the McLaren that will be held up and will have to struggle through. In fact, last lap for Van Gisbergen was 49.6. Maximilian Bug last lap 49.9, so both had relatively clear air. And there's just Vincent Abril who's just going into the pits.
So it is McLaren ahead of Mercedes, top 2 in the race. They've been largely there race long. Still the fastest laps of the race being banged in by Giancarlo Fisichella. He's up to 19th. He's on a 49.118. It's as though someone's suddenly given the car a prod and it's come alive, but he's much the quicker driver in that. There's a great little Audi fight going on here that we're looking at, as the 2 of them run nose to tail, with Salaquada ahead of Christopher Haase here. 14th and 15th overall, these 2 cars are.
And for no other reason than they're just racing.
Yeah.
There's nothing to be equal. In terms of points, they're not going to be scoring points, but it's more a matter of honour and pride. And they're racing drivers. There is the car that's going to suffer that drive through penalty now in the hands of the elder Van Voor brother. He'll no doubt have a little word with Dries. Part of the learning process, part of the experience.
Now, Maxi Book has just done the car's best first sector of the race, but it's not as good as Shane van Gisbergen's first sector. So he's certainly pushing, but even when he's pushing, he's not matching sector times, certainly in the first sector of Van Gisbergen. He is quicker by thousandths in the second, but if he's only gaining thousandths here and thousandths there, and he's got to make up nearly 10 seconds, it ain't going to happen.
No, it's not, and that's, you're going to drive your heart out. There is the car coming down into Parabolica, with the sister car behind from HTP stable. So Maximilian Bug, he knows what it takes to win a race, but that little bit of a delay getting out of the garage, out of the pit lane, and they had to push the car back, and that just can knock the heart out of you. Oh my goodness, Fisichella's down to the 1 minute 48, 48.948.
Exactly. Going tremendously well. 22 Nissans just copped a drive through. This is the Pro-Am Cup car for speeding in the pit lane, all part of the learning process, you would argue. And the lead gap is down fractionally. 3/10 it's come down by on that last lap. And Jasmine Jaffar, fresh out of the car, is with Bruce.
Jasmine, that was a great stint. A couple of laps, though, you seem to be backing off, or was that just traffic that got in the way as you were chasing the McLaren?
It was mainly the traffic, because I was catching up. The car space was really good, and some of the cars were a couple of laps behind, and blue flags weren't waved. And also, they were blocking me for some reason. I don't know why. It's not part of our race, so we lost a lot of time from there. But I think Maxi will do the job right now to finish it off.
You're not worried about fuel economy? He can go flat out, can he?
No, we went flat out 3/4 of the way. We saved a little bit at the end, but I think the car is built for, well for a good stint. So I think we're pushing hard to get up there.
Okay, I'll let you go watch the screens. Well done, Yasmin.
So Yasmin Jaffar out of the car. This is the Audi battle still. Philippe Salaquada versus Christopher Haase.
This has got tears written all over it, doesn't it? I mean, we're coming up to lap traffic and jockeying for position, coming down into Parabolica, going one way, going the other way, not quite sure who. There are blind spots in these GT cars. Sometimes you think you've got full rearward vision, and a car can just find that blind spot when you make your move. It's there, but everything. Look how busy the track is, and we're in 49 minutes to go. And they're still battling away like it was the beginning of the race.
Absolutely. And 44 there, the Aston Martin, Johnny Adam at the wheel. That's another car that's going to be well worth watching now. It was going well before, but it's going to be even faster now. There's another drive-through penalty about to be given. Andrea Piccini, 7th, number 19, green Lamborghini, overtaking under a yellow flag. So another penalty dished out. There it is, yeah. But not for long.
It's quite difficult, in this day and age, to overtake under a yellow flag. It may not be Piccini in the car, of course, that was the perpetrator. So it may have been one of the middle stage or middle stint drivers that copped the penalty, but it has to be driven through by Piccini. There we go, back to this bare knuckle fight between the two Audi drivers.
Yeah, as I say, for 13th place. And Johnny Adam is hunting them down. The Aston Martin looking 15th place. How far up the order can Johnny drag that car? He's another much underrated driver, the personable young Scotsman, Aston Martin factory driver, and the motor-based operated Oman racing team Aston Martin. Can a top 10 be achievable in the remaining 48 minutes? Not sure. Top dozen possible.
Difficult. I mean, these two Audi ahead of them are going to be enwrapped in their own little battle. There's the Lamborghini going through, Piccini making the drive through. So for Johnny Adam, running currently 3rd in the Pro-Am category, that is his focus. So to get up to 2nd, he would need to go from 15th to 10th, which, 47 minutes remaining, depending on how the traffic unfolds for him. Pretty major task, I would have said.
Now, there has been already an incident between the two Audis. It's been investigated, but there's no further action. There could be another one brewing, but just look at the way now that Johnny Adam is reeling them in. 47 minutes to go, and 13th, 14th and 15th is a great battle. Johnny Adam is 3rd in Pro-Am. I don't think he's going to get higher than that in class because he's got too much real estate to gobble up, but he's pushing on nonetheless. The two Audis running absolutely nose to tail. Philippe Salaquada, the Czech driver, staying ahead. Christopher Haase, vastly experienced driver in Europe, in Australia with these sorts of cars, wriggles his way through the Variante della Roggia and comes out on the back of Salaquada, who's doing a good job of defending here.
Yeah, I mean, they're both doing a good job, defence and attack, managing to give each other just about enough race room. And of course for Johnny Adam, as he's running behind this battle, what he's hoping for is that they end up compromising one another, and that would make his overtake easy. But when you've got two cars of equal performance battling like this, it isn't easy for an additional car. Well, I don't agree with that, but anyway, pets should stay at home at race meetings.
Proper GT fan dog. Disappointed there are no Rovers racing. Out of the Variante Ascari come the two Audis, Salaquada staying ahead of Christopher Haase. Where is Johnny Adam in relation to
the headlights are on, you can see.
And one Audi hidden by the other. Now Haase pulls out to the outside line into the Parabolica. Can he dive up the inside through the corner? That's the plan, but is it going to work? Can he get that switch back? No, he can't. Salaquada defends, and Christopher Haase again gets forced out wide a little bit. Now Johnny Adam inches up onto the back of them.
But I think Christopher Haase got a slightly quicker exit, although he was compromised at the point of entry. I think he might have had a slightly better exit, and he's going to try and slip up, pick up the slipstream. He's going to have to go down the outside, the left-hand side to make the pass, and he's not going to get it done under brakes because Salaquada, unless he overruns, he doesn't. So he gets it all stopped neat and tidily.
I think that's great to watch. The race director is giving a driving standards flag to Haase, although that may be for track limits. 57 there, which is Adam Christodoulou, is now on the back of Stephen Kane, 7th and 8th. Stand well back. This will be good, won't it?
Well, I mean, maybe Stephen Kane just overtaken the Mercedes, but nonetheless, look at the state of that, would you? What a whack that must have given, because it's a pretty substantial front end on the Bentley.
It's kept going, obviously, but I mean, how compromised it's been, we don't know.
Well, it'll have a bearing in bits of this carbon fibre bodywork somewhere on the track, whether that's just fallen off the Bentley or whether that was there from another car. But certainly, drivers will need to be, well, if they can see it. If you run over it, it can do your tyre a power no good.
The lead gap, by the way, is coming down. It's down to 7 seconds. It was 9.4, wasn't it, when we started? It's 7.1, so still 44 minutes to go. Part of it might be traffic dependent, but Maxi Bucchi's giving this his best shot, although that said, Van Gisbergen has just pulled out another 7/10 in the first sector of this lap.
I tend to think it's just the ebb and flow of who catches whom where. So keep an eye on that 7.1 seconds if it comes down. Stephen Kane still thunders down, locks up the left front a little bit, coming into the first chicane. A little puff of blue smoke came from that left front tire. That's not the unloaded side, that's the loaded side, so wouldn't have expected to see that. I don't know what happened on the right side, if it did the same thing, but certainly a little puff of blue. And the Aston Martin yet again unable to do very much. Christopher Hasse looking again to see whether he can find a way past Alaquada. As Johnny Adam, he's getting there bit by bit, you know.
Yeah, I suppose he's also mindful of not wanting to arrive on the scene too quickly and getting caught up in whatever silliness might ensue, because like you said,
oh my God,
might be a handkerchief ready for that.
Gap between first and second down to 5.8 seconds. Slow lap from Shane Van Gisbergen, mega lap from Maxi Buch.
Although Van Gisbergen's lap started with a personal best in the first sector. So, yeah, the gap has come down, 5.8. Still the best lap of the race, Giancarlo Fisichella in the high 48s. We're looking there at the battle for 7th. Kane versus Christodoulou. Stephen Kane keeping the Mercedes at bay. But yeah, it's starting to close up front, which is all good news.
And there's a potential for another battle for the final podium position between number 8 Bentley and Alex Buncombe in the 23 Nissan. Gap, well, on the last lap it was 8 seconds, now it's up to 12.4 seconds, so the Nissan clearly has been disadvantaged in traffic. No doubt that would be the case with the Bentley a couple of laps earlier.
Yeah, Soule on his last lap in 3rd place, lap quicker than the two ahead of him, the two leaders. So as you say, the traffic is a huge factor here. There is Maxi Buch in 2nd place in 84. And there, absolutely stuck in it, is the race leader. Well, but of course, Buch's got to get through all this in due course as well.
Absolutely, that's why Shane Van Gisbergen lost time over that last couple of laps. Maxi Buch is now going to have that same privilege, probably in another couple of laps.
Barwell Lamborghini heads for the garage. Not a good sight for Mark Lemmer's team, unfortunately, as through the traffic goes Van Gisbergen. And there is Maxi Buch, who now has to try and wriggle his way through. Former Blancpain Endurance Series champion. Let's see how the lap times have differed between the two, how the gap has come down. Because it won't be long before they get across this battle either, will it? It's still Salaquada in the world's widest Audi, keeping Christopher Hasse at bay. Out of the Rettifilia they come. Where's Johnny Adam? He's got the best view in the house of all of this. There he is, right on the back of it.
Yeah, but the pace of the two Audis and where they're managing to use their speed, the Aston hasn't got a response. I mean, that's as close as Johnny Adam is really going to get, or has gotten. So again, Hasse has a look down the inside, tries to distract Salaquada, but he ain't having any of it.
Lights flash from Stephen Kane's Bentley as he gets up the inside of the traffic and puts a back marker between himself and Adam Christodoulou. Good move.
Yeah, he needed that little bit of relief. The Mercedes has got to find its way past the Lamborghini. The Lamborghini goes to the left of the track, gives effectively the race line in the first part of the straight as we go back to this Audi Mercedes battle. Or Aston Martin battle, not Mercedes. Could be a Mercedes engine in that sometime in the future, I hear.
Watch this space. Now, gaps between the leaders. Another couple of tenths pulled back by Buch in sector 1. Keep an eye to the other two sectors in this, as 40 minutes of the race remain. More team managers heading to race control, include the team manager of Bentley number 7. I'll just give you the relevant ones for the overall positions when these things happen now, because there's so much else going on in the race, including this great battle that's still on for 12th and 13th and 14th places.
So Christopher Hasse either trying or being forced to alter his line. Again, seems to exit slightly quicker off Parabolica than Philippe Salaquada, but when they get across the start-finish line, not much different. Salaquada just plonks his car on the right-hand side, forcing Hasse to look to go the long way around, but both cars have got equal braking. And both cars get through again. Good, clean racing between these two Audi drivers. And Johnny Adams sitting back, you know, he's almost become transfixed by their pace rather than worrying about what maybe his ultimate pace might be in the Aston.
And then behind Johnny Adams is Andrea Piccini after the drive-through. And in 16th place is the Jaguar. Still going strongly. Right, so 39 minutes plus remain as out of the second chicane heads Philippe Salaquada, who's doing a good job of defending here. Salaquada has been in and out of the Blancpain Championship for a few years now. Ex-single-seater racer, but gradually developing to be a pretty solid GT racer. He hasn't got the pace of those in the front necessarily, but he's improving all the while. And number 14, look, which is now in the hands of Albert Costa, is giving energetic chase to the Lamborghini of Andrea Piccini, which is great to see, the little Jaguar taking on the marks of the Lamborghini.
I mean, he's given those LED headlights are working out, trying to distract the Lamborghini driver. Let's go back to this battle that's been raging on now for 10 laps or more. Maxi Book, in the meantime, further eats into... has he managed to get through that traffic that Van Ginsbergen seemed to have a little bit more problem with? And back to Christopher Hasse, again looking to try and make the undercut on the exit. Again, should have a little bit more speed than Philippe Salaquada. This time looks maybe a little bit better place, but as they come across start-finish line, which is a different position to the start line. The start line's much further forward than the finish line at Monza. Goes again down the outside, but can't get far enough up.
And in the background, look at the Jaguar, because he's on the outside of Piccini. Albert Costa, new to Blancpain, having a real go, couldn't quite do it, but it's just great to see the Jaguar getting stuck in and running in this leading gaggle of cars. It's still in the top 16.
But doing it reliably.
Yeah, indeed, after so many years of so many problems.
Absolutely, I mean, taking a car and developing it. Yeah. This is not a factory-backed car, this is a private individual or a company. Salaquada just getting slightly unstable, looking on the entry into chicane 2.
For the lead, the ebb has now flowed,
yes,
as it were, because it's gone back up again to 5.9 seconds. It had come down to around about 4.5, but it's gone back up again, and the slower lap was done by Maxi Bucas. He's now got to somehow get himself through that traffic. Right, now, Albert Costa giving Andrea Piccini a big work over here. Piccini has raced most things in GT racing, but again, perhaps isn't as quick as he used to be. Remember the Spa 24 Hours a few years ago, and he had that puncture early hours in the morning and never got back in the car after 9 AM, and it was Frank Stippler that did the lion's share of the work. And Andrea Piccini stock waned a little bit after that, but he's been picked up for this year by Lamborghini. He can still deliver, he still knows what he's doing, and he's a good, decent peddler, but perhaps not as quick as some of those around him. But the Lamborghini is down in 15th place. Over the line goes 57. Adam Christodoulou still looking for a way past Stephen Kane. Is this the move? He's going to think about it on the outside, heading down towards Loreto Filho, but no. Stephen Kane has got pretty sharp elbows. He sticks them out and he keeps the Mercedes behind him.
Yeah, and there's a good set of brakes on the Bentley, so he's able to get the car slowed up. But the Mercedes came back on the exit of the first chicane. As we go back to this entertaining battle that's been going on, Johnny Adams still has a great view of it, but as I mentioned, he's been bogged down behind them, running at their pace. Hasse out earlier than normal. This is his best shot to date, wheel to wheel alongside coming into the first chicane. Still Salaquada takes it. Look, Jaguar hasn't got past. Oh, bump, bump.
They survive, but now the traffic starts to attack the Jaguar, and that's cost 3 or 4 lengths, hasn't it, for Albert Costa. Johnny Adam has got himself onto the back of Christopher Hasse, so now Johnny starts to attack. He's going to be able to make the run up towards the second of the chicanes. Hasse defends. Johnny Adam can't work out which way to go, largely because there isn't enough room on either side.
Well, there's no use to go down the right-hand side, they know where to go. Left-hand side would have been off the racetrack, so he got the run, but just didn't have the bit of racetrack available to him to make it stick.
Did I tell you that 85 has a drive-through penalty for a pit lane infringement, the second of the HTP cars? That was also a fuel rig moving violation, so that's going to cop a drive-through, but thankfully it doesn't affect 84, it's in second place.
The fact that 2 teams have moved their fuel rig indicates that they'd know where to put their car, they couldn't get it in, so they did the obvious thing, move the rig to make it available to be. So that is one of the issues when they've got these great fields of cars, pit lanes, space. is at an absolute premium. You've got to make sure that your neighbours one side or the other, you're sort of working together. If you're going to come in one lap early or one lap late, you make the adjustment or they make the adjustment.
Meanwhile, up front, the lead gap is still around 5.9 seconds. In the AM category, Pierre Eret still leads the way in 4.88 with Stefan Kampenhout, as you can see on the graphic, being pursued now by the 87 Mercedes of Maurice Ricci, Jean-Luc Bobelic and Gilles Vannelet, and then third is 69, which is Miro Konopka, Andrzej Lewandowski and Theodor Mishkowski. The Audi's still at play over the line, and once more it's Hasse who starts to attack. There's a drive-through penalty for the number 7 Bentley now as well. Stephen Kane is being given a drive-through penalty for a pit stop infringement. So the story never ends.
The Jaguar back on the tail of the Lamborghini, having had that little bit of a contretemps.
Wasn't correct. Drive-through penalty. Drive-through penalty to car 7, pit lane infringement.
So Alain Adam confirming the drive-through for a pit lane infringement. Not what the infringement is, though. We'll get to the bottom of that for you. But that's going to take the car. It had just lost 7th anyway to Adam Christodoulou, down to 8th, but it's going to drop Stephen Kane even further down the order.
Yeah, I mean, that's disappointment for Bentley, number 7. And Salaquada getting a bit loose on the exit of Lesmo 1. And that's maybe just the additional pressure. Christopher Hasse right on it on Lesmo 2, running over the curb, wheel almost dropping down the outside of the curb. You don't want to do that. So Christopher Hasse maybe has got a little bit more life left in his Pirelli tyres than Felipe Salaquada might have at this stage. Still Johnny Adams shadowing them.
Well, that's Giancarlo Fisichella on a mission, and he's just unlapped himself from Shane van Gisbergen, so he's got himself up ahead of the race leader. Fisichella is 17th, but he's just put himself back on the lead lap.
I mean, amazing drive by Giancarlo Fisichella, as the gap between first and second, again, seesawing between 4.3 seconds, which it is at the end of lap 77. Wait to see where they will be with against the whole thing of traffic.
Pierre Eret, you see there, in the green Ferrari, the car that he shares with Stefan Kampenhout, and that's the leading car within the AM category. Second of the AMs, as I ran through the order a little while ago, remains the 87 Mercedes, the Ricci Bobelic Vannelet car, and the Gilles Vannelet at the wheel. And then the third of the AMs is the ARC Bratislava car of Theodor Mishkowski, but they're way out in front now. Again, it's one of the 2 driver entries. There aren't that many, but Pierre Eret, who we used to see in FIA GT3 in the CR Scuderia team, is behind the wheel at the moment, and he and Stefan Kampenhout new as a combination for Blancpain this year, although Pierre Eret's been around the championship for a few seasons now, and they've got quite a healthy advantage now, well clear of the class opposition. Right, Fisichella is about to give a tough time to Albert Costa here, so the Jaguar is 16th, and right on his tail is Fisichella.
And Fisichella should literally breeze by the Jaguar. He's had the momentum, he's had the pace all the way through his stint, and we know the Ferrari's got excellent straight line speed, so it'll be a matter of where rather than when as we again follow this battle of the 2 Audis and the Aston Martin. So Fisichella will not be looking to be delayed particularly. He want to get through as quickly as possible. Coming up into the Ascari chicane, so Fisichella's best chance is going to be on the exit of the Ascari chicane, hopefully getting a good run off. It's the exit of this chicane that's going to be the key to any opportunity to pass coming down into Parabolica.
Now behind Fisichella is the race leader, and he's kind of stuck there, and that now means that Maxi Buch is only 3.2 seconds behind him. So there you can see the Ferrari of Fisichella. Behind him is the race leader, 1 back marker, and then Maximilian Buch. So he's making progress now because the McLaren has kind of got stuck behind a car that's just a fraction quicker.
Now, is that car holding up the race leader?
Well, we saw it unlap itself,
yeah,
didn't
well,
we?
there we go. There's the Bentley just coming out, having made its drive-through penalty.
Yeah.
So this is always a problem where you're having lap traffic which is involved in its own battle, and Kane just dives down and plonks the Bentley directly behind the McLaren.
So that's 2 back markers now between Van Gisbergen and there, Maxi Buch, but Van Gisbergen has got to find his way past traffic that's battling long and hard. Fisichella has unlapped himself, and he wants to get past the Jaguar, and the Jaguar in turn wants to get past Andrea Piccini up the road.
And Fisichella's lapping approximately the same speed as the race leader is doing. I mean, in theory, there should be wave blue flags to indicate that the lead car looks to make its way through, and that doesn't appear to be what he's getting assistance from.
Right, Pierre has just made his last stop, and that car goes back into the race, number 488. As the Salaquara Hasa fight, not far behind it, look, is the race leader, and there is Maxi Buch, who's got 2 more back markers to get past now.
Yes, the gap across the line on the last lap, 2.3 seconds. It's a slightly artificial situation because all the problems that Van Gisbergen is having, it's just really drawing up 3 cars behind. Stephen Kane, of course, having just rejoined after that drive-through penalty. But Maximilian Buch will try and get through as quickly as possible. He will want to join in to that battle in the hope that when we see Van Gisbergen getting impatient, which he may do, Max Buch not getting through, coming into Parabolica, he'll have to wait until he gets down to the end of the straight, and he wasn't as quick off Parabolica as the Mercedes that really ought to have let him through is. So that's a frustration for the young German. He's sort of lost out a little bit there.
But the lead gap is down to 1.9 seconds. Much flashing of the lights from Maximilian Buch as he tries to get past the AM Cup Mercedes. And ahead is number 7 Bentley, that's down in 17th after its recent stop. Now, of course, Stephen Kane wants to get back ahead of Fisichella if he can, so everybody here having their own race, and the leaders having to work their way through. And of course, at the head of this long line, still, Salaquara is the cork in the bottle, keeping Husser and Adam at bay. So poor old Shane Van Gisbergen is really in the wrong part of the track.
Thank goodness for Philippe Salaquara, because he's going to make the tail of this race less than half an hour to go. An exciting event.
Yeah.
Fisichella going slightly offline on the entry into the first Lesmo corner, and Shane Van Gisbergen sitting there. Really, he's just a part of a process. He's not able to control what's going on ahead of him.
And Maxi Buch is still frustrated because he can't find a way past the back markers ahead. Has he got past one? Yes, he has. He's got past the Mercedes. Right, Buch now flashing his lights at Stephen Kane. Buch Senior looking on from the pit wall as down they come to the Variante Ascari. Buch needs to get past Kane and then set off in pursuit of the McLaren. If he can get past the Bentley, he's got a chance of getting up with the race leader here. If the Giz gets through the traffic with Buch still stuck behind the Bentley, it's game over. So Maxi's got to do it. And Kane's defending, which he's got no business doing.
That's wrong. I mean, Stephen Kane shouldn't be involved in this battle. He should be allowing the Mercedes to get through and take the battle to Shane Van Gisbergen. He runs very wide, runs off the track. That's given Maximilian Buch the momentum, but Stephen Kane hasn't given it up. I mean, somebody should be saying in Bentley, you're not racing him, get out of the way. But some people could be saying that about a lot of the battles all the way through the field. And the Mercedes and the Bentley side by side. Buch on the inside bits of bodywork flying up in the air as the Jaguar.
The leader up the escape road. The leader goes up the escape road in avoidance. Buch has got past the Bentley. It's Piccini that spun. But the race leader went up the escape road. What has that done to the situation? Let us see. There he is behind the Jaguar, and Maximilian Buch has now got a clear shot at the race leader.
Yes, but there was no gain or disadvantage, as we now see cars that are about to be lapping cars that are being lapped, and on it goes. But there is the battle for the lead. It's now down to less than a second, and still they're running behind.
The Jaguar.
Yes, the Jaguar, because Fisichella's disappeared. He's gone, he's moved forward, and it's Shane Van Gisbergen who's now stuck behind the Jaguar with the Mercedes in second place, literally within less than a second.
Fisichella's got past Johnny Adam as well. Right, so 26 minutes to go. The Giz leads, and it's game on. Van Gisbergen just ahead of Maximilian Buch, who was brought back into this really because of the traffic. They've got to get past the ARC Bratislava yellow Lamborghini. That loses another lap, and Maximilian Buch has got to stay right on the back there as Bas Linders strides across the pit lane. He's not impressed with the way the Jaguar has been performing, apparently. And now the race leaders running together head down towards the Parabolica. They're absolutely nose to tail.
Yellow flag. Yellow flag in the first sector.
Yeah.
Not going to come into play at this part of the lap.
Buch to the inside, he's got to get past the Jaguar for fear of losing time, which he does. Round the Parabolica they come, and they nose to tail almost as wide goes Van Gisbergen. Now Maxi Buch in a straight line has got to try and get himself onto the back of the McLaren, but then they'll be into that yellow flag zone.
Correct. And that's going to be, well, they both can have a little bit of relaxation because nobody is permitted to overtake in a yellow flag zone. Maximilian Buch just goes to the middle of the track in case the Jaguar driver thought about it, but he wouldn't have done, because correctly there's a double wave yellow flag. Once they get to a green flag zone, which will be in the exit of the first chicane, then it's back at the races. Shane van Gisbergen, good acceleration. McLaren's had good traction all afternoon off these chicanes, and the gap has just ebbed slightly more to the favour. Giancarlo Fisichella gets involved in this battle of the two Audis, trying to get through, split them. Christopher Hasse not very keen on having any of that at all. He doesn't want to lose contact with Felipe Salaquada.
But Fisichella, just a joy to watch in that car. He's up into 13th place now. It makes you wonder if only he were in a Pro Cup car, what might happen. When he rejoined after the pit stop, the car had dropped out of the top 20, and he's carved his way back into the mix. He set the fastest lap of the race, and it's just fantastic to watch. Right, the lights are flashing at Johnny Adam now from Shane van Gisbergen. There is Maxi Buch, who was 0.259 of a second behind when they crossed the line. He was quicker, no, he was slightly slower, I'll tell you a lie, in the first sector. But again, the traffic will play a part in all of this. 24 minutes to go.
Nail-biting.
I still get the feeling that if it's a clear road, the McLaren has got the edge and can pull away. So Buch has got to be brave in the traffic here and try something. But where he might want to do it, there's the yellow flag at the first chicane. So that opportunity is off the agenda.
You know, I don't see Shane van Gisbergen doing anything other than defending for his life. The fact that he got Maximilian Buch right on his gearbox within a quarter of a second is irrelevant. And he will use van Gisbergen, Johnny Adam and other traffic ahead of him to put cars. There's the Lamborghini now being sort of pulled to safety, but still in a rather precarious position as cars mandated to slow down in a yellow flag zone. It's now, once you come out of the left-hander, you get into the green zone, then you can continue.
Fisichella is under investigation for the incident with Piccini. So we're saying he's a joy to watch in 13th place, but the officials are going to have a look at the incident and find out whether he's got a case, or decide whether he has a case to answer. Right, Fisichella now tries to make a move against Hasse, and van Gisbergen has got past Johnny Adam. So he's managed to put one back marker between himself and Maximilian Buch. Johnny Adam knows the situation here. Motorbase will be on the radio, I'm sure, saying, right, the car right up behind you is in second place, you can afford to let him go. And in fairness, Johnny Adam should do that, does he? Not there, he doesn't, but doesn't want to compromise his own run, does he, through the corner?
No, there'll be other parts of the racetrack where that overtake can be made, particularly coming here now in the run up to the Scarra chicane. Stays on the right-hand side of the track, gives the inside road, a bit of road. But again, the Aston's got good straight-line speed. Max Buch tries to get up the inside, can't get far enough before he gets on the brakes. So next opportunity is going to be on the exit coming out of Ascari down into Parabolica. Aston has got good straight-line speed. Probably the Mercedes can't do much more than it's doing, but maybe a little bit quicker. Staying, I mean, Johnny Adams giving every opportunity to Maximilian Buch. I think this time he will see the Mercedes slip. Here we are. So he backed off early.
Yeah, that wasn't a driver issue, was it? That was car speed, really. As you were saying, the Aston was so good in a straight line, the Mercedes could do naught about it. Now, the next fascination is going to be van Gisbergen, look, because now he's got a clear bit of road. He can set off after Fisichella, but then he'll get stuck, because Fisichella is stuck behind the two battling Audis.
Fisichella's going to get past, I think, the Hasse Audi coming down, and now having a look down. Well, he's got the Hasse Audi because the Audi just doesn't have the speed where it counts. Fisichella's made it through, and now once he gets ahead, I wonder what he will do with Felipe Salaquada.
But look how close van Gisbergen is behind them now, and look how difficult it has proved to be to get past those cars. So again, Maxi Buch now with a clear road should be able to go onto the back of the leader.
I would imagine that Ferrari's got a fraction more straight line speed as it is trying almost to succeed. Salaquada, give it up. The McLaren, I'm not persuaded, will be quite so effective. Runs wide, coming out of the second chicane. Salaquada tries to come back. Fisichella said, forget it. Watch now, Shane van Gisbergen gets an easy pass on Hasse.
And what can Buch do about all of this? So van Gisbergen walking a tightrope here. The Ricard's having a very, very physical battle, and he's trying to work his way through and keep the race lead and keep Maxi Buch at bay.
That was, I wouldn't say a gift for van Gisbergen. He read it well. He took the opportunity, got past Christopher Hasse. Now he's up coming alongside the other Audi, Felipe Salaquada, and he gets another easy pass. But he earned it, he worked for it, he made it happen for him. I mean, we've seen the Audi and the Aston lap after lap after lap, and then the leader, now they are laps down, so they did the right thing. by not interfering with the battle for the lead of this race. I don't know whether there's been any instruction coming from race director to the drivers in these cars to get out of the way, but Buch has been slightly hampered by Christopher Haase coming into Parabolica. He will lose the momentum. He's got to try. Look how much more stable the Mercedes looks on the exit. Better drive. The Audi all over the place on the exit. So Maximilian Buch has gotten through both Audis. Now he can focus his attention once again on the back of the McLaren.
So he gets past Salaquada. There's more stress apparently coming from Bas Leinders down in the pit lane as Maxi Buch brakes as late as he dares. Salaquada eager not to keep the door open and let Haase get back past him. And Haase being warned about respecting the blue flag now. So
I haven't seen a blue flag, and there is a man who's most stressed of all.
Yeah.
Bas Leinders, and I mean, I've not seen blue flags. One of the problems is that blue flags and marshalling posts are quite a long way back from the racetrack, and the drivers ought to be able to see them. It doesn't always follow them. Oh,
that's the race leader making a mistake.
Yes, dropped the wheel off on the outside of the exit of chicane 2.
So Van Gisbergen makes a tiny, tiny error. The Giz under attack again from Maximilian Buch, still flashing the lights is the Giz as he gets up onto the traffic. Haase pulls out of the back of Salaquada. It's interesting, isn't it, that Fisichella came along, wriggled past and disappeared, and Haase is still staring at the back of Salaquada as he has done for about 40 minutes.
Yeah, but they're in a battle and a race for position, whereas the race leader should have been given ease to get through these lap cars. And we go back again, that battle coming up into the Ascari chicane.
Yeah.
Christopher Haase. Now another opportunity for Maximilian Buch, third car of the three in a line. The Porsche leading. Porsche's got good straight line speed.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying about the leaders being allowed through, but Fisichella had to work for it because that was a proper battle for position. He's got past the Audis, he's gone storming off into the distance. The two leaders as one down to the Parabolica. Is this an opportunity for Buch now to make a move coming through the right hand of Van Gisbergen? Goes a little bit wide, and Maxi Buch's got the inside line. 18 minutes to go. The race leaders as one as they come across the timing line. McLaren just leads the way. 0.8 of a second last time, 0.1 of a second this time through at the end of 86 laps of racing. Down towards the Rettifilia they go. There's no yellow flag at the end of this straight, so if he's close enough and brave enough, Buch can have a go. And behind, the Audis are still at play as well, but Van Gisbergen hangs on to the race lead and they blast their way now into another yellow flag zone. There's a yellow just being waved to the right of the shot there. Back to green now, but they're still nose to tail. Has the McLaren got the edge when the road is clear? It looks just like the answer is yes.
It has it on the straight. It's just that little bit quicker when it gets off the Parabolica. Maximilian Buch was quicker in terms of the exit speed, but by the time they got into a straight line on the main straight, McLaren just had that little bit of extra legs. And Maximilian Buch, all that hard work that he and Mercedes have done to get into this position, can do nothing about it. It's going to take, once again, traffic or something that is beyond the control of Van Gisbergen to see the Mercedes take the lead.
But there is more traffic up the road, so if Buch can stay on the back of Van Gisbergen, he might be able to force the issue. Now, let's see. Ahead is Pierre Eret, who's lost his AM Cup lead. There it is, 488, look, the green Ferrari. That's the next car that's going to be come across by the leader. Van Gisbergen ahead of Buch. He was a 10th at the start of this lap, and we have got 16 minutes and 40 seconds and counting still to go. We've gone through thus far without a safety car. We've had a few yellows, and look at all the debris in the background there. Rubber has chunked, bodywork has flown. Up the inside of the Ferrari goes the McLaren, and there Van Gisbergen has been able to pull the gap over Maximilian Buch. Maxi has got to get past here, hasn't he? Otherwise, he's going to really struggle.
Yes, I mean, the McLaren runs really wide, and I just think the McLaren's probably just on the edge of a bit of an oversteer, whereas the Mercedes looks much more stable to the exit of the corner, but the McLaren has got that small advantage on straight line speed, which gives them that. Well, there's the wave yellow flag, so, well, Maxi Buch was ahead of the Lamborghini before they got into the braking, so I think that one will be accepted. He didn't overtake in the flag zone, but it was close. It'll be looked at, but I think you'll find that no action will be taken.
Okay, so the gap had gone up to half a second. Looks greater, of course, now because Buch's had to get through the traffic. Now up the road next for Van Gisbergen is going to be Giancarlo Fisichella, who is still storming on, and Fisichella is in 11th place now.
But he could end up second in the Pro-Am category. He's only 5 seconds behind the 10th place second position car in the Pro-Am. So that's what Fisichella's will be focused upon. and he's not interested in what's going on behind him because he's lapping more or less at the pace. In fact, at the minute, his last lap was quicker than the two lead cars were. So Fisichella will be able to maintain his pace. And you can see the gap between Fisichella, the Ferrari in between is not in the same event, that's in the category. There is the lead car, the McLaren Shane van Gisbergen. Gap across the line was half a second. It's probably maybe just a shade under that as they come out of the chicane up at Ascari.
Yeah, Buch lost time in the first sector and pulled some back in the second. Gary Kondakov's Ferrari is the one that's about to be lapped. Maxi Buch knows that again he's got to follow that McLaren through if he can. He brakes much, much later than the AM driver going into the Parabolica. Kondakov needs to get out of the way here in the Kaspersky Ferrari. He runs wide through the Parabolica. Buch goes through. But the gap, I suspect, will be over a second at the end of the lap.
Yes, I mean, Maximilian Buch was correct, not to commit because that particular Ferrari sometimes is maybe, I think erratic might be the best description, without being disparaging of the driver, but you just got to know your competitors, know your cars, the ones that you can trust not to do something maybe a little bit unpredictable, but anyway, everybody is through first and second place, the gap 1.1 seconds as they now go on to lap 89.
Yeah, Gary Kondakov, the COO of Kaspersky Securities, in his second year, going stronger than last, a bit more experienced. Shane van Gisbergen then, who took 2 wins last year in the endurance element of the Blancpain GT series. Looks like he's going to open the account with another one here, despite the best efforts of the Mercedes, the new Mercedes, chasing the McLaren from the new team, Garage 59. The gap was indeed 11 tenths at the start of this lap, 1.1. And as they come out of the second of the Lesmos in the first sector, Buch 7 thousandths of a second quicker. It's nothing at all.
Yeah, but he's cut that 1.1 second gap as they went across the line down to, I would say, maybe 8, 9 tenths. You're talking about tenths of seconds, maybe hundreds of seconds here, there, and everywhere. As the tension rises in the respective garages, this is a real race coming up to the end of a 3-hour event, 12 minutes and 50 seconds or so remaining.
And big pressure on Van Gisbergen. He's had one little error made out of the second chicane, but another one and Buch will pounce. So he's got to be mindful of where his rival is, but can't afford to relax or indeed crack under the pressure for another 12 minutes and 40 seconds.
Again, McLaren runs half a car wider on the exit of Parabolica, but it gets the good straight line speed. Maximilian Buch tends to not run quite so wide, seems to get more bite in the middle towards the exit of the corner. Looking, Van Gisbergen, can you get through? Are you sure? No, he's decided against it, and probably wisely too, because he wasn't far enough alongside the Ferrari to take the risk and plonk the McLaren up the inside, so he's had to back out of it, and as a consequence that's given Maximilian Buch again a little bit of an opportunity. So now the issue will be, what will Buch do? Will he take a punt and launch down the inside of the Ferrari? He does. He's got enough speed on the exit through the Curva Grande to make that a pass that sticks.
And off goes 22 Nissan into the gravel, and that's just up the road ahead of the race leaders, isn't it? So they're going to go through that incident zone in a moment, up at the first of the Lesmos.
Yep, so that's Lesmo 2. Lesmo 2, I think, yeah.
Yeah, Matthew Simmons off the road then, so leaders go through. See bits of bodywork in the gravel trap, 11.5 minutes to go. Matthew Simmons is going to try and dig his way out of that, but the race leaders separated by 0.6 of a second at the start of this lap. Matthew Simmons gets back on track. Now, away he goes.
Gravel being disposed all over the racetrack on the exit of the corner, which is never a great thing to be the first car to arrive on the racetrack when it's a liberally spray of gravel. So, gap.
The second place, we're about to have the change, aren't we? Because there you can see Matteo Marocelli has been reeled in now by Giancarlo Fisichella, so second in Pro-Am is about to change, and the lead is still close. There are the Ferraris. Together they run for second spot, coming out of the Parabolica. Fisichella now to make the move up on the inside of Alexander Matschul, I should say, at the wheel of the car. And Fisichella, far more experienced a driver than Matschul, should be able to go storming through. And he does, goes through up on the inside, brakes as late as he dares. Fisichella goes through for second in Pro-Am.
Great drive from Giancarlo Fisichella. He's made up a lot of ground. He's been effectively, I suppose, in this final segment of the 3-hour race, pretty much the quickest guy on the racetrack.
Yeah. Andrea Piccini, remember, had that spin in the Lamborghini. He's currently in the pit lane because of the damage, and he's been given a drive-through for causing his spin. Meantime, more traffic. Lead gap comes down. Both of them, the top two, have just done personal bests in the first sector. And Van Gisbergen has to get up the inside of the Ombra Racing Lamborghini. Maximilian Buch right on his tail now, heading up towards the first of the Lesmo bends through the right-hander. This is as close as Buch has been, and all of a sudden he's got a proper bid for leadership as Van Gisbergen goes a little bit wider, runs it out to the curb. Maxi Buch tries to work out where he can stick his nose up the inside, but we're into the last 9 3/4 minutes of what has been an amazing race.
Fantastic battle for the lead, fantastic battles all the way through the field. Shane Van Gisbergen has got it back in control. It momentarily looked like it could have been a threat to the lead, but as he got out of Lesmo 2, situation restored to normal.
Okay, they're coming up next to lap Alexander Matschul. So Fisichella into the top 10, bear in mind. I was getting excited about second in class, but he's gone into 10th place overall from 20-umph when he took the car over. We've got 9 minutes on the clock. Here are the race leaders down to the Parabolica, and Van Gisbergen it is who carries the speed into the corner. He stays ahead, but again he runs it out wide as he's done lap after lap, and Maximilian Buch gets closer and closer. Here they come down towards the Rettifilio over the timing line. The Mercedes then right on the back of the McLaren. Is he close enough to think about making a move? There's barely anything in it. 0.166 of a second as they go down towards the first of the chicanes. Is this the opportunity for Buch to challenge? He dives to the outside, they're level into the braking zone. Maximilian Buch tries to get up alongside the McLaren, can't do it. Van Gisbergen hangs on to the advantage. Big frustration from Buch Senior, but the net result is that he didn't get past and he lost 2 lengths as well.
What a fantastic end to a great race. I mean, there is nothing between these two cars, lap upon lap upon lap. One car's got a slight advantage at one part of the track, and the high-speed parts of the McLaren is just able to contain the AMG GT3 Mercedes-Benz. And this is not over by any means. Again, Van Gisbergen drops a wheel over the exit of second chicane, and he is right on the edge of what the McLaren can deliver. He knows he's got that little bit of advantage in hand when he gets onto the high-speed parts of the track. He might have Buch all over him, coming through the Lesmos or down into the chicane. Again, flashing lights, but that little couple of kilometers per hour is giving Shane Van Gisbergen some consolation to know that unless I make a mistake, I can control this lead.
Another back marker then, Alexander Matschul, third in the Pro-Am class, the next man to be lapped. 7.5 minutes to go. Is it going to be a McLaren win? Is it going to be a Mercedes win? In third, bear in mind, is the Bentley in the hands of Maxime Soulet, but it's become a 2-car race up front, hasn't it? They are 25 seconds ahead anyway. More flashing of the lights from Van Gisbergen. Matschul drives his line into the Parabolica, 7 minutes and counting. Matschul now being warned about respecting blue flags. He's got the race leaders behind him, up they come towards the timing line. So Van Gisbergen will try to make his move. See the blue flags on the pit straight there. The lead gap now up to 0.6 of a second, but Van Gisbergen's going to have to commit at the end of the pit straight. Ferrari versus McLaren. The Mercedes will try and dive through as well. There goes Van Gisbergen. And does Maxi Buch make the move? Yes, he does. He has to. Late on the brakes, dives up the inside. He cannot afford to have one back marker between him and the leader.
Absolutely not, but in fairness, that was a pass that was made easy. The back marker saw what was happening, did the right thing, got out of the way, let this battle, with 6.5 minutes to go, continue. Gap just up to, well, as they came across the line, 0.6 of a second. And once again, it's the battle with McLaren, Shane Van Gisbergen, Maximilian Buch and the Mercedes-AMG GT3. What a stunning battle between these two cars, and neither have they've just been flat out this last stint. Both have been absolutely. The fact is that Buch had to come from, 10 seconds. Remember the time he lost on the pit exit when he couldn't get the car out. They had to push it back, get it shaped up, and then get it back out. So traffic maybe been slightly kinder to the Mercedes, but it's sort of ebbed and flowed all the way through this 1-hour stint, the final stint of the 3-hour race. And it has been up to two of the titans, if you like, of GT3 racing, battling absolutely wheel to wheel.
And we're not done yet. Nearly at the end of 3 hours, but who is it going to be that scores the victory then? Down they come towards the Parabolica once more. This for the 93rd time. And again, the Mercedes trying to inch up onto the back of the leading McLaren. Buch's braking as late as he dares. The car quivers just a little bit. The car's getting lighter as the fuel load comes down, but the tyres starting to have gone past their best. They're coming towards the end of their hour stint on the rubber, so there might be a bit more movement for the drivers to feel as well. As past the pits they come. The gap, 0.378 of a second. Dominic Baumann looks on from the Mercedes garage. On that last lap, booked in the best middle sector of anybody in the race. He has certainly not given up. And down they come once more to the Rettifilo. This is Book again, right on the back of Van Gisbergen, and he did that on pure pace. That wasn't anything to do with traffic. That was just Book being a real star in a straight line. So he was quicker on that last lap. Now where is the next back marker? Up the road, because that might be another lifeline for Maximilian Book. There's Fisichella. They're not going to catch him because he's lapping a bit quicker. So the traffic, I don't think now is going to be a factor anymore. It's got to be down to Book and his ability and the speed and the grunt of that Mercedes. He's got to try and force a mistake out of Van Gisbergen, who is having to think about being defensive. Look, moving to the middle of the road, into the first of the Lesmo Bends they come. They're going to get, what, 2 more laps at the end of this, conceivably. Van Gisbergen runs wide. Is the pressure starting to tell? Fisichella heading for second in Pro-Am, making his way now on towards the Variante Ascari, and these the 2 race leaders with 4 more minutes to go. McLaren versus Mercedes. The 650S versus the new AMG GT3. And Maximilian Book is oh so close, frustratingly close, because he just can't quite make that move. But if he gets a good run through the Parabolica, surely he'll be able to have a go at the end of the straight going into the Rettifilo. We will see, because that is the next part of the circuit to which they will head, nose to tail. A pensive Baumann looks away. He doesn't want to see himself, he wants to see what his car's doing, and the answer is it's right on the back of the McLaren now going into the Parabolica. Nose to tail, they run through the right-hander again. Van Gisbergen runs out a little bit wide. Maximilian Book with a tighter line has the momentum coming off the corner, but Van Gisbergen with 3 minutes and 24 seconds to go as they cross the timing line is still the man in charge, but Book in the draft, over the line. The gap between them was 0.183 of a second. Van Gisbergen will defend the inside line. Book has had a go here in the past. Once more he tries the outside. He can't quite get level. He needs to get the drive out of the corner. And it's got to be, of course, at that part of the circuit where he makes the move, and it's got to be at the start of the final lap, really. He's running out of options. That's the best chance, but he can't do it on grunt coming out of the Parabolica. It has got to be under braking for the corner. So Van Gisbergen still soaking up the pressure, sponge-like. He leads the way into the second of the chicanes. They come again, nose to tail. This is where Van Gisbergen's been a bit curb-happy on the exit. And dramas for Philippe Salaquada. Punctured tyre. His good run to stave off the challenge of Christopher Hasse has come to naught in the end with a punctured tyre, as again Van Gisbergen uses all of the road coming out of the first Lesmo right-hander. Maximilian Book tucked up behind him. Sector 1, Van Gisbergen was the quicker of the 2. There's going to be 1 more lap, I reckon, at the end of this for them, because a flying lap is a minute 50, give or take. Down they come towards the Variante Ascari. 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Nose to tail, the race leaders run. Another gripping race, as it always was going to be, but it's turned out to be a real 2-car race, really. Great battles early on, up and down the order. There you can see the debris on the road, which is Salaquada's bodywork and tyre that's gone shredding. We've also got further up the road, just ahead of the race leaders in 87 now, Gilles Vannelet, the Am Cup leader, and over some of the rubber goes Van Gisbergen. So that chunks from underneath the car. Has that delayed him? Let's see. The slippery surface flag warns of the debris. Again, Van Gisbergen goes very wide and a bit of a twitch coming out of the corner. Does that compromise him? Over the line they come. Nose to tail. Onto the last lap of the race. Of 3 hours of racing, they start the last lap 0.226 of a second apart. Is Book close enough, though, to make a move down towards the first chicane? Van Gisbergen covers the line again. It's now or never, I think, for Maximilian Book as they start the last lap. Van Gisbergen defends. I think he's done enough as they go on to the last lap now. The Mercedes is still there behind, but that really was the best chance under braking for the chicane. He's tried it lap after lap, Maximilian Book. It has come to naught, so unless he's able to prise the door open somehow around this last lap, I think that it's game over as far as the Mercedes is concerned. But Maximilian Book is going to throw everything at it on the last lap. He can go for broke, can't he, as Van Gisbergen again just runs a little bit wider. Hooks a wheel over the curb. Half a lap to go now. Fisichella up the road ahead. First and second run together. Van Gisbergen ahead of Maximilian Book, who pulls to the inside, trying to distract Van Gisbergen, trying to force a mistake out of the McLaren on this, the last lap, lap 96. Nose to tail, down to the Variante Ascari. Shane Van Gisbergen who's been a winner in this championship before, of course, twice last year, successful in V8 supercars down under, and despite the fact he's jetting from Australasia to Europe and having to adapt to time differences, he's not for cracking under the pressure. He might be a bit weary at the end of the race, but he's being spurred on by the thought of a race victory here. The final time into the Parabolica. Van Gisbergen having to try and defend now. Look, weave left and right, trying to break the toe and also avoid the debris in the middle of the road also. One corner to go. Checkered flag at the ready. It's now or never for Maximilian Buch to try and surge up the inside, coming up towards the line. Van Gisbergen takes a tighter line on this lap through. Checkered flag at the ready. McLaren is going to win at Monza. Shane Van Gisbergen brings it home just ahead of the Mercedes. The gap 0.3 of a second. What a stint from both drivers. Shane Van Gisbergen fends off Maximilian Buch, but Shane Van Gisbergen, Rob Bell and Koen Lederer are the winners. Second place, Maximilian Buch, Dominic Baumann and Jazeman Jaffar, and third is going to go the way of Andy Soucek, Wolfgang Reip and Maxime Soulé. The lead gap after 96 laps of racing, 0.341 of a second, and the Jaguar has got problems right at the very end. It's going to take the flag at pit in. It'll come across the line, hopefully in the pit lane, or no, the marshal's waving it to Parc Fermé, so it won't get across the timing line. The Jaguar won't get to the finish because of the zealotry of the marshal, waving it into Parc Fermé rather than letting it cross the timing line in the pit lane. The Pro-Am leader comes through 5th overall, Andrea Rizzoli at the wheel of the car. This is the one that was started by Michael Brozniewski. Alessandro Bonaccini did the middle stint, and so it's going to be a Ferrari class win at Monza, 5th overall, and Giancarlo Fisichella is going to be second in the class in 10th place. Still they come. There is 28th for 6th place. Antonio Garcia did the middle stint in that car, and it's been given to Nico Müller to bring it home in 6th spot. Number 28 Audi, that's in the end the best of the Audis, I think I'm right in saying. Yes, it is. There's Giancarlo Fisichella heading for 10th place, making his way up towards the flag as the marshals applaud the efforts of the drivers. Lawrence Vanthoor is 9th, incidentally, just up the road ahead of this man Fisichella. He turns his way through the right-hander of the Parabolica, and from way in the mid-20s up to 10th place. An electrifying final stint from Giancarlo Fisichella, who comes through now to take the checkered flag, and with it, second in Pro-Am. And that was a mighty, mighty drive. And behind, set for honours in the Am Cup, is 87. Gilles Vanderlei brings the Brinelli Racing Ferrari home for 27th overall, but more significantly for them, a class victory. Well, that was a final stint that had us on our toes right the way through, but in the end, it's a win for Shane Van Gisbergen, Rob Bell and Koen Lederer. A very successful debut in the team, moving from National Porsche Racing, and delight in Pro-Am for Kessel Racing with the class victory. Well, Shane Van Gisbergen deserved that victory. In fairness to Maximilian Buch, he would have deserved it as well for the effort he put in to try and chase him down, but just a great battle between two star drivers. And they will make their way shortly to Parc Fermé. John Watson's going to go and have a word with them, and Shane Van Gisbergen on the next flight back home, he'll sleep well, because that, as I say, was a stint where he was constantly having to be very aware mentally, not only of what was happening behind him in terms of the opposition, namely the challenge being applied by Maximilian Buch, but also, of course, the fact that he had to be mindful of the traffic up the road that he had to work a way through, and he was able to do that without leaving the door open an inch to entice Maximilian Buch through. Koen Lederer almost clambering into the car there to get to his co-driver, Shane Van Gisbergen, who was a very happy man, and that was a very well-deserved victory. Rob Bell will be somewhere as well in a moment to join in the celebrations. There he is. Fantastic defence. Andy Soucek says well done, as does Wolfgang Reip, the other drivers of the third place car. And Rob Bell's work was concluded virtually 2 hours ago, but he will have been staring at the screens nervously, I'm sure, while all that was going on. Crash helmet off from Shane Van Gisbergen. Earplugs out. Take a deep breath. Somebody give him a bottle of water. He needs his Pirelli hat, though, the regulation cap. So a win for McLaren, second place for Mercedes, and Shane Van Gisbergen has got a lot to talk about after that race. And John Watson is there to ask the questions at the end of the first Endurance Cup race of the year. Let's head to Parc Fermé and catch up with the winning drivers.
Shane Van Ginter, we've got to come to you first. What a 1 hour of racing. Nothing given. Traffic was a nightmare. Give us your story.
Yeah, the traffic was bad, but that's all part of it. But fantastic job by these two. Gave me that buffer. I didn't need to take too many risks. But Maxi booked there at the end. We know he's quick, but our car was...
So we'll go back to John as soon as we can, just to get the final few words from Shane Van Gisbergen. Apologies for that, but we'll hear from them, I promise you, in a few moments' time. There's one car that's expired at pit in there. It looks like the Porsche that's ground to a halt, everyone having to negotiate it. So the drivers will make their way up to the podium very, very shortly. The celebrations will get underway, and the winners of the Pro Cup, as overall it is Van Gisbergen's McLaren ahead of Buch, and then the number 8 Bentley third in the class. Pro-Am, we talked about the winning Ferrari. Second was Fisichella's Ferrari, and third the Paro, Matchell and Kylewitz Ferrari. And in the AMs, it was a Mercedes victory there ahead of Ferrari, and Lamborghini taking third spot in the end. So the first round of what's going to be, I am sure, an enthralling championship season concluded, and drivers very shortly, as I said, will be on the podium. Now let's see if we can hear again from our race winners. Technical dramas before, but let's have another stab. John.
Rob, you started the race, you got the car into position to hand it over to Com, and then obviously to Shane. Tell us your story at the start.
You got to get a little bit lucky here at the start. I got a good start and then just picked my way through, and there were cars going off left, right and centre, and I picked my way through there, and actually we had really good turn speed. We thought we were somewhere near, which is a little bit surprising for us for here, but yeah, I just used my head and went forward, and the car was fantastic. McLaren did a great job. Garage 59 did an absolutely flawless job for their first event, so we're very, very happy.
Well done. After Mazzano, well done.
Thank you, thank you.
So Rob Bell, we've heard from. Shane Van Gisbergen we caught a bit from earlier on. Com Redegar at the far end of the trio there. And they make their way off to be escorted up towards the podium. As more of the winners are rounded up, ready to take them up for the presentations as well. 3 podiums, of course, with Pro, which is the overall, Pro-Am and the Am Cup, to be rewarded for their efforts. Silverstone is the next stop, May 14-15 weekend. And hopefully we'll see many of you there, because on the evidence of today, it's going to be a great season. And the Endurance Cup always delivers plenty of action around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. So that's the next stop for the Endurance Cup, and a race that went through without a single safety car. We've got 4 more cars, incidentally, being investigated for possible stint violation. In other words, drivers going for too long, but it doesn't affect the overall order. Let's hear from our second place team next. Back to John.
Maximilian Buch, what a fantastic battle between you and Shane Van Gisbergen. You started your stint 10 seconds behind, you got a delay leaving the pit lane. Tell us your story.
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise when he stopped, when Jasman stopped at pit exit, and car was running pretty well. Dominic had a great opening stint, had no troubles from pole. Jasman was pushing hard, he had some purple sectors. Yeah, and I was trying to do the same thing like the others before, and the car was great. The team made some pretty good pit stops, and I'm really happy.
Now, how many real opportunities?
Right, we'll have another go with John in a moment, and try and hear the rest of Maxi Buch's story. And the Mercedes then that he brought home, started by Dominic Baumann, who did a very, very good job in that car to try and keep it in the lead. And Jasmine Jaffar, a good effort in that middle stint as well to keep it very much in the hunt during the course of the middle hour of the race.
Problem for all the lead cars. Were you getting blue flags, or were they getting blue flags?
they were, but I don't know whether they see them, or even the consistency of the blue flags were quite poor, to be honest, on the stint. So it was quite hard, but it was unfair for us being blocked. Even Maxi on his stint, I watched throughout the whole stint, and even he got blocked, so it's quite tough, to be honest.
Dominic Baumann, you had the opening stint for the AMG GT3 Mercedes. Everything you expected it to be?
Yeah, my biggest thing was the start with the Nissan next to me, but everything went well. We had a really good stint at the beginning, car was perfect. We picked up some traffic, but it's the same for everyone, but yeah, it was pretty good stint at the beginning.
I mean, finishing second is the first of the losers, but you cannot be disappointed. That was an unbelievable race, that last hour.
It was really tight, so I saw the whole race, and yeah, at the end we are lucky to finish second. We are lucky with the car, happy with the car. Yeah, perfect race for us, perfect race for the championship, for everything, for the team. So well done for us, guys. Yeah.
Well done, Dominic. Max, just one last question. Just a few minutes ago, we thought you were having a medical emergency, but it wasn't. It was something more simple.
Emergency? Yeah, it was more simple. It was just number one.
I don't know where you put it all. Well done, guys. Congratulations.
So splash and dash for Maxi Book completed, and then he's good for interviews and good for the podium. So a tremendous race, and the race, as I was making the point during it, allowed to go without interruption, even though there were incidents and cars having to be retrieved. Alain Adin, the race director, and his team in race control being able to cover the incidents with local yellow flags, so the flow of the race wasn't affected. That might have gone against the strategy and the expectations of some, but it was 96 laps, green to green. Third place was taken by Bentley, of course, the number 8 Bentley. Let's hear from them.
Andy Soucek, third. Disappointed, but what a great race.
Well, not disappointed. I think we are pretty happy with where we finished. It was a good race. I had a good start. I could overtake the 2 Ferraris, which were very quick on the straight line. And yeah, I pulled the gap. I had a nice battle with my friend Lucas, which was fun. And then, yeah, I kept the 3rd place, which was a good position for Wolfgang, who did a mega job. And then our fast guy here in Monza ended up the race on a high, and he brought the car back home in 3rd. So it's great.
Well, we heard the comment about Lucas, you and he are big mates, and you sort of bore that in mind, but he's a competitor. You should be knocking his lights out.
Look, I nearly hit him on the back, so I was pushing as much as I could, but I told the team that he was too quick on the straight line, so I had no chance. And when he did a small mistake, I used the opportunity and I went inside and I passed him. So I did the same as I would do with any other.
Good man. Wolfgang, I got some amusement when I saw you being chased by the Nissan. Did you have any thoughts back to last year?
Well, I found that quite funny too, yeah, but I'm quite happy with finishing.
Wolfgang Reip, who was a Nissan driver last year, switching to Bentley for this season and taking 3rd spot. So apologies for the interruptions to the interviews. We'll do our best to go back if we can to Wolfgang Reip, but the drivers are going to be whisked up to the podium pretty shortly anyway, and we'll have those podium ceremonies. So somebody else is on our frequency is the reason for it. Someone's cutting across the frequency for our RF cameras and radio mics, so apologies, but it's an outside source, you know, that's doing all of this.
Anyway, congratulations, great job. Get up on the podium and enjoy it.
Thank you.
And those podium ceremonies coming up, and we'll see the drivers up very shortly. Remember the calendar for the year, just I mentioned Silverstone comes next. After that, the 3rd round is the Paul Ricard race from 6 p.m. to midnight into the dark, the 1,000-kilometre race, effectively 6 hours. And the reason for racing in the dark means they get some practice in before they go to Spa for the 24 hours, which is at the end of July, and then the final Endurance Cup race is Nürburgring in September. Results after 96 laps of racing. A win for McLaren. Comme Renegar, Rob Bell, Shane van Gisbergen ahead of Dominic Baumann, Jasmin Jaffar and Maxi Book, and 3rd, Andy Soucek, Wolfgang Reip and Maxime Soulet. Nissan 4th, Ferrari 5th, winning Pro-Am. Audi, after a pretty bleak day, rounding out the top 6. Lower down the order, some hard luck stories like the Oman racing team, Aston Martin, missing out on a podium in the Pro-Am category, having had a good day. A drive-through penalty for number 7 Bentley, costing that a good result, dropping it to 14th place. Penalties early on for 333, that gave it 17th spot. and up from way down on the grid to 19th. A good recovery by Fabio Babini, Daniel Zampieri and Patrick Niederhauser after a poor qualifying. Further down the order you go, the more of the walking wounded you find in a sense, and the sister car to the winner, ending up 36th. That lost a chunk of time early on after being involved in the skirmishes at the start of the race, but it comes home for a good result nonetheless, finishing in 36th place, and importantly, mileage and experience for the likes of Struan Moore and Andrew Watson racing here for the first time. Further down the order, a look for the Barwell Motorsport team, finishing in 42nd. We saw that car have lengthy pit stops and dramas, and from 45th and back, cars not making it to the end, not classified because of the lack of distance done. Plenty with damage, some with mechanical dramas, and some disappointments along the line. Another one that you would have expected more from, Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin, but suspension damage costing that a decent result. That was out very early in the race. So the drivers make their way to the podium, and it's the AM Cup with which we start. So drivers make their way to the podium. We wait the arrival of the second-placed crew of Alexander Matschul and Pierre Eret, already there. Miro Konopka in the middle of Andrei Lewandowski and Theodor Nishdowski. And then for the top step of the podium, there will be Maurice Ricci, Jean-Luc Bobelic and Gilles Vanelay from ACA ASP. Maurice Ricci, in fact, is the ACA in ACA ASP. So a good victory for Team Bakker. The AM Cup won by Maurice Ricci, Jean-Luc Bobelic and Gilles Vanelay in the opening round of the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup here from Monza. And trophies now presented to the top three. Miro Konopka there in the middle for his third place, making a welcome return to the championship and a successful return as well. A podium finish, a good result for him, and he's very happy with that. The ARC Bratislava team coming out on top for second place there in the green and white overalls, Alexander Matschul, and the burlier frame of Pierre Eret, two-driver combination, taking second place. And then the winners about to receive the trophies, Jean-Luc Bobelic, Maurice Ricci and Gilles Vanelay will receive the awards now. Jean-Luc Bobelic, in the middle is Maurice Ricci, Gilles Vanelay on the far right as you look. Say, where's my trophy then? What happened to me? And it's here now. There will also, as they hold the trophies aloft, be a cheque presented by Stefan Rattel to the class winners, and €10,000 at the end of your afternoon's work. Can't be bad. There's the Blancpain clock as well to go to the ACA ASP drivers. And then there is the champagne to spray as well, and perhaps that's the most important part for them. So for third, Miro Konopka, Andrei Lewandowski and Theodor Mishkovsky. The champagne is there, the champagne is sprayed. The celebrations begin at the end of the podium ceremony in the AM Cup. The AM Cup won by Maurice Ricci, Jean-Luc Bobelic and Gilles Vanelay. The drivers will in a moment be whisked off to the press conference. Champagne in the eyes. And the podium will be dressed ready for the Pro-Am drivers. The teams in the pit lane ready to cheer to the echo, their drivers. Plenty from Garage 59, of course, with the winning Pro Cup and winning overall car. So photographs still being taken. The class winners there, along with Jérôme Policon from the ASP bit, Autosport Promotion. Jérôme, a very successful GT racer himself, a good ex-Formula 3000 driver, but these days running a team for the AM drivers, rather than doing too much racing himself, but happy with the result. Used to be Sofrev at ASP, if you remember, but now ACA ASP, as Maurice Ricci has brought into the team. So the AM drivers depart, and Pro-Am will be next. So we await the arrival of the third-placed team of Stephen Parrow, of Alexander Matschul and Daniel Kalvitz. For the third-placed drivers, the Ferrari, who step forward. Onto the podium they come. The second-placed drivers are going to get a mighty reception as well, I would have thought, because you have Motoaki Ishikawa, Lorenzo Bontempelli and Giancarlo Fisichella, who finished in 10th place overall. The Ferrari drivers sprint towards the podium, led by Motoaki Ishikawa, and there is Giancarlo Fisichella, Lorenzo Bontempelli, another solid result. But it's a Ferrari 1-2 in Pro-Am. The class victors will step forward next. Alessandro Bonaccini, Michael Brozniewski and Andrea Rizzoli. Honours in Pro-Am go the way of the Ferrari drivers. Handshakes all round as Bonaccini, Brozniewski and Rizzoli stand on the top step of the podium. Winners in Pro-Am. And so the Ferrari drivers can celebrate a class victory and a good result for Kessel Racing. But the trophies, first of all, go to the third-place drivers of the pseudonym Steve Parrow, of Alexander Matschul and Daniel Kalvitz. Then for second place, to Lorenzo Bontempelli, to Motoaki Ishikawa, and to Giancarlo Fisichella. The trophies presented now. And then, as Kessel Racing takes the team award, the winning drivers, Alessandro Bonaccini, Michael Brozniewski and Andrea Rizzoli, will receive the trophies. 1 trophy, 2 trophies, 3 trophies, handshakes all round. The winners of Pro-Am, Alessandro Bonaccini, Michael Brozniewski and Andrea Rizzoli. And they too, as class winners, receive a cheque, but it's €15,000 that goes the way of the AM Cup victors here in the opening round of the Endurance Cup here from Monza. So the drivers, again, will huddle together for photographs, and then they will make their way to the photographs and the press conference, and we'll get ready for the Pro Cup drivers, who will make their way out very shortly indeed. At the end of what has certainly been a very, very good first round of the Endurance Cup, the Blancpain GT Series, with massive entries here, very, very full entries in the Sprint Cup as well this year, and a Ferrari 1-2 in the AM Cup, with the Kessel Racing car coming home ahead of the AF Corsa entry. So extra pride for Kessel to beat the omni-successful, omnipresent team of Amato Ferrari. But a class win for Kessel Racing's Andrea Rizzoli, Michael Brozniewski and Alessandro Bonaccini. The drivers in a moment will head from the podium to the press conference, and we'll get ready for the Pro Cup drivers, where Garage 59 can start celebrating. There may have been dramas for one of the cars, but a very, very good result for 58, I should say, the winning car. We still have the stewards and the officials hard at work, but they confirmed that those that were under investigation for possible stint violations, in other words, drivers doing too long behind the wheel, no further action, so all is good. They are happy with the outcome. So the result will be confirmed, assuming there are no technical dramas, which of course is what made the story rumble on at the end of last year. But the drivers in a moment from Pro-Am will depart, and the Pro Cup contingent will head up the stairs onto the podium. And when they do, the Garage 59 team, you can expect to be in noisy form. So the drivers are just about ready. They'll be brought forward in a moment, ready for the celebrations. We've had McLarens winning here before. The old MP412C had a Monza win when the ART Grand Prix team ran the cars, going back 2 years, 3 years, 2 years. But today it's Bentley third, Mercedes second, and the McLaren 650S that takes the win. As out come the top three crews for third place: Maxime Soulet, Wolfgang Reip, and Andy Soucek. Andy Soucek gets handshakes, gets kisses. For second place, after a great effort, Maximilian Buch, along with Jasmine Jaffar and Dominic Baumann, making the switch from BMWs to Mercedes for this year. But the top step of the podium will go the way of a truly cosmopolitan lineup: a Brit, a Kiwi, and a Frenchman. The Brit, Rob Bell; the Kiwi, Shane van Gisbergen; the French driver, Côme Ledegaard. McLaren victorious. The team is Garage 59, and the drivers is Bas Linders, as the representative of the winning team hops out in anticipation. The drivers are about to come to receive the accolades after a great drive to bring it home first. Shane van Gisbergen leads out Côme Ledegaard and Rob Bell. Côme Ledegaard's first race as a McLaren factory driver has a win. Shane van Gisbergen, who had his first European visit really here 12 months ago when he came to Monza, and now he returns as a race winner. He's on the top step with Rob Bell and Côme Ledegaard. The winners of the Pro Cup: Rob Bell, Côme Ledegaard, and Shane van Gisbergen here at Monza in the opening round of the Endurance Cup in this year's Blancpain GT Series. The trophies presented to the drivers. For third place, Andy Soucek, Maxime Soulet in the middle, and Wolfgang Reip. For second place, the trophies will go to Maximilian Buch, to Jasmine Jaffar in the middle, and to Dominic Baumann at the far end. Bas Linders receives the clock as the representative of the winning team, the Blancpain clock. Had a few of those in his time at Mark VDS. But then the trophies go to the winning drivers, to Shane van Gisbergen, to Rob Bell, and to Côme Ledegaard as the winners of the opening race of the season. It's a win for the McLaren 650S, a win for Garage 59, and the winning drivers in the Pro Cup: Rob Bell, Shane van Gisbergen, and Côme Ledegaard. Checks to be presented as well to the teams in the Pro Cup. 30,000 euros to the top team, 25,000 to the second. And the drivers with trophies, and now with bottles of champagne, get ready to pose, get ready to spray. And then everybody on the podium gets ready to run. So happy drivers, plenty of celebration, and what a great start to the Endurance Cup year. A winning margin of 0.341 of a second, that's all, at the end of an absolutely fabulous race. So a victory for Garage 59, and a race that had us on the edge of our seat, and it kept us guessing all the way through as to who was going to come out on top. It was a dramatic 3 hours. Let's have a look at the best bits of the first Endurance Cup race of the year. It all started with Dominic Baumann from pole position, taking the advantage from Lucas Ordóñez in second spot as the cars worked their way through the first chicane. Already though, first corner, first lap, people were in strife, and one or two blatantly had to go to the escape road. Others just cut across the grass and gained places. And when they all got back on the road, there was more contact and bits of bodywork flew and cars were damaged, and some teams' chances were wrecked right at the very start. An early casualty was Frank Stippler. He made an uncharacteristic slip and ran off the road. He got himself back onto the circuit, but in so doing, lost a whole heap of places. Some of the back markers were in strife as well, running out of road at the second chicane, and then there was contact that turned around the Derek Pierce Bentley. It wouldn't be his only off of the day. He'd get involved in somebody else's accident later on. Ahmed Al-Harfi was having a good run early on in the Oman Racing Team Aston Martin, but worse was to come for Derek Pierce as he tangled with an Audi and then got biffed from behind by the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. more errant Ferraris were found in the middle of the road. And then Steve Earle's car from Kessel Racing had a spectacular engine failure that put that out of the race. Delayed early on was the number 98 BMW. That was out of sequence, but eventually it retired from the race as the 87 Mercedes from the AM Cup had a spin, and working their way up through the order, the WRT number 3 Audi tried to gain track position. Rob Bell had a good first stint. He handed the 58 McLaren over to Kobledegard for the middle part of the race. Whereas lower down the order, Stefan Ortelli had a good first stint in the Jaguar run by the Endel Frey Racing team. Pit stops crucial, and Kobledegard blasted away in the Rob Bell 58 McLaren. His task was to maintain the advantage throughout the middle hour, and he would rejoin with traffic everywhere. There was contact between Jaguar and Lamborghini, and that meant that Van Gisbergen, having taken over in the third stint, had to go up the escape road. The traffic did the Kiwi absolutely no favours, but he did his best to work his way through. The Maximilian Buch perhaps benefited just a little bit more, and he was able to get himself up onto the tail of Van Gisbergen. Giancarlo Fisichella ahead was also in a big hurry, working his way through to second place in Pro-Am, having unlapped himself. Van Gisbergen had a little wobble by running a bit wide and a little bit crossed up, hooking a wheel into the gravel. But ultimately he was able to hang on to the advantage, albeit only just, because try as he might, the lead gap just wasn't quite closable as far as Maximilian Buch was concerned. He did his absolute ultimate to have a go. He levelled on the outside going down towards the first of the chicanes. He couldn't quite do it, and it was under braking for the first chicane that it was his best chance. The chance then never came. He would end up 0.341 of a second behind. A win for McLaren in the first Endurance Cup race of the year. Thanks for your company. We'll see you at Silverstone next month. For John Watson and Bruce Jones, from David Addison, it's goodbye for now from a dramatic first race at Monza.